Am I wrong for ruining my brother's engagement party by revealing his secret in front of everyone? I'm a 29-year-old woman who works as a nurse, and honestly, I've been dealing with my brother Marcus's bullshit my entire life. He's 31 and has always been the golden child in our family. No matter what I accomplished, graduating nursing school, getting promoted, buying my own place, it was never good enough compared to whatever Marcus was doing. Our parents would literally compare us constantly. When I got my first job at the hospital, all they could talk about was how Marcus had just gotten some fancy promotion at his marketing firm. Marcus has this perfect public image that everyone buys into. He's charming, successful, knows exactly what to say to make people love him. But I've seen the real him behind closed doors. He's arrogant, dismissive, and honestly, kind of cruel when no one's watching. He's been with his fiancée Sarah for 2 years, and she's genuinely sweet. Way too good for him, but she's completely head over heels. 3 months ago, I was grabbing coffee after my shift at this place near the hospital when I saw something that made my stomach drop. Marcus was there with some blonde woman I'd never seen before, and they were all over each other. Not like friends. I'm talking full-on making out, his hands on her waist, the whole thing. I sat there for 20 minutes watching them, thinking maybe I was seeing things wrong. But nope, they were definitely together. I couldn't sleep that night. Part of me wanted to pretend I never saw it, but Sarah didn't deserve this. She was already talking about wedding venues and asking me to be a bridesmaid. So I decided to confront Marcus privately first. Give him a chance to come clean himself. I called him the next week and asked to meet for lunch. I laid it all out. Told him I saw him with that woman, that Sarah deserved to know, and that he needed to either end the affair or tell her himself. His reaction was exactly what I should have expected. He didn't deny it, didn't apologize, didn't show any guilt whatsoever. Instead, he laughed at me. He said I was jealous that he was happy and successful while I was still single and bitter. She rented tables, hired a caterer, invited both entire families. There had to be 50 people there, all dressed up and celebrating Marcus and Sarah's perfect love story. The whole thing felt like a performance. Everyone was mingling, taking pictures, congratulating the happy couple. My parents were glowing with pride, telling everyone how proud they were of Marcus and how Sarah was like the daughter they never had. That last part stung, considering they actually do have a daughter, but whatever. I tried to just smile and get through it. Then came the toasts. My dad went first with some generic speech about love and family. Sarah's father talked about how Marcus was everything he could want in a son-in-law. Then Marcus stood up for his speech, and I swear the room went silent like he was about to deliver the Gettysburg Address. He talked about loyalty, about commitment, about how Sarah was his one true love and how he couldn't imagine life without her. He said he'd never betray her trust and that their love was built on honesty and respect. Everyone was eating it up. Sarah was crying happy tears. My mom was dabbing at her eyes. People were nodding along like he was saying the most beautiful thing they'd ever heard. I felt something snap inside me. Here was my brother, the golden child who could do no wrong, lying through his teeth in front of 50 people, while his fiancée looked at him like he hung the moon. All those years of being dismissed and compared to him. All those times my parents took his side without question. And now he was standing there, playing the perfect boyfriend while cheating behind Sarah's back. I stood up. I don't even remember deciding to do it. It just happened. The applause was dying down, and Marcus was sitting back down when I cleared my throat and said loud enough for everyone to hear that his version of loyalty wasn't quite what it seemed. The room went completely silent. Marcus's face went from confused to pale to bright red in about 3 seconds. I told everyone that he'd been cheating on Sarah for months, that I'd seen him with another woman, and that when I confronted him privately, he'd brushed me off and told me to mind my own business. The silence wildly, and trying to get everyone to look at him instead of me. But I wasn't backing down this time. I stayed standing and told everyone exactly what I'd seen 3 months ago. Him at the coffee shop with some blonde woman, making out like teenagers. I said I'd confronted him privately, and he'd dismissed me completely. Told me no one would believe me anyway. My voice was shaking, but I kept going because Sarah deserved to hear this. Sarah finally spoke up and asked if this was true. Her voice was so quiet everyone had to strain to hear her. She was looking back and forth between Marcus and me like she was watching a tennis match. Marcus immediately went into damage control mode, saying I was making it all up, that I'd always resented him, that this was just another attempt to hurt him like I'd been doing our whole lives. That's when my mom started in on me. She was hissing at me to sit down and stop making a scene, saying I was embarrassing the family and ruining Marcus's special day. She kept trying to get me to leave, pulling on my arm and whispering things like this wasn't the time or place. My dad looked like he wanted to physically drag me out of there. He had this look of pure disgust on his face that I'd seen before whenever I'd disappointed him. The worst part was watching Sarah's face as everything sank in. You could literally see the moment she started believing me. Her expression went from confusion to hurt to this terrible realization. She set her champagne glass down with shaking hands and asked Marcus again if it was true. This time her voice was stronger, more demanding. Marcus kept denying it, getting more frantic by the second. He was saying I was unstable, that I'd been acting weird lately, that this was all some elaborate revenge plot because I couldn't handle being single while he was getting married. He even brought up old stuff from when we were kids, trying to paint me as the jealous sister who'd always tried to sabotage him. But Sarah wasn't buying it anymore. She stood up and said she needed some air. Marcus tried to follow her, but she held up her hand and told him not to. The look on her face was devastating, like her whole world had just collapsed in front of 50 people. She walked toward the back door and half the room started whispering among themselves. My relatives were split down the middle. Some said she'd had weird feelings about Marcus for years but could never put her finger on why. My parents were furious with me. Mom was crying now, saying I'd destroyed everything she'd worked for months to plan. Dad was doing that thing where he gets so angry he can barely speak, just standing there with his jaw clenched and his hands in fists. They kept asking me how I could do this to my brother, to the family, to Sarah, like I was the one who'd been cheating. The whole party basically started falling apart after that. People were uncomfortable. Conversation had died, and everyone kept looking toward the back door where Sarah had gone. Some guests started making excuses to leave early. Others were huddled in corners, whispering and shooting glances at our family. The caterer looked like she wanted to disappear. Marcus finally realized his damage control wasn't working and came over to me. He got right in my face and said I'd just destroyed his life over nothing, that he'd never forgive me for this. He said I was pathetic and alone, and that's why I couldn't stand seeing him happy. Then he said something that really got to me. That Mom and Dad finally saw what kind of person I really was, and that I'd never be welcome at another family event again. That's when Sarah came back inside with her mom. She looked like she'd been crying, but her face was set with determination. She walked straight to Marcus and said they needed to talk privately. He tried to say they could talk later, that this wasn't the time, but she wasn't having it. She said either they talked now or she was leaving and going home to her parents' house. The room was watching this whole exchange like it was a soap opera. Marcus finally agreed, and they went upstairs to my parents' bedroom. You could hear their voices through the ceiling, but not the actual words. It went on for maybe 20 minutes while everyone downstairs sat in this horrible, awkward silence. When they came back down, Sarah's face told the whole story. She announced to the room that the engagement was off and that she'd be returning the ring. She thanked everyone for coming and apologized that the evening had ended this way. Then she gathered her things and left with her family. Marcus stood there looking like he'd been hit by a truck while the remaining guests filed out in uncomfortable silence. After Sarah shut and handled it privately, that there were ways to deal with these things without making a public spectacle. My dad was quieter, but somehow worse. He just kept shaking his head and saying he was ashamed of me, that I'd crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. They kicked me out that night. Not just from the party, but from their house entirely. Dad said I'd made my choice and now I had to live with the consequences. Mom was crying and saying she didn't know how she'd face the neighbors or our relatives after what I'd done. The whole thing felt surreal, like I was being punished for telling the truth while Marcus got sympathy for being caught cheating. I drove home in complete silence, replaying the whole evening in my head. Part of me felt vindicated. Sarah deserved to know what kind of man she was about to marry. But another part of me wondered if I'd gone too far, if there really had been a better way to handle it. The look on Sarah's face when everything clicked kept haunting me. About 2 hours after I got home, my phone buzzed with a text from Sarah. She thanked me for telling her the truth and said she'd had suspicions for weeks but couldn't put her finger on what was wrong. She asked if I had any proof beyond what I'd seen at the coffee shop. I'd been wondering if this question would come up, and honestly, I did have more evidence. A few months back, Marcus had left his phone at my apartment after a family dinner. It kept buzzing with notifications, and I glanced at it without thinking. The messages were from someone named Jessica, and they were definitely not platonic. I'd taken screenshots before I realized what I was doing, thinking maybe I'd need them someday. I never imagined it would be for something like this. I forwarded the screenshots to Sarah that night. The messages were pretty damning. Lots of talk about missing each other, complaints about having to sneak around, and some pretty explicit stuff I won't repeat here. Sarah texted back, saying she was grateful to finally have confirmation, and that she'd be ending the engagement officially in the morning. The next few days were a nightmare. Marcus was telling everyone who would listen that I'd plotted to destroy his relationship out of jealousy and spite. He claimed I'd always resented his success and couldn't stand seeing him hung up on me. Dad sent one text saying I'd destroyed our family over something that wasn't my business and that I needed to think about what kind of person I wanted to be. The irony wasn't lost on me. They were more upset with me for exposing the cheating than they were with Marcus for actually cheating. The worst part is, Marcus is playing the victim perfectly. He's been posting on social media about betrayal and family loyalty, obviously aimed at me without mentioning names. He's getting tons of sympathy from people who don't know the whole story. Meanwhile, I look like the bitter sister who couldn't handle her brother's happiness. Sarah, on the other hand, has been incredible through all this. She officially ended the engagement 2 days after the party and moved back in with her parents temporarily. She sent me a long text thanking me again and saying she wished someone had told her sooner. She said she'd been making excuses for Marcus's behavior for months. The late nights, the secretive phone calls, the way he'd become distant and distracted. Now it all made sense. She also told me something that made me feel better about my decision. Apparently, Marcus had been pressuring her to set a wedding date soon, like within the next few months. She'd thought it was romantic that he was so eager to marry her, but now she realizes he probably wanted to lock her down before she figured out what was going on. The thought of her marrying him without knowing the truth makes me sick. Some of my friends have been split on whether I did the right thing. A few think I should have found a way to tell Sarah privately instead of blowing up the party. Others say Marcus forced my hand by dismissing me when I tried to handle it quietly. My best friend from work said she would have done the same thing in my position, especially after Marcus basically dared me to expose him. The family drama is ongoing. Half my relatives have cut contact with me, and the other half are trying to stay neutral while secretly taking sides. My parents are apparently furious that I embarrassed them in front of Sarah's family and all their friends. They keep saying I could have handled it differently, but honestly, I tried handling it differently and Marcus shut me down completely. Marcus still claims I made everything up out of jealousy. Even with the screenshots Sarah saw, he's telling people I somehow faked them. Knight is wondering if there really was a better way to handle this. Could I have convinced Sarah to look at his phone herself? Could I have gathered more evidence and presented it to her privately? But then I remember how dismissive Marcus was when I tried to talk to him. How he basically threatened to cut me off from the family if I said anything. He didn't leave me many options. Right now, I'm basically persona non grata with half my family, while Marcus gets to play the wronged party. Sarah is dealing with the fallout of a broken engagement while trying to rebuild her life. And I'm left wondering if doing the right thing was worth destroying my relationship with my parents and brother, probably permanently. The whole situation has me questioning everything about my family dynamics, and whether I even want to be part of a family that values keeping up appearances over honesty and protecting people from getting hurt. Should I have walked out of my father's funeral after my stepbrother hijacked the eulogy? I'm a 35-year-old high school teacher, and 3 weeks ago, I attended what should have been one of the most important days of my life, saying goodbye to my dad. Instead, it turned into the most humiliating experience I've ever had, thanks to my stepbrother Jake, who's 33 and has been in my family since I was in college. When Dad remarried about 15 years ago, he brought Jake and his mother Linda into our lives. At first, I tried to be welcoming, but it became clear pretty quickly that Jake was Dad's new favorite. Suddenly, Jake was getting invited to family barbecues I didn't even know were happening. Dad would spend entire phone calls bragging about Jake's promotion at work or how Jake was fixing up his house. When Jake needed help with his down payment, Dad was right there with a check. When I needed help during my rough patch after my divorce 2 years ago, I got a lecture about being more responsible with money. The thing is, despite all of Jake's maneuvering, Dad and I still had our bond. We talked every Wednesday night without fail. We shared this love of baseball that Jake never got. Dad and I could spend hours talking about stats and trades, while Jake just sat there looking bored. We had inside jokes from when I was a kid that would crack us both up. Jake always seemed frustrated that he couldn't break into that connection we had. When Dad got sick last month, everything accelerated. Jake immediately took charge of everything, acting like he was the only son in the picture. He made all the arrangements for Dad's care without consulting me. When Dad passed, Jake swooped in and started planning the funeral like I didn't exist. He picked flowers Dad would have hated, these elaborate white arrangements when Dad always preferred simple yellow daisies. He chose hymns Dad never liked because they sounded more dignified. Every decision felt wrong, but I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to fight during such a difficult time. The eulogy was the one thing I really wanted to do. I'd been working on it for days, writing and rewriting, trying to capture who Dad really was. Not the version Jake seemed to know, but the real Dad. The guy who taught me to drive stick shift in an empty parking lot, who came to every single one of my class. I was wearing Dad's favorite tie, this ugly blue and gold striped thing he'd worn to every important event. My speech was folded in my jacket pocket, handwritten on the good paper I use for important letters. The service went smoothly at first. The pastor said nice things. We sang Dad's actual favorite hymn that I'd quietly requested. Then it came time for the eulogy. The pastor called me up, and I stood from the front pew where I'd been sitting. I took maybe 3 steps toward the podium, when Jake suddenly stood up from his seat 2 rows back. He walked right past me, reached the podium first and put his hand on the microphone. He looked out at the congregation with this confident smile and said he thought it would be more appropriate for him to speak on behalf of the family. The pastor looked confused, glancing between Jake and me. I was frozen there in the middle of the aisle, not wanting to cause a scene at Dad's funeral. Jake launched into his speech without even looking at me. He started talking about Dad like he'd known him his whole life, like he was the real son. He told stories about family trips that I had actually planned and paid for, but he told them like he'd organized everything. He talked about their special relationship, mentioning Wednesday night phone calls that were mine and Dad's tradition. He even claimed Dad's love of baseball was something they shared, when Jake had never shown interest in sports until he needed something to bond with Dad about. The worst part was watching people's faces. I could see my Aunt Martha looking back and forth between Jake and me with this horrified expression. My cousin Tom was actually recording the whole thing on his phone. Some of my students were in the third row, looking completely confused about why I wasn't speaking. Extended family members were whispering to each other, clearly picking up on the weirdness of the situation. I kept thinking I should march up there and take the microphone back. I had every right. I was his actual son. I'd been asked to speak. I had something real and meaningful prepared. But I also couldn't bring myself to turn Dad's funeral into a wrestling match over a microphone. Jake kept going, getting more elaborate with each story. He started talking in the church parking lot for the next 20 minutes, gripping the steering wheel and trying to process what had just happened. Through the church windows, I could see Jake still up there at the podium, gesturing dramatically as he continued his performance. My eulogy was still folded in my jacket pocket, completely useless now. The thing that killed me most was how convincing he sounded. Jake has always been good at this, rewriting history to put himself at the center of everything. But hearing him do it at Dad's funeral, in front of everyone who mattered, felt like watching someone steal my identity in real time. He spent a good 10 minutes talking about how Dad used to call him every Wednesday night to check in and chat about life. Those were my phone calls. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m. for the past 15 years, Dad would call me to talk about work, students, baseball, whatever was going on. Jake knew about those calls because Dad would sometimes mention them, but he was never part of them. Yet there he was, telling a church full of people about their Wednesday tradition, like he'd invented it. Then Jake started in on the baseball stories, and I almost got out of my car to go back in there. He told everyone about how he and Dad would spend hours talking about stats and trades, how they'd debate whether the Yankees were having a good season. Jake doesn't know a batting average from an earned run average. I'm the one who spent my childhood learning everything about baseball because Dad loved it. I'm the one who still has Dad's old scorebooks from games we went to together. Jake went to exactly 3 games with us over the years and spent most of the time on his phone. But the way Jake told it, you'd think he was Dad's lifelong baseball buddy. He even mentioned specific games we'd attended together, games where Jake wasn't even there. But he inserted himself into the memories like he'd been sitting right beside Dad the whole time. I watched through the window as some of Dad's old coworkers nodded along, probably thinking what a nice relationship the two of them had. The family trip stories were almost worse. Jake talked about planning Dad's 60th birthday camping trip, the one where we'd rented cabins up at the lake. I organized that entire weekend. I coordinated schedules with everyone, made the events. He was the mastermind behind Dad's best Christmas ever. What really got to me was watching people's reactions. My Aunt Martha kept glancing toward the door I'd left through, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. She knew the real story of most of these events. She'd been there for Dad's birthday trip. She knew who actually planned everything. But she wasn't about to interrupt a funeral eulogy to fact-check Jake's lies. My cousin Tom was still recording everything on his phone, which I was grateful for later but felt weird about in the moment. Some of Dad's neighbors were nodding along to Jake's stories, probably thinking what a devoted stepson he was. My students looked confused about why their teacher had just walked out of his own father's funeral. The absolute worst part came when Jake started talking about Dad's final weeks. He claimed he was the one who spent the most time at the hospital, that Dad had specifically asked for him during the hard moments. The truth is, I took time off work to be there almost every day. I'm the one who slept in the uncomfortable hospital chair. I'm the one who advocated with the doctors when Dad was too weak to speak up for himself. Jake visited maybe 5 times total, and usually only stayed for an hour before he had somewhere else to be. But Jake painted himself as the devoted son who held Dad's hand through everything. He even claimed Dad's last coherent words were about how grateful he was that Jake had come into his life, how Jake had been the son he'd always hoped for. I was there when Dad died. His last words were asking me to make sure I kept teaching because it made him proud. He never said anything about Jake being a better son than me. Sitting in that parking lot, I could feel my face burning with anger and humiliation. Everyone in there was hearing Jake's version of my relationship with my own father, and there was nothing I could do about it. He'd successfully positioned himself as the grieving primary son, while making me look like some jealous stepchild who couldn't handle sharing the spotlight. The worst part was that some of it would stick. People would remember Jake's confident, emotional speech about his close relationship with Dad. They'd remember me walking out like I couldn't handle the situation. Even if I tried to correct the record later, I would be told today. Instead, everyone would remember Jake's fictional version of Dad's life, where I was barely a footnote, and Jake was the star of every meaningful moment. Through the church windows, I could see Jake winding down his speech. He was probably getting ready for the big finish, some emotional moment about carrying on Dad's legacy. I couldn't bring myself to go back in there and pretend everything was fine. I couldn't sit through the rest of the service acting like nothing had happened while people offered Jake their condolences like he was the real son. I stayed in my car until I saw people starting to file out of the church. A few relatives came looking for me. Aunt Martha was the first one out the door, scanning the parking lot until she spotted my car. She knocked on my window and asked if I was okay, told me she couldn't believe what Jake had done in there. One of my students, this kid named Marcus who'd been in my AP class last year, actually came over too. He said it was obvious something wasn't right and wanted to make sure I was handling things okay. But most people just walked past my car to their own vehicles, probably assuming I'd had some kind of breakdown or couldn't handle the emotion of the day. I watched Jake standing outside the church entrance, accepting condolences like he was the primary mourner. People were shaking his hand, hugging him, telling him what a beautiful tribute he'd given to his father. My stepmother Linda was right beside him, playing the role of grieving widow while completely ignoring the fact that her stepson was sitting alone in the parking lot. The confrontation with Linda came about an hour later at the reception. I'd finally worked up the nerve to go inside the community center where they were serving lunch. Linda cornered me near the sandwich table and let me have it. She said I'd embarrassed the entire family by storming out of the service. She told me I'd made the day about myself instead of honoring Dad's memory. According to her, Jake had stepped up to speak because he could see I was too emotional to handle it properly. That was rich, coming from someone who'd watched her son hijack my eulogy and said nothing. I tried to explain that I'd been specifically asked to speak and had prepared something meaningful. But Linda cut me off. She said I needed to swallow my pride and think about family unity instead of my own hurt. She was horrified watching Jake rewrite history like that, and she doesn't blame me for leaving. A few of Dad's co-workers have reached out privately to say they noticed something was off about the whole situation. The real game changer came a week after the funeral, when my cousin Tom sent me the video he'd recorded. I hadn't wanted to watch it at first, but Tom insisted I needed to see it. The footage clearly shows Jake intercepting me as I walk toward the podium. You can see me standing there looking confused while he takes the microphone without any explanation to the congregation. It's obvious I was supposed to speak, and that Jake inserted himself into the situation. Tom has been sharing that video with other family members, and it's shifted some opinions. My Aunt Susan called to apologize for initially thinking I'd overreacted. She said seeing the video made it clear that Jake had ambushed me. A few other relatives have reached out to say they understand why I left, now that they've seen what actually happened. But the damage feels pretty permanent. Jake is still playing the victim, telling anyone who'll listen that I stormed out because I was jealous of his relationship with Dad. He's been posting on social media about grief and family bonds, subtle digs that everyone knows are aimed at me. Linda is backing him up completely, insisting that Jake was just trying to help when he saw I was too overwhelmed to speak. Linda has escalated things recently by threatening to exclude me from discussions about Dad's will if I don't apologize to Jake. She claims I owe him an apology for embarrassing him at the funeral, which is completely backwards but typical of how she operates. She's been telling relatives that I'm being stubborn and selfish, that I'm tearing the family apart over my own ego. The thing that bothers me most is that my real eulogy is still sitting on my desk at home. I spent days working on it, trying to capture who Dad really was and what he meant to me. It talks about the Sunday morning driving lessons, the way he never missed a parent-teacher conference, how proud he was when I became a teacher. All those real memories are just sitting there unused, while Jake's fictional version of Dad's life is what everyone will remember. I've been going back and forth about whether I should have handled things differently. Maybe I should have. Always proud of our Wednesday phone calls, our shared love of baseball, the bond we had that Jake never really understood. The family is still divided 3 weeks later. Jake and Linda won't speak to me unless I apologize first. About half the relatives think I was wrong to walk out, regardless of the circumstances. The other half understand why I couldn't sit there and listen to Jake rewrite my relationship with my own father. My students have been great. A few of them have asked how I'm doing, and Marcus told me his whole family thought something seemed off about the funeral when he described it to them. I keep wondering if there's any way to fix this mess, or if I should just cut ties with that side of the family completely. The video evidence has convinced some people that Jake was out of line, but others still think I should have handled it better. Linda's threats about the will make it clear she's not interested in any kind of reconciliation that doesn't involve me groveling to Jake. So here I am, 3 weeks later, still processing the most humiliating day of my life. I never got to honor my father the way I wanted to. Instead, everyone will remember Jake's performance and my dramatic exit. Dad deserved better than having his funeral turned into some twisted family power struggle. But I honestly don't know what I could have done differently without making an even bigger scene. Did I cross the line by exposing my boss's favoritism during the annual company banquet? I'm a 27-year-old junior marketing associate who's been with this mid-sized tech company for 2 years now. My boss, Sarah, 45, manages our team of 6, and there's this one coworker, Mike, 29, who's been getting special treatment since day 1. For the past year, I've watched Mike get handed every high-profile project while I'm stuck with grunt work. It started small at first. Sarah would assign him the client meetings while I did the prep work. Then it escalated to him presenting my research as his own ideas. The breaking point should have been when the quarterly client presentation came up, and I spent 3 weeks building the entire strategy deck from scratch. I'm talking late nights, weekend research, multiple revisions based on client feedback. Mike swooped in for the final meeting with the client and somehow became the lead on the project. When I brought this up to Sarah privately, she brushed me off completely. She said I was being insecure and needed to focus on being a team player instead of worrying about credit. That conversation lasted maybe 5 minutes before she redirected to some other task she needed me to handle. The pattern just kept repeating after that. Mike would show up to meetings unprepared. I'd cover for the team by having all the backup data ready, and somehow he'd walk away with the praise. When our social media engagement increased by 200% after I completely overhauled our content strategy, guess whose name was on the report that went to upper management? When I identified a new target demographic through market research that ended up saving our biggest client relationship, Mike presented those findings to the leadership team. I started keeping detailed records of everything. Screenshots of my original files, email timestamps, even text messages from other co-workers, acknowledging that certain ideas came from me. I thought maybe if I had enough evidence, someone would listen. But every time I tried to speak up, Sarah would shut it down. She had this way of making me feel like I was the problem for even bringing it up. The worst part was watching Mike just coast through everything. He'd roll in at 10 a.m. when the rest of us were there by 8:30. He'd duck out early for client dinners that were really just happy hours with his buddies. Hotel downtown, and they announce promotions and give out awards in front of everyone. All the staff, executives, even some board members. I'd been to one before when I first started, and it seemed like such a big deal. People would dress up, give speeches, the whole 9 yards. This year, I actually had some hope. I'd been working on this massive project for months that had saved the company a significant client contract. The data was solid, the strategy was innovative, and the results were measurable. I thought maybe this would finally be my moment to get some recognition. Sarah got up to present the Employee of the Year award and started talking about outstanding performance and innovative thinking. She's going on about how this person showed exceptional project leadership and creative problem solving. I'm sitting there thinking maybe, just maybe, she's about to call my name. Then she announces Mike as the winner, and my stomach just dropped. But it got worse. She started listing off his accomplishments for the year, and I realized she was literally describing my work. The quarterly client strategy that saved the Morrison account, that was mine. The social media campaign that increased engagement, mine. The market research that identified our new target demographic, also mine. The room is applauding. Mike's walking up to accept his award with this huge grin, and I'm sitting there feeling like I'm in some kind of alternate reality. All these months of documentation, all these late nights, all this work I'd poured my heart into, and he's getting a trophy for it in front of the entire company. Something just snapped in me. I'd been quiet for so long, taken so much, tried to handle things the professional way, and none of it mattered. I stood up and started clapping really slowly, loud enough that people started looking over. Then I said it. Congratulations, Mike. Do you want to thank the actual people who did the work on those projects? The entire banquet hall went dead silent. I'm talking about 150 people, and you could hear a pin drop. Sarah's smile completely froze on her face, and Mike just stood there at the podium holding his award, looking absolutely terrified. The CEO looked confused. Categories after that, but nobody was really paying attention anymore. People kept stealing glances at our table where Sarah was shooting me death glares, and Mike was pretending to be very interested in his phone. That's when it hit me what I'd actually just done. I'd called out my boss in front of the entire company leadership team. I'd humiliated their award winner at what was supposed to be a celebration. I'd made a scene that everyone would be talking about for weeks. The reality of it started sinking in, and suddenly the adrenaline rush was replaced by this sick feeling in my stomach, about what the consequences were going to be. The silence after I spoke felt like it lasted forever, but it was probably only a few seconds before the whispering started. You know that sound when 150 people are all trying to talk quietly at once? It's like this low buzzing that fills the entire room. The CEO looked completely bewildered, and I could see a few board members leaning over to each other trying to figure out what just happened. Sarah's face went through this whole transformation. First shock, then embarrassment, then this cold fury that I'd never seen before. She was trying to maintain some semblance of professionalism since we were in front of everyone, but I could tell she wanted to absolutely destroy me right there on the spot. Mike was still standing at the podium holding his award, and he looked like he wanted the floor to open up and swallow him whole. I almost felt bad for him for a split second, but then I remembered all those times he'd taken credit for my work without batting an eye. The thing is, once I started talking, I couldn't stop. All those months of documentation and evidence I'd been keeping just came pouring out. I started rattling off specific details about the Morrison account project. I mentioned the exact date I submitted the initial strategy proposal, how I'd spent 2 weeks doing competitive analysis that Mike had never even seen. I brought up the social media campaign and how I had the original creative brief saved with timestamps showing when I'd developed the concepts. People at nearby tables were definitely listening now. I could see some of my coworkers looking really uncomfortable, especially the ones who'd witnessed Mike taking credit for my ideas in team meetings. Jenny from accounting had this expression like she was impressed, but also terrified. I could tell everyone was distracted. I kept catching people glancing over at our table, and I realized I'd become the center of attention in the worst possible way. During the dinner portion, hardly anyone at my table was talking. Mike had sat back down but was mostly just pushing food around on his plate. Sarah was making forced conversation with the manager from the sales team who was sitting next to her, but I could see her jaw was clenched the entire time. The other people from our department were acting like nothing had happened, but there was this weird tension hanging over everything. I tried to eat, but my stomach was in knots. The reality of what I'd just done was starting to really hit me. I'd called out my boss in front of the entire company. I'd basically accused a coworker of stealing credit in the most public way possible. I'd made a scene at what was supposed to be a celebration of team achievements. But at the same time, part of me felt this weird sense of relief. For months, I'd been keeping all this frustration bottled up, trying to handle things through proper channels, documenting everything and hoping someone would eventually listen. None of that had worked. At least now, everyone knew the truth about who had actually done the work. After dinner, people started mingling, and that's when the real reactions started coming. Jenny pulled me aside near the bar and told me she'd been waiting for someone to finally say something about the favoritism. She said she'd watched it happen for months and felt terrible that I wasn't getting credit for my work. But then she also said she was worried about what this would mean for my job, and that maybe I should have found a different way to handle it. Tom from sales had a completely different take. He cornered me by the coat check and basically told me I'd just committed career suicide. He said that no matter how right I was about the work situation, humiliating Sarah in front of upper management was something she'd never forgive. He kept talking about office politics and how sometimes you have to play the game even when it's unfair. A few other people approached me throughout the evening with mixed reactions. Some seemed genuinely supportive and said they'd noticed the same patterns I was talking about. Others were more concerned about the way I'd handled it. One woman from HR was there socially, and she gave me this look that I couldn't quite read. Consequences. I kept checking my work email obsessively, expecting to find some kind of message about a meeting with HR, or maybe even a termination notice. Nothing came through, which somehow made it worse, because I had no idea what to expect. By Sunday night, I was a complete mess. I'd gone over the whole situation 100 times in my head, trying to figure out if there had been some other way to handle it. Maybe I could have waited until after the banquet and then approached HR with my documentation. Maybe I could have found a way to bring it up during Sarah's speech that wouldn't have been so confrontational. But honestly, I'd tried the quiet approach for months, and it hadn't gotten me anywhere. Sarah had made it clear she wasn't interested in hearing my concerns about the favoritism. HR hadn't responded to the informal complaints I'd made. Maybe public embarrassment was the only thing that would actually get anyone to pay attention to what had been happening. The worst part was not knowing what would happen next. Would Sarah try to fire me for insubordination? Would upper management investigate the claims I'd made? Would Mike face any consequences for taking credit for work that wasn't his? I had no idea, and the uncertainty was killing me. Monday morning, I walked into the office expecting the worst, and in some ways it was exactly what I'd imagined. Sarah wouldn't even look at me when I said good morning. She just gave me this cold nod and immediately started talking to Mike about some project deadline. The whole team dynamic felt completely different, like there was this invisible wall between me and everyone else. Around 10 a.m., I got the email I'd been dreading. HR wanted to schedule a meeting for Wednesday afternoon to discuss the events at the company banquet. The message was very formal and didn't give any indication of whether I was in trouble or if they were actually going to investigate my claims. I spent the rest of Monday feeling like I had a target on my back. The office atmosphere was incredibly tense. People were either avoiding me completely or giving me these weird, supportive but cautious nods when they thought Sarah wasn't looking. Mike was being even quieter than usual, which for him was saying something. He'd barely spoken during our team meeting that morning and kept checking his phone like he was waiting for some kind of news. Mike ever got involved. I had the creative brief for the social media campaign showing my initial concepts and revisions. I even had meeting notes where I'd outlined the market research methodology that identified our new target demographic. By Tuesday, the office rumor mill was in full swing. I could tell people were talking about what happened at the banquet because conversations would stop when I walked by, and then start up again in whispers after I passed. It was like being back in high school, except the stakes were my actual career. Sarah was being actively hostile at this point. She started excluding me from important meetings and would make these passive-aggressive comments about team loyalty and professionalism. When I asked about a client presentation I'd been working on, she told me she was reassigning it to someone more reliable. The message was pretty clear. But then something unexpected started happening. 3 of my coworkers privately reached out to me through personal messages and email. Jenny from accounting said she'd witnessed the favoritism for months, and had always felt bad that I wasn't getting recognition for my work. Another colleague from the design team said she'd noticed Mike presenting ideas that sounded suspiciously similar to concepts I'd mentioned in casual conversations weeks earlier. The most surprising support came from David, who's been with the company for 5 years and usually stays out of office drama. He messaged me saying he'd seen the same patterns I was talking about and had actually been documenting some of it himself because he was considering bringing it up with management. He said my public confrontation had been braver than anything he would have done. On the flip side, other people were definitely keeping their distance. During team meetings, colleagues who usually collaborated with me were suddenly very focused on their own projects. I could tell they were worried that associating with me too closely might hurt their own standing with Sarah. Wednesday afternoon finally arrived, and I went into the HR meeting with a folder full of documentation and absolutely no idea what to expect. The HR director and another representative I didn't recognize were there, along with someone from upper management I'd seen around but never spoken to directly. They asked me to walk through what had happened at the banquet and explain my concerns about the favoritism. I went through everything chronologically, showing them the evidence I'd compiled over the past several months. They took note email with all the attachments and would be reviewing everything thoroughly. They also mentioned that they'd be speaking with other team members to get a complete picture of the situation. That made me nervous because I wasn't sure who they'd talk to or what those people might say. After the meeting, I felt this weird combination of relief and anxiety. Relief that I'd finally been able to present my case to people who seemed willing to listen, but anxiety about what would happen next and whether there would be retaliation from Sarah. Sure enough, Sarah's behavior got even worse after the HR meeting. She started CCing upper management on emails about my projects, pointing out minor issues that she'd never cared about before. It felt like she was building a case against me, documenting everything that could potentially be used to justify disciplinary action or termination. She also sent a response to HR, claiming that I'd sabotaged the team's reputation and created a hostile work environment. I only found out about this because someone in HR mentioned they were reviewing multiple perspectives on the situation. Sarah was framing my public confrontation as insubordination and unprofessional conduct that reflected poorly on the entire marketing department. The uncertainty was the worst part. It's been almost 2 weeks since the banquet now, and I still don't know what the final outcome will be. HR said they're conducting a thorough review, but they haven't given me any timeline for when I might hear something definitive. Meanwhile, Mike has been practically invisible. He's showing up to meetings but barely participating, and I heard through the office grapevine that he's been asking around about job openings at other companies. I can't tell if that's because he feels guilty about the situation, or if he's worried about his own job security now that the favoritism has been exposed. The office dynamics are still completely messed up. Some days I feel like I did the right thing by finally standing up for myself and exposing what was happening. Other days I wonder if I should have just kept my head down and looked for another job, instead of making such a public scene. My friend outside the company keeps telling me I should start job hunting regardless of what happens with the HR investigation. She says that even if they rule in my favor, my relationship with Sarah is probably damaged beyond repair, and soon enough whether speaking up at that banquet was the bravest thing I've ever done, or the biggest career mistake of my life. Was I out of line for refusing to include my mother in the baby shower after what she did? I'm a 32-year-old woman, currently 7 months pregnant, and I honestly don't know if I handled this situation correctly. My mother has always been controlling, but this whole thing with my baby shower has taken it to a completely different level. My sister and my best friend had been planning this beautiful shower for months at a rented hall, and everything was supposed to be perfect. Let me back up a bit. My relationship with my mother has never been easy. She's one of those people who somehow manages to make every single milestone in my life about her. When I got engaged, she tried to plan my wedding without asking. When I bought my first house, she showed up with paint samples and started redecorating before I'd even finished unpacking. So when I announced my pregnancy 4 months ago, I should have seen what was coming. The moment I told her about the baby, she went into full takeover mode. Suddenly, she was an expert on everything pregnancy and parenting related. She started sending me lists of approved baby names, all of which were either family names or names she liked. When I mentioned I was thinking about an ocean-themed nursery, she showed up at my house the next day with shopping bags full of safari decorations because that's what she thought would be better. The worst part was when she started telling my aunts and cousins that she was going to be the main caregiver once the baby arrived. I never agreed to that, never even discussed it with her, but she was already making plans. My sister Emma and my best friend Sarah decided they wanted to throw me a baby shower, which was incredibly sweet of them. They found this perfect little hall, sent out save the dates, and started planning all these cute games and decorations. I was so excited because for once, something was going to be about me and my baby, not about what my mother wanted. They'd been working on this for weeks, and I could tell they were really putting their hearts into it. That's when everything went completely sideways. About a month before the shower, my cousin Jessica called me. She was confused because she'd gotten 2 different invitations for baby showers for me on the same date. I had no idea what she was talking about until she forwarded me the second invitation. My mother had planned her own baby shower for me. Same date, same time, canceled on Emma and Sarah's shower because she assumed there had been some kind of mix-up, and my mother's was the correct one. I was absolutely furious. This wasn't just about party planning. This was about my mother once again hijacking something that was supposed to be mine. She hadn't asked permission, hadn't coordinated with Emma and Sarah, hadn't even told me she was doing it. She just decided she knew better and went ahead with her own plans. When I confronted her about it, she acted like I was being unreasonable. She said she was just so excited to be a grandmother and wanted to make sure the celebration was done right. She claimed that Emma and Sarah were too young to plan a proper shower and that she had more experience with these kinds of events. She kept saying things like, "I just want what's best for my grandbaby," and "I'm trying to help." But I could see right through it. This wasn't about helping or being excited. This was about control. She couldn't stand the idea that someone else was organizing something important in my life, so she had to create her own version where she was in charge. The conversation got heated pretty quickly. I told her that what she did was completely inappropriate and that she needed to cancel her event immediately. She refused, saying that she'd already put deposits down and that people were expecting her shower now. She actually had the nerve to suggest that I should cancel the shower Emma and Sarah had planned instead. That's when I made the decision that has everyone calling me cruel. I told her she was no longer welcome at the actual shower. I said that if she wanted to have her own party, fine, but she couldn't come to mine. The look on her face was like I'd slapped her. She immediately started crying and carrying on about how I was robbing her of her joy and embarrassing her in front of the whole family. She said I was being selfish and that a good daughter would want her mother involved in something this important. She kept saying that she'd been looking forward to this for months and that I was ruining everything. But I was done. I'd spent my entire adult life letting her steamroll over my boundaries, and I wasn't going to let her ruin this too. This baby shower was supposed to be about celebrating me and my baby, not about giving my mother another opportunity. Grandchild's celebration. The manipulation was next level. She told my Aunt Carol that I was punishing her for being excited about becoming a grandmother. She told my Uncle Mike that I was letting my friends turn me against my own family. To my grandmother, she said I was forgetting who raised me and sacrificed everything for me. Each story was slightly different, but they all had the same theme. She was the victim, and I was this ungrateful daughter who had suddenly turned mean and selfish. What made it worse was that some of it was working. My Aunt Carol called me in tears, begging me to reconsider because your mother just loves you so much. My grandmother, who's 85 and doesn't really understand the full situation, kept asking why I was being so hard on my poor mother. Even my dad, who usually stays out of our drama, suggested maybe I was overreacting and should just let bygones be bygones. But then there were the family members who were seeing right through her act. My cousin Lisa called me and said she'd gotten 3 separate phone calls from my mother, each one more dramatic than the last. My Uncle James flat out told my mother that what she did was wrong and that she needed to respect my boundaries. My sister Emma was furious and kept reminding everyone that this whole mess started because our mother couldn't let other people plan something nice for me. The worst part was watching my family literally split down the middle. People who had been close for years were suddenly arguing about my baby shower. My mother's sister and my dad's sister got into a huge fight at my cousin's birthday party because they disagreed about who was being unreasonable. It was like my pregnancy had somehow become this battlefield for everyone's opinions about boundaries and family loyalty. Meanwhile, my mother was still proceeding full steam ahead with her competing shower. She'd sent out updated invitations with more details, started posting about it on Facebook like it was completely normal, and was apparently telling people that I was coming around and would probably show up to hers instead. She even had the nerve to register at the same stores where Emma and Sarah had already set up my registry, creating duplicate wish lists. About 10 days before the shower, things reached a breaking point. My mother showed up at my house unannounced with my Aunt Marie and my grandmother. Marie was going on about how this kind of conflict wasn't good for the baby and how stress could cause complications. I felt like I was going crazy. Here I was, 7 months pregnant, sitting in my own house being lectured by 3 grown women about how I should just accept my mother's boundary-stomping behavior because family harmony was more important than my feelings. They made it sound like I was the one causing problems by refusing to be walked all over. But I held my ground. I told them that this wasn't about forgiveness or family unity. It was about respect. I said that my mother had shown me no respect by planning a competing event without my knowledge, and I wasn't going to reward that behavior by pretending everything was fine. I explained that Emma and Sarah had put months of work into planning something special for me, and I wasn't going to let that be overshadowed by my mother's need to be in control. The conversation went in circles for over an hour. Every time I tried to explain my side, one of them would interrupt with something about how hurt my mother was, or how I was being stubborn. When I pointed out that my mother could have just asked to be involved in the original shower, instead of planning her own, they said I should have included her from the beginning. When I mentioned that she'd been trying to take over every aspect of my pregnancy, they said she was just excited and I was being too sensitive. Finally, I'd had enough. I stood up and told them they needed to leave. I said that my decision was final. My mother was not welcome at my shower, and if they couldn't respect that, then they didn't need to come either. My grandmother looked shocked, Aunt Marie got huffy, and my mother started sobbing even harder. But I didn't back down. After they left, I called Emma and Sarah and told them what had happened. They were both furious and incredibly supportive. Sarah said she'd already been getting weird calls from some of my relatives asking about the situation. And Emma said she was ready to hire security for the shower if necessary. Having their support meant everything to me, especially when it felt like half my family thought I was being unreasonable. The calls and texts didn't stop, though. Every day brought new messages from relatives weighing in on this. Acceptable wasn't someone I needed at my celebration anyway. The night before my shower, I barely slept. I kept thinking about how this was supposed to be one of the happiest times in my life, and instead, it had turned into this massive family drama. Part of me wondered if I should have just given in and let my mother have her way, like I always had before. But a bigger part of me knew that if I backed down now, she'd never respect my boundaries as a parent. The day of my shower arrived, and despite everything that had happened, it was honestly wonderful. Emma and Sarah had done such an incredible job with the decorations and planning. The hall looked beautiful, the food was amazing, and the people who came were genuinely there to celebrate me and my baby. There were about 30 people there, which was smaller than we'd originally planned because of all the family drama, but everyone who showed up was supportive and happy to be there. What struck me most was how relaxed I felt once the shower actually started. For weeks I'd been stressed about the family conflict and wondering if I'd made the right choice. But being surrounded by people who respected my boundaries made me realize I absolutely had. My college friends were there, my coworkers, Emma and Sarah's families, and the relatives who had stuck by me through all this mess. We played games, opened presents, and I actually got to enjoy my own baby shower instead of managing my mother's drama. The only hard part was the few moments when I found myself looking around for my mother out of habit. Despite everything she'd put me through, there was still a small part of me that felt sad she wasn't there. This was her first grandchild, and in a perfect world, she would have been helping me open gifts and taking pictures. But then I'd remember why she wasn't there, and the sadness would turn back into resolve. Meanwhile, I found out later that my mother's competing shower was happening at the same time across town. My cousin Jessica, who had tried to stay neutral through this whole thing, ended up going to both events. She came to mine first for about an hour, then went to my mother's afterward. A few other relatives did something similar, which felt weird, but I guess they were trying to keep everyone happy. The gifts at my shower were thoughtful and practical, exactly what I needed. Peace didn't last long. The next morning I woke up to discover that my mother had gone completely silent. No calls, no texts, nothing. When I tried calling her to see how her event had gone, part of me was still hoping we could somehow move past this. My calls went straight to voicemail. She'd blocked my number. Then the rumor mill started up again, but this time it was worse. Through various family members, I heard that my mother was telling people I had punished her for being excited about her grandchild, and that I was keeping her away from the baby out of spite. She was apparently saying that she'd tried everything to make peace with me, but I was being vindictive and cruel. Some of these stories made it sound like she'd never planned a competing shower at all, like the whole conflict was just me being unreasonable about her wanting to help with party planning. The worst part was that she was getting sympathy from people who didn't know the full story. Family friends who hadn't been involved in the shower drama started reaching out to ask if everything was okay, and suggesting that maybe I should reach out to my mother. It was exhausting having to explain over and over again that this wasn't about her being excited. It was about her completely disrespecting my boundaries and trying to take over my celebration. About a week after the shower, I started getting some interesting information from relatives who had attended my mother's event. My cousin Jessica was the first to really tell me what had happened there. She said it was, honestly, pretty awkward. My mother had set up a whole gift table, and when people brought presents, she was the one opening them, instead of having them set aside for me. She was acting like she was the guest of honor, not me. My Aunt Linda, who had initially supported my mother, called me a few days later sounding uncomfortable. She said the whole thing had felt off, and that my mother spent most of the time talking about how hurt she was by my behavior, rather than celebrating the baby. Apparently, my mother had even made a speech about how she was celebrating her grandchild despite being excluded by her own daughter. The most telling detail came from my Uncle James's wife, who said that we're telling both sides to just get over it. Others were digging in deeper on their chosen side. My grandmother was still calling me regularly, trying to get me to be the bigger person and reach out to my mother first. My dad was caught in the middle, trying to stay neutral but clearly uncomfortable with the whole mess. The really frustrating part was that this was all happening while I was trying to prepare for actually having a baby. I was in my 3rd trimester, dealing with all the physical discomforts and trying to get the nursery ready and take childbirth classes. Instead of focusing on that, I was constantly fielding calls from family members about this ongoing drama. 3 weeks after the shower, my mother was still maintaining complete radio silence with me. No congratulations on the gifts I'd received, no asking how I was feeling, no attempts to reconcile. It was like I'd ceased to exist for her, unless it was to complain about me to other people. The woman who had claimed she just wanted to be involved in her grandchild's life was now completely absent from my pregnancy. Some days I wondered if I should just swallow my pride and call her. Maybe apologize, even though I didn't think I'd done anything wrong, just to end the conflict before the baby was born. But then I'd think about what kind of precedent that would set for my life as a parent. If I gave in now, would she try to take over the birth experience too? Would she show up at the hospital uninvited? Would she try to dictate how I fed my baby? or what daycare I chose. The more I thought about it, the more I realized this conflict was about so much more than just a baby shower. This was about whether I was going to let my mother continue to steamroll over my decisions now that I was becoming a parent myself. And when I looked at it that way, I knew I'd made the right choice, even if it meant dealing with family drama and guilt trips. Now I'm just waiting to see what happens when the baby actually arrives. Part of me thinks my mother will come around once her grandchild is born, but another part of me wonders if this rift is permanent. Either way, I'm not backing down from the boundaries I've set. Could I be wrong for kicking my best friend out of my wedding after the speech she gave? I, 28M, just got married last month, and I'm still dealing with the fallout from what happened at my wedding reception. My best friend since college, Sarah, 29F, was my best woman. Yeah, I know it's not traditional, but we've been inseparable since freshman year. She's always been like a sister to me, or at least that's what I thought. My wife Emma has never been completely comfortable with my friendship with Sarah. I get it. Sarah and I do have a lot of inside jokes. We text pretty regularly, and we've always been physically affectionate in a platonic way. Emma would sometimes make comments about how Sarah would hug me a little too long, or how she'd always find excuses to hang out when Emma wasn't around. I always brushed it off and told Emma she had nothing to worry about. Sarah was just my friend, period. The wedding planning was stressful enough without relationship drama. Emma wasn't thrilled about Sarah being my best woman, but I insisted. Sarah had been there for me through everything: breakups, family issues, career changes. There was no way I was having my wedding without her standing next to me. I promised Emma that Sarah would be respectful and that it would be fine. The wedding day itself was perfect. The ceremony went off without a hitch, photos were great, and everyone seemed to be having a good time at the reception. The venue was this beautiful banquet hall, packed with about 150 of our friends and family. Emma looked absolutely stunning, and I kept thinking about how lucky I was. Everything was going smoothly until it came time for speeches. My dad went first with the typical father of the groom speech. Emma's maid of honor did a sweet toast about their friendship, and then it was Sarah's turn. I was actually looking forward to it. Sarah's always been funny and a great public speaker. She started off normal enough, talking about how we met in college and sharing some embarrassing stories about my early 20s. People were laughing. Emma was smiling, and I was relieved. But then something shifted in Sarah's tone. She got this weird, nostalgic look and started talking about how everyone always assumed that she and I would end up together. To everything was shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Sarah kept laughing and tried to transition to something else about how happy she was for us. But the damage was already done. The MC jumped in and quickly moved to the next part of the evening. But you could feel how awkward everything had become. People were whispering to each other, and I could see guests looking back and forth between me, Emma, and Sarah, like they were watching a car crash. Emma excused herself to go to the bathroom, and I knew she was either going to cry or throw up from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Sarah was acting like absolutely nothing had happened. She was mingling with people, laughing, and seemed completely oblivious to the fact that she had just dropped a bomb on my wedding reception. I was standing there in my tuxedo, watching my wife flee the room, and my best friend chat with my coworkers like she hadn't just implied that maybe she should have been the one wearing the wedding dress. The whole thing felt surreal, like I was watching it happen to someone else. But the sick feeling in my stomach and the whispers around me made it very real, very quickly. I stood there for what felt like forever, watching Emma disappear into the bathroom and Sarah acting like she'd just given a normal, sweet wedding toast. The cognitive dissonance was insane. Half the room was still processing what they'd just heard, and Sarah was already at the bar ordering another drink. My first instinct was to follow Emma, but I knew I needed to deal with Sarah first. I couldn't let this slide and pretend it didn't happen. I made my way over to where she was standing with a group of my college friends, and I could tell from their faces that they were just as uncomfortable as everyone else. When I approached, they all suddenly found reasons to go check out the dessert table. I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her toward a quiet corner near the coat check. The whole time I'm thinking about how this is my wedding day, how this should be the happiest day of my life. And instead I'm having to manage damage control from my supposed best friend. Sarah immediately went on the defensive before I even said anything. She started with how everyone was being too sensitive, female friends. That's when I really lost it. I'd been trying to stay calm, trying to handle this quietly, but hearing her basically attack Emma for being upset about what she'd said made me see red. I told her that what she said wasn't a joke, it was completely inappropriate, and that she needed to find Emma and apologize immediately. Sarah laughed at me. She actually laughed and said she wasn't going to apologize for making a harmless comment that everyone was taking way too seriously. She started going on about how Emma had always been jealous of our friendship and how she was probably loving the drama because now she could play the victim. I realized in that moment that Sarah genuinely didn't understand what she'd done wrong. It wasn't that she was being stubborn or defensive. She literally could not see how announcing to my wedding reception that she wondered if we should have ended up together was completely out of line. She thought everyone else was the problem. I gave her one last chance. I told her she could either go find Emma right now and give her a sincere apology, or she could leave. Not later, not after the reception. Right now. Sarah stared at me like I'd just told her I was an alien. She said she couldn't believe I was giving her an ultimatum over something so stupid. When she realized I was serious, she got angry. Really angry. She started raising her voice, asking if I was really choosing Emma over our friendship, if I was really going to throw away years of friendship over one comment. People were starting to look over at us, which was the last thing I wanted. My wedding was already turning into a spectacle, and now we were having a public argument. I told her she was leaving, not asking, telling. I said she needed to get her things and go, and that we could talk about this later, when she was ready to acknowledge what she'd done. Sarah's face went from angry to shocked to hurt, and for a second I almost felt bad. But then I thought about Emma locked in the bathroom, probably crying in her wedding dress, and I knew I was making the right choice. Sarah gathered her purse and coat, and I could see some of the guests watching her leave. A few people asked if everything was okay, and I just said there was a family emergency she needed to deal with. The lie felt awful, but I didn't know what else to. Kept the music going, people danced. But it felt forced, like everyone was going through the motions of having a good time. I spent the rest of the night second-guessing myself. Should I have just ignored Sarah's comment? Should I have handled it differently? Was I overreacting? But every time I looked at Emma trying to smile and enjoy her wedding reception, I knew I'd made the right call. This was supposed to be our day, and Sarah had made it about her feelings for me instead. The next morning I woke up to a bunch of missed texts from Sarah. Most of them were sent around 2 a.m., and they ranged from angry to defensive to weirdly apologetic. She kept saying she couldn't believe I'd kicked her out over a joke, but then also said she was sorry if people misunderstood what she meant. It was like she was trying to apologize without actually admitting she'd done anything wrong. I waited until after Emma and I got back from our honeymoon to respond. I needed time to process everything and figure out what I wanted to say. When I finally texted Sarah back, I tried to keep it simple. I told her that what she said wasn't a joke, that it hurt Emma deeply, and that until she could acknowledge how inappropriate it was, I needed some space. Her response came back within minutes, and it was worse than I expected. She doubled down completely. She said Emma couldn't take a joke, and that I was letting my wife control my friendships. She accused me of choosing Emma's side over a lifelong friendship, and said she was disappointed that I'd throw away everything we had over something so trivial. That's when it really hit me that Sarah and I were seeing two completely different situations. In her mind, she'd made an innocent comment that got blown out of proportion by my oversensitive wife. In my mind, she'd announced to my entire wedding that she had romantic feelings for me and wondered if we should have been together instead. There was no middle ground there. Over the next few weeks, our mutual friends started picking sides. Some of our college buddies reached out to me, saying they thought Sarah's speech was completely out of line and uncomfortable to watch. They said they'd felt bad for Emma and couldn't believe Sarah had losing a part of myself. And some days I wondered if there had been a better way to handle everything. About a month after the wedding, I started hearing from guests about their real reactions to Sarah's speech. My cousin admitted that she and her husband had looked at each other like, "Did she really just say that?" My coworker said the whole table went quiet and everyone felt second-hand embarrassment for Emma. Even my uncle, who I thought had been oblivious to everything, mentioned that Sarah's speech had been inappropriate. But I also heard from people who thought I'd handled it wrong. Emma's aunt said I should have just let it slide for the sake of keeping the peace. One of my groomsmen said kicking Sarah out had made the drama worse and that everyone spent the rest of the night talking about the fight instead of celebrating the wedding. The thing that really got to me was realizing that maybe Sarah had always had feelings for me that I'd been completely blind to. Looking back, I started seeing things differently. The way she'd get weird when I dated other people. How she always found reasons to text me when I was with Emma. The comments she'd make about my relationships. I started wondering if Emma had been right all along about Sarah crossing boundaries. Emma and I talked about it a lot during those first few months of marriage. She admitted that she'd always sensed something from Sarah, but hadn't wanted to be the jealous girlfriend who complained about her husband's female friends. She said Sarah's speech had just confirmed what she'd always suspected. That Sarah saw me as more than a friend, and resented Emma for taking me away from her. The hardest part was accepting that Sarah might never see my perspective. Even months later, she was still posting passive-aggressive things on social media about fake friends and people who abandon you for their partners. She'd share articles about how important platonic friendships are and how couples shouldn't isolate each other from their friends. It was pretty obvious who she was talking about. Some of our mutual friends tried to play mediator, suggesting we all meet up and talk things through. But every time someone brought it up, Sarah would say she was willing to talk as long as I was ready to admit I'd overreacted. She wanted reception, talking about how we might have made the wrong choice, and I know I made the right decision. Emma and I are doing great, and our marriage feels stronger because of how we handled this together. But I've definitely lost some friends over this whole thing, and I sometimes wonder if Sarah's speech was just the catalyst for problems that had been building up for years. Just last week, Sarah reached out through a mutual friend asking if I'd be willing to talk. Part of me is curious about what she wants to say, but I'm not sure I'm ready to open that door again. Is it justified that I refused to sign away my share of the inheritance to keep the family business alive? I'm a 41-year-old guy, And this whole mess started 3 weeks ago when my grandfather passed away. I'm the oldest of 3 kids. My brother Jake is 36 and has been running our grandfather's printing company for the past 8 years. And my sister Emma is 34. The 3 of us gathered in Grandpa's old office with his lawyer to go over the will. I should mention that I live about 4 hours away in Chicago now. I moved there for work about 12 years ago and only made it back for holidays and major family events. Jake never left our hometown and basically took over the day-to-day operations of the printing business when Grandpa started slowing down. Emma lives about an hour away and works in marketing, but she's always been closer to Jake than to me. They talk almost daily and definitely coordinate on family stuff. The lawyer, this older guy named Mr. Peterson, who'd been handling Grandpa's affairs for decades, called us all into the office on a Tuesday morning. The place still smelled like the coffee Grandpa used to brew too strong, and there were still stacks of printing samples on his desk that nobody had touched. Peterson got right to business and started reading through the will. Most of it was pretty standard stuff. Some money to the church, a few personal items to various relatives. But then he got to the big part. The printing company, along with the building it operates out of and some other business assets, was to be split equally 3 ways between me, Jake, and Emma. Equal shares, 1/3 each. I could see Jake and Emma exchange this look the second Peterson said equal shares. It wasn't surprise exactly, more like they were confirming something they'd already discussed. Which, looking back, they probably had. Peterson finished reading and asked if there were any immediate questions. That's when Jake cleared his throat and launched into what was obviously a prepared speech about how the fair thing would be for me to sign over my share to him, since I don't work there and live in another city. Emma jumped right in to back him up, saying I'd probably just want to cash out anyway, and that wouldn't be good for the business or the employees. They had it all figured out. Jake would take full ownership. Emma would keep her third as a... Here's the thing. That business is worth something. It's not huge, but it's profitable and has been for years. The building alone is probably worth a decent chunk, and it's in a good location that's been developing. I'm not hurting for money, but I'm also not stupid enough to just give away what could be a 6-figure inheritance. So I told them no. I said I wanted to keep my share and have a voice in major business decisions, or if they really wanted me out, they could buy me out at fair market value. I wasn't asking for anything crazy, just what was legally mine, according to Grandpa's will. The reaction was immediate and intense. Jake's face went red, and he started talking about how I had no right to interfere with something I'd never worked for. Emma said I was being selfish, and that I didn't understand what the business meant to our family. They kept using words like fair and right thing to do, but what they meant was convenient for us. Peterson just sat there looking uncomfortable while my siblings basically tag-teamed me with guilt trips. They brought up every family gathering I'd missed, every time Jake had to handle something alone, every way I'd supposedly been absent from family responsibilities. It was like they'd been keeping a list. Jake finally said that if I really cared about Grandpa's legacy, I'd want to see the business thrive under someone who actually understood it. Emma added that splitting ownership 3 ways would just create problems and conflicts that could hurt the company. They made it sound like I was being unreasonable for wanting what the will literally said I should get. I tried to explain that I wasn't trying to interfere with day-to-day operations or undermine Jake's work. I just wanted my legal share, either as an investor or through a buyout. But they weren't hearing it. They kept circling back to how I didn't deserve it because I hadn't been involved. The whole meeting ended with us basically at a standstill. Peterson said we should all think things over and maybe meet again in a few days. Jake and Emma left together, and I could hear them talking in low, angry voices in the parking lot. What really got to me was how they'd obviously planned this whole approach without ever talking to me first. They just assumed I'd roll over and give up my inheritance.
Disrespecting Grandpa's memory. He went on this whole rant about how Grandpa had trusted him to keep the business running, and how splitting ownership would create chaos. According to Jake, Grandpa had always intended for him to take over completely, and the equal split in the will was just some legal formality that didn't reflect what Grandpa really wanted. I tried to point out that if Grandpa had wanted Jake to have everything, he could have written the will that way. Grandpa was sharp until the end, and knew exactly what he was doing. But Jake just got more worked up, and said I was hiding behind legal technicalities instead of doing what was right for the family. What made it worse was that within a couple of days, the whole extended family seemed to know about our situation. I started getting calls and texts from aunts, uncles, and cousins, all with opinions about what I should do. Some of them were clearly getting their information from Jake and Emma, because they kept using the same phrases about family loyalty and keeping the business strong. My Aunt Carol, who's always been a bit of a family mediator, called to tell me I should just let Jake have the business to keep the peace. She said family was more important than money, and that I was being stubborn. My Uncle Mike, on the other hand, said he'd heard the business was doing really well, and that I'd be crazy to just give up something valuable without getting paid for it. The worst part was realizing that Jake and Emma had been working the family network, telling their side of the story, and painting me as the greedy brother who didn't care about anyone but himself. I started hearing secondhand about conversations where they'd talk about how hard Jake had worked, and how I'd just swooped in to claim something I hadn't earned. About a week after the initial meeting, I decided to try a compromise. I called Jake and offered to let him buy out my share at fair market value. I figured this would solve everyone's problem. He'd get full control of the business, I'd get compensated fairly, and we could all move on with our lives. His reaction was explosive. He called it extortion and said I was trying to blackmail the family. He went off about how he didn't have that kind of cash lying around, and how unfair it was for me to demand money for something that should just be given freely out of family loyalty. Emma backed him up completely, saying I was putting an impossible financial burden on the family entirely. Emma was right there nodding along, saying that if I chose money over family, then I obviously didn't value being part of the family anyway. They made it sound like I was the one breaking up the family by insisting on my legal rights. The pressure campaign got pretty intense after that. I'd get calls from different relatives telling me how disappointed Grandpa would be, or how I was hurting Jake's wife and kids by creating this conflict. Emma started posting subtle things on social media about family loyalty and doing the right thing, which I'm pretty sure were directed at me. Jake even brought up how stressed he was getting about the whole situation, saying it was affecting his ability to run the business properly. He claimed that the uncertainty about ownership was making employees nervous and potentially hurting relationships with clients. He made it sound like every day I didn't sign those papers, I was actively damaging Grandpa's legacy. The emotional manipulation was pretty heavy. They kept bringing up every sacrifice Jake had made over the years, every holiday he'd worked, every time he'd stayed late to handle problems. Emma would add stories about how Jake had been there for Grandpa during his final years, while I was off living my own life in Chicago. What really bothered me was how they kept reframing my position. Instead of acknowledging that I was asking for what the will legally gave me, they made it sound like I was making unreasonable demands and being difficult for no good reason. They turned my perfectly reasonable request for a fair buyout into some kind of greedy cash grab. The whole thing came to a head when Jake gave me an ultimatum. He said I had until the end of the month to sign the papers transferring my share to him, or he and Emma would make sure I was no longer welcome at family gatherings. He said they'd tell everyone exactly what kind of person I really was, and that I could live with the consequences of choosing money over family. At that point, I realized this wasn't really about the business anymore. This was about control, and about Jake and Emma's belief that they could pressure me into giving up something valuable just because it would be convenient for them. The fact that they were willing to destroy family relationships to get their way told me everything I needed to know about their priorities. After Jake's ultimatum,
I decided I needed to talk. My siblings wanted to buy me out. They'd need to get a proper business valuation, which would probably cost them more than they wanted to pay. The conversation was reassuring, but also depressing. It confirmed what I already knew. I was completely in the right legally, but that didn't make the family situation any easier to deal with. Meanwhile, the family drama was reaching new levels. Jake and Emma had apparently decided that if threats and guilt trips weren't working, they'd try public pressure. The story started spreading through our extended family that I was betraying everyone for money. According to their version, I was being selfish and greedy, holding the family business hostage for my own financial gain. My cousin Sarah called me to say she'd heard I was demanding some huge payout that would bankrupt Jake. When I explained what actually happened, and that I'd only asked for a fair market buyout, she was shocked. Apparently, Jake and Emma had been telling people I was asking for way more than my share was worth, making unreasonable demands, and threatening to destroy the business if I didn't get my way. It was pretty eye-opening to realize how much they were willing to lie to make me look bad. They weren't just disagreeing with my position. They were actively spreading false information to turn the family against me. The campaign seemed to be working with some relatives, but not everyone was buying it. My cousin Mike called to tell me he'd talked to his dad, who used to work in business valuations, and they both thought I'd be insane to just give up something that valuable. He said a few other cousins were saying the same thing privately, but nobody wanted to get involved publicly because family drama is messy. That's when I realized that Jake and Emma had created this narrative where speaking up for me meant you were against family unity. Anyone who suggested I might be right was labeled as greedy or materialistic. It was pretty clever manipulation, actually. Things got worse when Emma started involving Jake's wife and kids in the guilt trips. She posted this long Facebook post about how family businesses keep families together, and how heartbreaking it was when greed divided families. She didn't mention me by name, but everyone knew who she was talking about. Jake's wife shared it with crying emoji comments. The worst part was when who raised me to stand up for myself and not let people take advantage of me, was starting to wonder if I should just give in to keep the peace. Around this time, the deadline Jake had given me was approaching, and I hadn't heard from him directly in over a week. But Emma kept sending me articles about family businesses and how important it was to keep them in the family. She'd add little notes like, "Thought you might find this interesting." But the message was clear. She was still trying to convince me to change my mind. A few days before the deadline, I got a call from my cousin David, who I'd always gotten along with pretty well. He said he'd been talking to some other family members, and they wanted me to know that not everyone believed Jake and Emma's version of events. He said several people thought I was being reasonable, and that Jake should either run the business as a partnership or buy me out properly. David also told me something interesting. Apparently, Jake had been talking about expanding the business and taking on more debt to do it. Some of the family thought he wanted full ownership, so he could make those kinds of decisions without having to consult anyone else. That made sense to me, because if I was a part owner, I'd definitely want input on any major financial decisions. The deadline came and went without any contact from Jake or Emma. I didn't sign anything, obviously, and I half expected them to follow through on their threat to cut me out of family events. But nothing happened immediately. I think they realized that making a big public scene would just draw more attention to the situation, and maybe get people asking questions about why I was really refusing to sign. Instead, they seemed to settle into a Cold War approach. Jake stopped returning my calls entirely, and Emma would only communicate through other family members or passive-aggressive social media posts. They started having family gatherings and just not inviting me, or inviting me so last minute that it was obvious they hoped I wouldn't come. The business side of things remained unresolved. I still technically own 1/3 of the company, but I have no involvement in operations, and no idea what's happening day to day. Jake is running everything like he always has, but there's this legal cloud hanging over the whole situation. Some of the extended family has moved on and stopped taking sides, but others are still firmly in. To have an honest conversation and work out a fair deal from the beginning, things might have been different. Now I'm in this weird limbo where I'm technically a business owner, but completely shut out of operations, and part of a family that's basically split down the middle over this issue. I still think I'm doing the right thing by not letting them pressure me into giving up something I'm legally entitled to. But I can't say it's been easy. Do I look like the villain for throwing out my roommate's belongings after she ignored every warning? I'm a 25-year-old woman working 2 jobs just to afford rent in this overpriced city. And my roommate Sarah, 26, has been living with me for almost 2 years now. When we first moved in together, she was always on the messier side, but I figured that's just how some people are. Everyone has their quirks, right? I kept my expectations reasonable and didn't think it would be a big deal. But over the past year, things got progressively worse. What started as leaving a few dishes in the sink turned into towers of moldy plates that I was scared to touch. The trash situation became absolutely ridiculous. She'd just pile bags in the corner of the kitchen instead of taking them to the dumpster downstairs. Her clothes started migrating from her room to every surface in our apartment. The couch became her personal closet. The coffee table was buried under her random purchases from Target, and I couldn't even use the kitchen counter because it was covered in her stuff. I tried to handle it like an adult at first. I'd bring it up casually when the opportunity came up. I'd mention that the dishes were getting pretty backed up, or ask if she could grab her stuff from the living room. Her response was always the same. She was too busy with work, or she'd get to it over the weekend, or she just needed to find the time. Weeks would go by, and nothing would change. If anything, it got worse. The breaking point should have come months ago, but I kept giving her the benefit of the doubt. I was working 2 jobs and barely home anyway, so I told myself I could just deal with it. I'd clean around her mess, do her dishes sometimes just so I could use the kitchen, and try to carve out small spaces where I could actually live. But it was exhausting. I felt like I was living in a storage unit instead of my own home. Everything changed last month when our landlord showed up for a surprise inspection. I wasn't even home when it happened. Sarah texted me in a panic, saying he was there and the apartment was a disaster. By the time I got back, he'd already left, but the damage was done. We failed the inspection completely. He left a written notice saying we had 30 days to get the place in acceptable condition. Get kicked out anyway. I thought about having to find a new place with an eviction on my record, about losing my security deposit, about explaining to my parents why I had to move back home. All because my roommate couldn't be bothered to throw away her trash. I realized I had 2 choices. I could keep enabling her and hope things magically got better, or I could do something about it myself. The inspection was in less than a month. Sarah had made it clear she wasn't going to change. So I decided that if she wouldn't take care of her stuff, I would. The next Saturday morning, Sarah left for work, and I knew I had the whole day. I'd been planning this all week, and I wasn't going to chicken out. I started in the living room, because that's where most of her stuff had accumulated. I grabbed every box I could find in our storage closet and got to work. I want to be clear about what I did, because Sarah later tried to make it sound like I just trashed everything. I was methodical about it. I went through each item and sorted it into 3 categories. Clearly hers and worth keeping, clearly trash, and questionable stuff that I put in a separate box for her to decide on later. Her clothes went in boxes. Her books and random Target purchases went in boxes. Even her collection of coffee mugs that she never washed went in boxes. The trash was obvious trash. I'm talking about food containers with stuff growing in them, broken picture frames that had been sitting on the floor for months, empty Amazon boxes she'd been using as makeshift tables. There were takeout containers under the couch that I'm pretty sure were older than our lease. That stuff went straight into garbage bags, because keeping moldy food isn't hoarding, it's a health hazard. It took me about 3 hours to get through the living room, kitchen, and hallway. By the time I was done, I had filled probably 15 boxes with her belongings and 4 trash bags with actual garbage. I carried all the boxes into her room and stacked them neatly against one wall. I even labeled them so she'd know what was in each one. The trash went straight to the dumpster. When I was finished, I could actually see our apartment again. She wasn't hearing it. She called me controlling and said I was acting like her mother instead of her roommate. I told her I was trying to save our apartment and that we literally could not fail another inspection. She said that was my problem for caring too much about what the landlord thought. She accused me of doing this because I wanted to control her and make her live by my standards. The whole thing escalated really quickly. At some point during the argument, I snapped. I told her that if she couldn't respect our lease or our living space, maybe she should just move out. I said I was tired of living in her storage unit and that I shouldn't have to clean up after a grown adult just to have a place to live. She said fine, maybe she would move out, and then she'd report me to the landlord for harassment. That threat really got to me, because I realized she could actually make my life difficult with the landlord, even though she was the one who caused the problem in the first place. She could spin this whole thing to make me look like the bad guy who went through her personal belongings. The thought of having to explain to our landlord why I'd moved her stuff around was terrifying. After she stormed back to her room and slammed the door, I started second-guessing everything. Had I overstepped? Should I have just let us get evicted instead? But then I looked around at the clean apartment and remembered how impossible it had been to live there before. I remembered the failed inspection and the 30-day notice. I reminded myself that I'd tried talking to her for months and nothing had changed. The next few days were incredibly tense. She barely spoke to me except to make passive-aggressive comments about her missing things. A couple of our mutual friends started asking questions because apparently she'd been complaining to them about what I did. Some of them seemed to think I'd gone too far by going through her belongings. Others said they couldn't believe she'd let it get that bad in the first place. I started wondering if I really was the villain here. Maybe there was a better way to handle it. Maybe I should have given her one more ultimatum before taking action. But honestly, how many chances was I supposed to give her? We'd been having the same conversation for months, and nothing ever changed. Now, at least we weren't going to get evicted. 2 weeks lose the apartment. All the stress and guilt from the past 2 weeks suddenly felt worth it. But at the same time, Sarah was standing right there during the inspection, and I could feel how angry she still was. She didn't say anything to contradict me or complain to the landlord about what I'd done, but the tension was obvious. After he left, Sarah went straight to her room without saying a word to me. That's pretty much how things have been ever since. We're like strangers living in the same space. She comes home from work, goes to her room, and only comes out when she absolutely has to. When we do cross paths in the kitchen or whatever, she acts like I don't exist. It's incredibly awkward, but honestly, it's still better than living in the chaos we had before. A few days after the inspection, I noticed she'd been spending a lot of time on her laptop in the evenings. I figured she was probably apartment hunting, and I was right. Last week she told me she'd found a place and would be moving out at the end of next month. She said it in this really cold, matter-of-fact way, like she was telling me she was going to the grocery store. No discussion about the lease or finding a replacement roommate or anything like that. The whole situation with our mutual friends has been really uncomfortable too. Word got around about what happened, and people have definitely taken sides. Some of them think I was completely justified and can't believe I put up with her mess for as long as I did. Others think I crossed a major line by going through her personal belongings, even if they were scattered all over our common areas. A couple people have stopped inviting both of us to things because they don't want to deal with the drama. My friend Jessica, who's known both of us since college, tried to play mediator at first. She suggested that maybe Sarah and I should sit down and work things out like adults. But when I explained the whole timeline to her, the months of asking nicely, the failed inspection, the threat of eviction, she admitted she probably would have done the same thing. She said watching your living situation fall apart because of someone else's issues would drive anyone to desperate measures. The weird part is that I feel both relieved and guilty at the same time. I'm relieved that I can finally live in my own apartment again. That you can't just assume people will respect common spaces or follow basic apartment etiquette. Some of my friends think I'm being too picky now, but I'd rather live alone than deal with another situation like this. The financial aspect is also weighing on me. Even with 2 jobs, covering the full rent by myself is going to be tight until I find someone new. Sarah hasn't offered to help with any of the costs associated with finding a replacement, and she's acting like this whole situation is entirely my fault. Part of me wonders if I should ask her to cover part of the relisting fees or help with the transition. But given how she's been treating me, I doubt that conversation would go well. Looking back on everything, I keep wondering if there was a better way to handle it. Should I have given her one final ultimatum before taking action? Should I have involved the landlord earlier and made it his problem to deal with? Should I have just moved out myself instead of trying to fix the situation? But then I remember what it felt like to live in that chaos for months, and I remember the panic I felt when we failed that inspection. I was protecting my own housing situation, and I don't think that makes me the villain. The apartment is peaceful now, even with all the awkwardness between us. I can actually relax when I come home from work, instead of feeling stressed about the mess I'm going to have to navigate. When Sarah moves out next month, I think both of us will probably be happier. I just wish it hadn't taken this long to get to this point. And I wish our friendship hadn't been completely destroyed in the process. Was I wrong for cleaning up and throwing away my roommate's belongings after she ignored months of warnings and risked our eviction? Was it unfair that I refused to lend my sister money after discovering how she spent the last loan? I, 38, married with 2 kids, have been dealing with ongoing financial issues with my younger sister Emma, 31. Emma has always been what our family politely calls the free spirit, bouncing between jobs like it's a hobby, moving apartments every single year, and somehow never quite getting her life together, despite being perfectly capable of doing so. She's smart, she's charming, but she just can't seem to stick with anything long enough to build stability. For the past 5 years, asking family for money has become Emma's go-to solution whenever life gets complicated. And honestly, I used to be the pushover who always said yes. My husband and I work our asses off to keep our household running smoothly with 2 kids, but I've always felt this responsibility as the older sister to help when family needs it. That's just how I was raised. About a year ago, Emma showed up at my house completely hysterical. I'm talking full waterworks, mascara running down her face, the whole dramatic performance. She told me she was 3 months behind on rent and couldn't even afford groceries. Her landlord was threatening eviction, and she had nowhere else to turn. She begged me for help, promising she'd pay me back as soon as she got back on her feet with her new job at some marketing firm. I didn't even hesitate. I wrote her a check for $2,800 on the spot, because I believed every word she said. She was my little sister in crisis, and that's what family does, right? She hugged me, cried some more, and promised she'd learned her lesson about managing money. I felt good about helping her avoid what seemed like a genuine emergency. 2 weeks later, I'm scrolling through Instagram during my lunch break, and there's Emma, posting photos from some fancy beach resort. I'm seeing pictures of her and her boyfriend Jake lounging by infinity pools, eating at restaurants that probably cost more per meal than I spend on groceries in a week, and showing off shopping bags from expensive stores. My blood pressure shot through the roof. When I called her about it, she tried to play dumb at first. Then when I pressed her, she admitted she used some of the money for the vacation. Some. Like that made it better. A few months because the boss was toxic, or the work was beneath her. She bought a car she obviously couldn't afford, moved to a more expensive apartment because her old one didn't have enough natural light, and her social media was constantly full of photos from expensive restaurants and shopping trips. Meanwhile, other family members started making comments about how Emma seemed to be taking advantage of my generosity, and my husband was getting increasingly frustrated with what he called my enabling behavior. Last Tuesday, Emma showed up at my house again, unannounced. Same crying, same desperation, same dramatic entrance. This time she claimed she was 3 months behind on rent again and facing eviction by Friday. She needed $3,200 to save her apartment and promised this time was different because she had finally learned to budget properly. But here's the thing. I wasn't the same pushover I'd been a year ago. I told her I needed to see the eviction notice and the past due bills before I would give her anything. I explained that after what happened last time, I needed proof that this was a real emergency and not another vacation fund. Emma's whole demeanor changed instantly. The tears stopped, and she got defensive and angry. She started going on about how family should trust family, and that asking for documentation was insulting and hurtful. She said I was treating her like some stranger off the street, instead of her own sister, who had always been there for me. I tried to explain that her lie about the vacation had broken my trust, and I just needed reassurance that this time was legitimate. But she wasn't hearing any of it. She kept insisting that if I really loved her and trusted her, I would just give her the money without all these humiliating requirements. The conversation got heated, fast. Emma accused me of being cold and calculating, saying I was acting like some kind of loan officer instead of family. I stood my ground and told her that trust has to be earned back after it's broken. That's when she completely lost it, started screaming at me about how I was abandoning her in her time of need, and stormed out of my house, slamming the door so hard it rattled the windows. Within 2 hours of Emma storming out, my phone started blowing up. She had apparently called every single family member she could think of to tell them the same thing, that Emma was desperate, and I was being heartless. It was like Emma had orchestrated this whole campaign against me, and honestly, it was working, because I started feeling like absolute shit about the whole situation. The guilt was eating me alive. I kept thinking about Emma potentially sleeping on the street while I was comfortable in my house with my family. Even though I knew she had lied before, what if this time was real? What if she actually did need help, and I was letting my anger cloud my judgment? My husband kept reminding me that I had every right to ask for proof, but the family pressure was overwhelming. So the next day, I swallowed my pride and called Emma. I offered what I thought was a reasonable compromise. I would pay her landlord directly instead of giving her cash. I told her I would call her property management company myself and handle the entire payment, so she wouldn't have to worry about it. I figured this way she'd get the help she needed, but I'd have proof the money was actually going to rent. Emma's response should have been my first red flag. She immediately refused and got angry all over again. She said it was embarrassing and humiliating to have her sister calling her landlord like she was some kind of child who couldn't handle her own affairs. She kept insisting that if I really trusted her, I would just give her the money directly, like I had before. When I tried to explain that the direct payment would solve both our problems, she hung up on me. That should have been the end of it, but Emma wasn't done. The next evening, she showed up at my house again, but this time she brought backup. Our parents. They had clearly coordinated this whole intervention to convince me to help. My mom and dad sat in my living room while Emma put on another crying performance, talking about how terrified she was of being homeless and how she couldn't believe her own sister would let that happen to her. My parents started in on me about being the bigger person and showing compassion. My mom kept saying things like how she raised me to be caring and generous, and how disappointed she was in my coldness. My dad tried the practical approach, pointing out that the amount as hell. But sitting there with my parents looking at me like I was some kind of monster for questioning my sister's story, I started doubting myself again. That's when I made my decision. Despite all the pressure, despite the guilt trip, despite my parents' disappointment, I told Emma no. I said I wasn't comfortable giving her cash without proof, and if she wouldn't accept me paying her landlord directly, then I couldn't help her. I explained that her lie about the vacation had fundamentally changed our relationship, and I needed her to meet me halfway on rebuilding trust. Emma absolutely exploded. She started screaming at me about how selfish I was, how I was sitting comfortably in my nice house while letting my own sister face homelessness. She called me cold-hearted and said I cared more about money than family. She went on and on about how she couldn't believe the person I had become and how our parents must be ashamed of raising such a heartless daughter. Then she stormed out again, but this time she took our parents with her. My mom wouldn't even look at me as they left, and my dad just shook his head in disappointment. I stood in my doorway watching them drive away, feeling like I had just been disowned by my entire family for refusing to be an ATM. The aftermath was brutal. Emma blocked me on Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat within hours. She stopped answering my calls completely. My parents were clearly disappointed in me, though they eventually admitted they understood why I needed proof after what happened before. But the rest of my extended family was split right down the middle, with some people thinking I was justified and others thinking I was being cruel and stubborn. Emma started a group chat with several family members where she continued to paint me as the villain who had money but refused to share it with family in need. My cousin Mike eventually told me what was being said in that chat, and it was pretty ugly. Emma was really working the victim angle hard, and some of my younger cousins were completely buying into it. The family drama got worse before it got better. Emma had created this whole narrative where I was the selfish sister who chose money over family, and she was working it hard with anyone who would listen. Holiday plans became incredibly awkward because people were trying to figure out a constant victim routine. Meanwhile, my kids started asking why Aunt Emma didn't come over anymore. She used to visit at least once a week, usually around dinner time, and my kids loved having her around because she'd play games with them and bring them little treats. Explaining to a 7-year-old why their aunt suddenly disappeared from their life without going into adult financial drama was harder than I expected. I ended up telling them that Emma and I had a disagreement and needed some space, which seemed to satisfy them for the moment. My husband was actually proud of me for finally setting boundaries, which helped a lot. He had been watching Emma take advantage of me for years and was relieved that I had finally stood up for myself. But even with his support, I was having trouble sleeping because I kept wondering if I was being too harsh. The guilt was real, especially when my mom would make comments about Emma struggling and how family should forgive and forget. Then about a week after our big confrontation, my cousin Sarah sent me some screenshots that changed everything. She follows this mutual friend of ours on Instagram, and this friend had posted pictures from hanging out with Emma and Jake. The photos showed them at Best Buy,
looking at a huge TV and sound system setup, with Emma and Jake both tagged in the location. The timestamp on the photos was 3 days after Emma had claimed she was facing eviction and needed my help desperately. Sarah also mentioned that she had seen Emma and Jake at this expensive steakhouse that same week. Not just any restaurant, but one of those places where a dinner for two easily costs over $200. Sarah was as shocked as I was because she had been feeling bad for Emma after hearing about the eviction situation. I felt this weird mix of vindication and sadness when I saw those screenshots. On one hand, I was relieved that my instincts had been right and I hadn't fallen for Emma's manipulation again. On the other hand, it was depressing to have concrete proof that my sister had tried to scam me out of thousands of dollars while making me feel like a terrible person for saying no. I showed the screenshots to my husband, and he just shook his head. He wasn't surprised at all, which made me realize that everyone could see what Emma was doing except me. Or maybe I could see it too, but I kept making excuses for her because she's family, and I wanted to reach out and fix things when Emma was the one who lied, manipulated, and then cut me off when she didn't get what she wanted. I was tired of being the family peacekeeper who had to swallow her pride every time Emma acted out. It's been 3 weeks now since our last confrontation, and Emma is still not speaking to me. She's maintained her position that I chose money over family, even though the evidence clearly shows she was planning to spend my money on electronics and fancy dinners rather than rent. Some family members have started to see through her act, especially after Sarah shared what she had witnessed. But others are still pushing for me to make the first move toward reconciliation. The strangest part is that Emma apparently avoided eviction somehow. My mom let it slip that Emma and Jake figured out their rent situation, though she was vague about the details. My guess is that either our parents helped her out, or Jake had money all along and Emma was just trying to get extra cash from me for their shopping spree. I've been going back and forth about whether I miss having Emma in my life. There are definitely moments when something funny happens and I want to text her about it, or when the kids ask about her, and I feel sad that they're missing out on their aunt. But mostly I feel relieved that I'm not constantly worrying about the next time she'll show up asking for money, or wondering what new crisis she's manufactured. My husband thinks Emma will eventually come back asking for money again, probably in a few months when this all blows over and she needs cash for something else. He's probably right, knowing Emma's patterns. Part of me wonders what I'll do when that happens, whether I'll have the strength to say no again, or if I'll fall back into the same cycle of guilt and enabling. Right now, though, I'm trying to focus on my own family and not let Emma's drama consume my thoughts. I've learned a lot about boundaries and trust, and I think I'm a stronger person for standing my ground, even when it was uncomfortable. But the family pressure to forgive and forget is ongoing, and I know this situation is far from over. Should I have stayed silent when my neighbor tried to take credit for my community project? I, 33, have been living in this suburban neighborhood for about 5 years now. My neighbor Dave, 40, lives 3 houses down, and has always been the type who loves being seen as the neighborhood's unofficial leader, even when he's barely lifting a finger. You know the type. Shows up to every block party with unsolicited advice about everyone else's landscaping, but never actually helps with anything meaningful. The whole thing started 8 months ago, when I decided our local park's playground was a safety hazard. The equipment was from the 90s. Half the swings were broken, and the wooden structures were rotting. My daughter Emma, who's 7, plays there every day after school, and I kept imagining her getting hurt on that death trap. So I figured, why not try to do something about it, instead of just complaining like everyone else? I had no idea what I was getting myself into. Turns out, organizing a community project is basically like having a second full-time job. I spent weeks researching playground equipment, getting quotes from contractors, and figuring out all the city regulations. Then came the fundraising. I set up a GoFundMe, organized bake sales, and went door to door asking neighbors for donations.
We needed $12,000 total, and every penny had to be accounted for with the city. The permit paperwork alone nearly drove me insane. I attended city council meetings every Tuesday night for 2 months straight, presenting our case and jumping through bureaucratic hoops. I recruited 15 volunteers and made spreadsheets for everything: work schedules, donation tracking, equipment delivery coordination. My wife started joking that I cared more about this playground than my actual job. Dave's involvement during all this? Practically non-existent. He showed up maybe 4 or 5 times over those 8 months, usually when other neighbors were around or when someone was taking pictures for our neighborhood Facebook page. He'd roll up with coffee and donuts, chat with people for 20 minutes about how great the project was going, then disappear. But somehow he always managed to be in the background of every photo, smiling like he was running the whole operation. At first it was just annoying. People would thank him for his help, and he'd act all modest, saying stuff like how it was a team effort. Mind leadership? The guy hadn't even attended a single city council meeting. The worst part was how he'd show up to volunteer days acting like he was in charge. He'd walk around giving people instructions about stuff I'd already organized, taking credit for decisions I'd made weeks earlier. When the equipment finally got delivered, Dave was right there directing the installation crew, even though I was the one who'd been coordinating with them for months. He had this way of inserting himself into every conversation, making it sound like the whole thing had been his idea from the beginning. I kept telling myself to let it go. The important thing was getting the playground built, right? Who cared about credit as long as the kids had a safe place to play? But every time someone congratulated Dave for his amazing work on the project, it felt like a punch in the gut. I was the one staying up until midnight answering emails from contractors. I was the one who'd reorganized my entire work schedule around city meetings. I was the one who'd stressed about fundraising goals and safety regulations for months. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was supposed to be the payoff for all that work. The city scheduled it for a Saturday morning, and we had about 80 neighbors show up, plus a few city council members and a crew from the local news station. I'd prepared remarks about the community coming together and how proud I was of what we'd accomplished. I figured as the project organizer, I'd naturally be the one to speak first and maybe get interviewed by the news crew. I was standing near the front with Emma, watching the mayor test out the new swing set, when Dave suddenly pushed past me toward the microphone. Before I could react, he was tapping it to get everyone's attention. He launched into this 5-minute speech about his vision for transforming our neighborhood and how he'd rallied everyone together to make it happen. He talked about the months of planning and coordination like he'd been the one handling all of it. The crowd was eating it up. People were nodding and applauding, and I could see neighbors pointing at him and whispering about what a great leader he was. When he finished his speech, the news crew immediately approached him for an interview. I watched in disbelief as he stood there on camera, talking about his initiative and how rewarding it had been to spearhead such an important feeling of being completely erased from something I'd poured my life into for months. My hands were actually shaking, and I could feel my face getting hot. Emma was tugging on my shirt, asking why the news people weren't talking to me, and I honestly didn't know what to say to her. My first instinct was to just walk away, keep the peace, avoid drama, be the bigger person. All that stuff you're supposed to do when you live in a neighborhood and have to see these people every day. I kept telling myself it didn't matter who got credit, as long as the playground was built. But then I looked at Emma, who'd watched me work on this project every single day for 8 months, and I realized what kind of lesson I'd be teaching her if I just let this slide. That bullies win, that liars get rewarded, that if you actually do the work, someone else gets to take credit. The internal battle in my head was intense. Part of me was screaming to march up there and set the record straight, while another part was calculating all the neighborhood drama this would cause. I thought about my wife telling me to pick my battles, about how Dave was friends with half the block, about how this could make our lives miserable. But then Dave started talking to the reporter about his months of coordination with city officials, and I snapped. I walked straight up to the microphone area where Dave was still being interviewed. The reporter saw me coming and paused, probably thinking I was going to add something supportive about Dave's leadership. Dave looked at me with this smug smile, like he expected me to back up his story. Instead, I cleared my throat and said I needed to correct something. The words just started pouring out. I told the crowd that I'd actually organized and managed the entire project from start to finish. I explained that I was the one who'd applied for all the permits, coordinated with Parks and Recreation, organized the volunteer schedules, and handled the fundraising. I wasn't trying to be dramatic or make a scene. I was just stating facts that everyone should have already known. Dave immediately tried to interrupt, saying we'd worked together as a team and that leadership came in many forms. But I was done being polite. I pulled out my phone and started showing people the documentation. Neighbors actually spoke up supporting me. Mrs. Rodriguez mentioned how I'd been the one knocking on doors asking for donations, and Tom from the corner house said he remembered me being at every single volunteer day, while Dave barely showed up. But you could tell a lot of people were uncomfortable with the whole confrontation. Some of them started walking away, probably thinking this was exactly the kind of neighborhood drama they wanted to avoid. The news crew looked completely confused. The reporter started asking follow-up questions about who had really organized what, and Dave got increasingly flustered, trying to explain his role without admitting he'd basically done nothing. I could see him realizing that his lies were falling apart in front of everyone, and he was not handling it well. What really got to me was watching some of the neighbors' reactions. A few people looked relieved, like they'd been waiting for someone to finally call out Dave's behavior. But others seemed annoyed with me for causing a scene. I could see them whispering to each other, probably talking about how I should have handled this privately instead of embarrassing Dave in front of the whole community. The city council members who were there looked mortified by the whole situation. They tried to smooth things over by thanking both Dave and me for our contributions to the project, but you could tell they just wanted the drama to end. The mayor made some generic comment about community cooperation and how wonderful it was when neighbors worked together, clearly trying to change the subject. Dave finally stormed off, calling me petty and desperate for attention loud enough for everyone to hear. He said I was making a big deal out of nothing, and that real community leaders didn't need recognition for their work. The irony of him saying that while he'd just spent 20 minutes taking credit for my work was not lost on anyone who'd been paying attention. After he left, the crowd started dispersing pretty quickly. Some people came up to me privately and said they were glad I'd finally stood up to Dave, that they'd been frustrated watching him take credit for other people's work for years. But I could also see other neighbors giving me dirty looks, or just avoiding eye contact altogether. The whole celebration that was supposed to be about the playground had turned into this awkward confrontation that nobody knew how to handle. The news crew ended up interviewing me after all, asking if I was okay, and honestly I wasn't sure. Part of me felt vindicated. Finally, someone had called out Dave's BS in front of everyone, but another part of me was already dreading the fallout. You don't publicly embarrass someone in a small neighborhood without consequences. I decided the best thing to do was document everything properly before people started forgetting or revising what had actually happened. I spent Sunday afternoon putting together a detailed email to the city council with the complete project timeline, receipts for every expense, screenshots of all my communications with contractors and city officials, and photos of permit applications with my signatures. I included testimonials from the volunteers who'd worked most closely with me, people like Tom and Mrs. Rodriguez who could verify that I'd been running the show from day one. I also forwarded everything to Sarah, the reporter from the local news station who'd been covering the story. I felt a little weird about it, like I was being petty or vindictive, but I figured if the story was going to be out there, it might as well be accurate. I kept the email professional and just said I wanted to provide additional context about the project's organization and leadership structure. The response was pretty immediate. By Tuesday, Sarah had published a follow-up story with my name as the actual project leader and quotes from several volunteers confirming my role. The City Council acknowledged my work at their next meeting and formally thanked me in the minutes, though they were careful to also mention community collaboration and other diplomatic language. It felt good to have the record set straight, but I could already see it was going to cost me. Dave completely stopped speaking to me, not just cold shoulders or awkward small talk, total radio silence. If we passed each other on the street, he'd literally cross to the other side or turn around and go back the way he came. His wife started doing the same thing. It was almost impressive how committed they were to pretending I didn't exist. But the real problem was how it split the neighborhood. Dave's close friends, the Johnsons who live next door to him, the Martinez family across the street, and a few others, all started giving me the cold treatment too. I'd get these icy stares when I was getting my mail or walking Emma to school. Mrs. Johnson, who used to wave and chat about our garden. Dave had taken credit for getting the broken streetlight fixed when she'd been the one calling the city for months. The neighborhood Facebook page became this weird dead zone where nobody wanted to post about community events anymore. Before the playground thing, it was pretty active with people organizing potlucks, sharing recommendations, and coordinating group activities. Now it felt like everyone was walking on eggshells, afraid that any community initiative might turn into another Dave situation. Emma started asking uncomfortable questions about why some neighbors seemed mad at Daddy now. She'd noticed that the Johnsons didn't wave anymore when we drove past their house, and she wanted to know if she'd done something wrong. Trying to explain adult social dynamics to a 7-year-old without making Dave sound like a villain was harder than I expected. I ended up giving her some generic explanation about how sometimes grown-ups have disagreements, but it doesn't mean anyone is bad. The worst part was realizing I'd probably made enemies I'd have to live near for years. These aren't people you can just avoid. We're all stuck in the same neighborhood together. Every school pickup, every trip to get the mail, every time I want to use the park we'd just renovated, there's this tension hanging in the air. Some days I wondered if the recognition was really worth turning my quiet suburban life into a Cold War zone. About a month after the ceremony, I started hearing rumors that Dave was planning his own community project. Something about organizing a neighborhood watch program or getting speed bumps installed on our street. The gossip was that he was specifically trying to exclude me from any planning or leadership roles, basically attempting to freeze me out of future community involvement. It felt petty and vindictive, but I also couldn't help respecting the commitment to the grudge. The local paper's correction definitely helped my reputation beyond the immediate neighborhood. I got a few messages from people in other parts of town who'd seen the story and wanted advice on organizing their own community projects. The city council started including me in emails about other park improvement initiatives. So professionally, and in terms of community recognition, speaking up had been the right call. But living with the consequences day to day was exhausting. Simple things like taking out the trash or walking the dog became these calculated decisions about timing and routes to avoid awkward encounters. Conspicuously absent, and I wonder if I should have just let Dave have his moment in the spotlight. It's been 2 months now since the ribbon cutting, and the battle lines have pretty much solidified. Dave's faction avoids me. My supporters occasionally mention how glad they are that someone finally called him out, and everyone else just tries to stay neutral. The community feels more divided than it was before, but at least it's honest now. People know who actually does the work and who just shows up for the credit. Edit. It's been 2 weeks since I wrote this, and now Dave is telling people he's planning an even bigger project for the neighborhood. Word is he's trying to get speed bumps installed and wants to organize a formal neighborhood association with elected positions. I'm hearing rumors he's actively trying to get me excluded from any leadership roles. Not sure what my next move should be, but I have a feeling this whole thing is far from over. Am I being unreasonable for telling my daughter she cannot invite my ex-husband's new wife to her graduation party? I'm 46 years old and have been divorced for 6 years now. My daughter Sarah just turned 18 and graduated high school last month. My ex-husband Mark is 48, and his current wife Jessica is 34. Yes, she's the same woman he left me for, and no, I'm still not over it. The divorce wasn't just a normal, we grew apart situation. Mark had been having an emotional affair with Jessica for months while we were supposedly working on our marriage and counseling. I found out the worst possible way, through a mutual friend who spotted them at a romantic dinner while I was at home thinking my husband was working late again. When I confronted him, he didn't even try to deny it. He just packed his bags and moved in with her 2 weeks later. Sarah was 12 when everything fell apart. She was old enough to understand that Daddy wasn't coming home anymore, and young enough to blame herself for not being good enough to keep our family together. I spent months in therapy with her, trying to help her process the betrayal and abandonment she felt. She knows the whole story because Mark never bothered to shield her from it. He'd show up to pick her up with Jessica in the car from day one, like it was totally normal. Over the years, Sarah developed what I'd call a polite tolerance for Jessica. She never called her mom or stepmother, just Jessica. She'd answer questions when Jessica asked them, and say thank you when Jessica did nice things for her. But there was always this invisible wall between them. I thought Sarah understood the situation and respected what our family had been through. I was wrong. 3 weeks ago, I started planning Sarah's graduation party. I was actually excited about it, which felt good since I hadn't been excited about much in a long time. I made lists of food to order, started thinking about decorations, and began reaching out to family members to save the date. This felt like a moment where I could celebrate my daughter's achievement in my own home, surrounded by people who had actually been there for us during the hard years. That's when Sarah dropped the bomb on me. We were sitting at the kitchen table going over the guest list when she casually mentioned inviting Jessica. She did jobs to keep after Mark left. And now Sarah wanted to invite the woman who had helped destroy our family to stand in my living room and smile like she belonged there. I tried to stay calm and explain why that wasn't going to happen. I told Sarah that Jessica could attend the actual graduation ceremony at school, since that was a public event I couldn't control anyway. But the party at my house was different. That was my space, my event, my rules. I said some boundaries shouldn't be crossed, and that I had every right to decide who comes into my home. Sarah's whole demeanor changed. She put down her phone and looked at me with this expression I'd never seen before. Like she was disappointed in me as a person. She said I was making her graduation about my own issues instead of about her achievement. She accused me of punishing her for something that happened 6 years ago that she had no control over. I tried to explain that it wasn't punishment. It was about respect and healing, and the fact that some wounds don't just disappear because time passes. But Sarah wasn't hearing any of it. She said Jessica had been nothing but kind to her, and that excluding her was petty and hurtful. The conversation escalated quickly. Sarah started crying and saying I was ruining her graduation, that all her friends' divorced parents managed to get along for important events. She said she was embarrassed by my inability to move forward, and that maybe she should just not have a party at all if I was going to make it about ancient history. Then she called Mark. Within an hour, my ex-husband was standing at my front door ready for a fight. He didn't even wait for me to invite him in before he started lecturing me about being immature and toxic. He said I needed to put Sarah first for once and stop letting my bitterness ruin important moments in her life. That's when I completely lost it. Put Sarah first? I've been putting Sarah first for 6 years while rebuilding our lives from scratch. I've worked overtime to pay for her dance classes and school trips, while he got to play fun weekend dad. I've held my tongue at every school event where I had to watch him and Jessica act like the perfect couple while I stood alone. I've never once badmouthed him to Sarah, even though I had plenty of reasons to. The argument got nasty. Mark accused me of poisoning Sarah against Jessica and holding grudges that were hurting our tag-teaming me with accusations that I was ruining Sarah's special day over something that happened years ago. I felt completely cornered. Here I was, standing in my own kitchen, being told by my ex-husband and my daughter that I was wrong for not wanting the woman who destroyed my marriage to celebrate in my home. The whole situation felt insane. I kept thinking about how Jessica used to text Mark while we were having dinner together, how she knew he was married and didn't care, how she watched him lie to me for months while they planned their future together. Sarah kept saying that Jessica had been nothing but nice to her, and that punishing Jessica was really punishing her. She said Jessica remembered her birthday, came to her school plays, and helped her study for the SATs. She made it sound like Jessica was some kind of saint who just happened to fall in love with a married man by accident. Mark jumped in and said I was being toxic, and that my inability to forgive was damaging Sarah's relationship with both of them. He said Jessica felt terrible about how things started, but that she genuinely cared about Sarah and wanted to be part of her life. He accused me of using Sarah as a weapon against them, and said real mothers put their children's needs before their own grudges. That comment about real mothers sent me over the edge. I told him he had some nerve talking about putting Sarah first when he abandoned her for another woman without even trying to work things out. I reminded him that I was the one who held Sarah while she cried herself to sleep for months after he left. I was the one who explained why Daddy didn't live with us anymore, and why he seemed so much happier with Jessica than he ever was with us. Sarah started yelling that I was being dramatic, and that the divorce wasn't even that bad because she was happier when we weren't fighting all the time. She said she barely remembered Mark and me being happy together anyway, so why was I acting like Jessica ruined some perfect marriage? That comment cut deeper than anything else because she was right. Mark and I had been struggling for years before Jessica came along, but that didn't make what he did okay. I tried one more time to explain that this wasn't about Jessica as a person, or even about the affair anymore. It was about my right to control who comes into my space, and my need to have one event that wasn't about managing everyone else's feelings. Sarah then delivered the final blow. She looked me straight in the eye and said she was ashamed of me. She said all her friends thought I was pathetic for still being bitter about the divorce, and that she was tired of making excuses for my behavior. She said Jessica had been more supportive of her college plans than I had been, because at least Jessica didn't spend the whole time worrying about money or complaining about having to miss work for campus visits. That accusation stung, because there was some truth to it. I had been stressed about college costs and had probably complained more than I should have about the financial pressure. But I was doing it all alone, while Mark got to be the fun parent who took Sarah shopping for dorm supplies without worrying about how to pay for them. I finally offered what I thought was a reasonable compromise. I told them Jessica could attend the graduation ceremony at school, and we could all take pictures together afterward. But the party at my house would be for my side of the family and our close friends. I said Sarah could have a separate celebration with Mark and Jessica if she wanted, but I wasn't hosting Jessica in my home. Sarah rejected the compromise immediately. She said it was insulting to treat Jessica like a second-class family member, and that if Jessica wasn't welcome at the party, then she didn't want a party at all. She said she'd rather celebrate with people who actually supported her relationships and didn't try to divide her family into camps. Mark agreed with her and said they'd figure out their own celebration, where everyone Sarah cared about could attend. He said I was forcing Sarah to choose between her mother and her stepmother, and that no child should have to deal with that kind of manipulation. The whole argument ended with Sarah storming out and going to Mark's house. She said she needed space from my negativity and drama. Mark left too, but not before telling me I was going to lose my daughter if I didn't start acting like a mature adult who could put the past behind her. I stood alone in my kitchen, looking at the graduation party planning notes scattered across the table, feeling like the worst mother in the world. Part of me wanted to call Sarah immediately and tell her Jessica could come to the party. But another part of me felt like if I gave in now, I'd be telling everyone that what happened to me didn't matter and that I should just smile and pretend everything was fine for everyone else's comfort. Her Jessica can come to the party, but every time I start to type that message, I delete it. Something inside me rebels against the idea of rewarding this behavior and pretending like my feelings don't matter. My family is completely divided on this whole situation. My sister called yesterday and said I'm absolutely right to protect my boundaries. She reminded me how devastated I was after the divorce and said I don't owe Jessica or Mark anything just because time has passed. She thinks Sarah is being manipulated by them and that giving in now will just teach her that throwing tantrums gets her what she wants. But my mom has a completely different take on it. She called me crying 2 days ago, saying I'm letting bitterness ruin Sarah's milestone and that I need to be the bigger person. She keeps saying Sarah is 18 now and that maybe it's time to let some of this go for her sake. She pointed out that Sarah didn't choose any of this and that she's trying to navigate relationships with all the adults in her life. My mom also said something that's been haunting me. She asked if I really want my last memory of Sarah's childhood to be this fight, especially since she's leaving for college in 3 months. She said I'm risking permanent damage to my relationship with my daughter over someone who will probably be in our lives whether I like it or not. The worst part is that I'm starting to doubt everything I thought I knew about being a good mother. Sarah accused me of being unsupportive about college, and I can't stop thinking about that. Yes, I worried about money and stressed about costs, but that's because I was doing it alone. Mark gets to be generous with money that he shares with Jessica, while I'm working overtime to make ends meet. But maybe Sarah doesn't see it that way. Maybe she just sees me as the parent who complains, while Jessica is the one who's encouraging and optimistic. I've been replaying every interaction I've had with Jessica over the past 6 years, trying to figure out if I'm really as unreasonable as everyone says I am. The truth is, she has been polite to me at Sarah's events. She doesn't flaunt her relationship with Mark or try to make me uncomfortable on purpose. She's never said anything cruel to me or tried to turn Sarah against me. But just because she's not actively hostile doesn't mean I have to welcome her into my worry. It might be true. Maybe I haven't moved on the way I should have. Maybe I am still too angry and bitter, and maybe it is affecting Sarah more than I realized. But I also think there's a difference between moving on and pretending like what happened was okay. The house feels so empty without Sarah here. I walk past her room and see her graduation cap on the dresser, and I just want to cry. This was supposed to be a celebration of everything we've accomplished together over the past 6 years. Instead, it's turned into this ugly fight where everyone thinks I'm the villain. Yesterday, I almost drove to Mark's house to apologize and beg Sarah to come home. But then I remembered standing in that courtroom 6 years ago, listening to Mark's lawyer talk about irreconcilable differences, while Jessica sat in the back row like she belonged there. I remembered coming home to an empty house and having to explain to 12-year-old Sarah why Daddy's clothes weren't in the closet anymore. I remembered all those nights when Sarah cried because she missed her father, and I had to comfort her while dealing with my own heartbreak. Part of me feels like if I give in now, I'm telling everyone, including myself, that none of that mattered. That I should just smile and be grateful that Jessica is nice to my daughter, regardless of how she became part of our lives. But another part of me is terrified that I'm destroying my relationship with Sarah over something that happened 6 years ago, and that she'll never forgive me for this. My sister thinks this is really a power struggle, and that Mark and Jessica are using Sarah to force me into accepting their version of how things should be. She says they want me to give my blessing to their relationship by welcoming Jessica into my home, and that Sarah is just caught in the middle. But my mom thinks I'm the one using Sarah to fight old battles, and that I need to prioritize my daughter's happiness over my own pain. I don't know who's right anymore. All I know is that my daughter graduates from high school in 2 weeks. She's leaving for college in August, and we're not even speaking to each other. I'm supposed to be proud and excited about this next chapter of her life, but instead, I'm sitting here wondering if I've already lost her for good. The party invitations are still sitting on my kitchen table, unsent.
Would it have been better if I had kept quiet when my brother tried to announce his engagement during my birthday dinner? I'm a 26-year-old woman who has always lived in the shadow of my older brother Jake, 28. He's one of those naturally charismatic people who just draws everyone's attention without even trying. You know the type. Walks into a room and suddenly everyone's gravitating toward him, laughing at his jokes, asking for his opinion on everything. My parents have always been pretty obvious about favoring him, not in a cruel way, but in that subtle way where his achievements get bigger celebrations and his problems get more sympathy. My whole life, I've watched him be the golden child. When he graduated college, we had this huge family party with extended relatives, catered food, the works. When I graduated 2 years later with better grades, we went to Applebee's. When he got his first apartment, my dad took the day off work to help him move and bought him a whole furniture set from IKEA. When I got my first place, I got a congratulatory text and had to borrow my friend's truck to move my stuff. I've mostly made peace with it over the years because fighting it just made me look bitter. But birthdays were always supposed to be my one guaranteed day where I got to be the focus. This year, my parents actually booked a nice restaurant for my birthday dinner. Nothing super fancy, but definitely nicer than our usual chain restaurant spots. It was going to be me, my parents, Jake, his girlfriend Sarah, who he's been dating for about 3 years, and 3 of my close friends. I was actually excited about it because my parents seemed to be making a real effort for once. The dinner started off really well. Everyone was focused on me for once, asking about my new job at the marketing firm, laughing at my stories about my weird coworkers, complimenting my new haircut. Sarah even asked me about the vacation I was planning, and Jake wasn't interrupting or trying to steer the conversation back to himself like he usually does. My friends were having a good time talking to my parents, and I was thinking this might actually be one of the better birthdays I'd had in years. We'd just finished our entrees, and I was feeling really relaxed and happy. My mom kept taking pictures of me, which she never usually does. The song was ending, and I was about to blow out the candles. Jake suddenly stands up. He has this look on his face that I've seen a million times before, that excited, mischievous expression he gets when he's about to do something that will get everyone's attention. My stomach immediately dropped because I knew exactly what that look meant. He starts clinking his fork against his wine glass to get everyone's attention, even though everyone was already looking at us because of the birthday song. He goes on about how sorry he is to interrupt my special day, but he just can't wait any longer to share some amazing news. I'm sitting there with the candles still burning on my cake, watching everyone's faces turn from me to him, and I know I'm about to lose my birthday completely. Then he pulls out this ring box. Not just any ring box, but this fancy black velvet one that he obviously had planned out. He gets down on one knee right there next to the table and proposes to Sarah while my birthday cake is literally sitting right there in front of me, with the wax starting to drip onto the frosting. The whole table erupts. Sarah starts crying and screaming, yes. My mom starts crying. My dad jumps up to shake Jake's hand, and my friends are all looking back and forth between the happy couple and me, like they don't know what to do with themselves. Everyone's crowding around Jake and Sarah, taking pictures, asking to see the ring, and I'm just sitting there alone at my spot at the table with my birthday cake that no one's paying attention to anymore. I felt like I was watching my birthday disappear in real time. 1 second, everyone was singing to me and taking pictures of me with my cake, and the next second, I might as well have been invisible.
It was like someone had flipped a switch, and suddenly none of these people remembered why we were all here in the first place. I'm sitting there, watching this whole engagement scene unfold while my birthday candles are literally melting onto my cake, and I can feel my face getting hot. Not the good kind of hot from being happy, but that burning sensation you get when you're about to either burst into tears or completely lose it. Sarah is sobbing happy tears. My mom is already on her phone, probably texting every relative we have, and my dad is doing that thing where he gets overly emotional and starts talking about how proud he is of his son. My 3 friends are the only ones who seem to remember AITA to congratulate them and offered to bring champagne for the table. Champagne for the engagement at my birthday dinner, where my cake was still sitting there uncut, with melted wax all over it. I kept telling myself to just stay calm, that I could deal with this later, that making a scene would just prove I'm as dramatic as Jake always says I am. But then my mom suggested we should get a group photo of the newly engaged couple, and she started directing everyone to move around for better lighting, completely forgetting that we hadn't even finished my birthday celebration yet. That's when something in me just snapped. I stood up so fast my chair scraped against the floor, and suddenly everyone was looking at me instead of the happy couple. I could feel my hands shaking, but I was way past caring about keeping my voice down or being polite. I looked directly at Jake and told him I couldn't believe he was serious right now. I said he couldn't wait literally one more day to do this, that he had to hijack my birthday dinner. The whole table went dead silent, except for the background noise of other restaurant conversations, and I could see the shock on everyone's faces. Jake looked genuinely confused, like he had no idea why I might be upset. He said he thought I'd be happy for him, that he wanted to share this moment with family. The way he said it made it sound like I was being unreasonable for not wanting my birthday dinner turned into his engagement party. That's when my mom jumped in and told me not to make a scene. She used that voice she always uses when she's trying to manage my behavior in public, that fake calm tone that's supposed to make me feel like I'm being irrational. She said this was wonderful news, and we should all be celebrating together. Hearing my mom immediately take his side and tell me to basically shut up and deal with it was the final straw. I told Jake he was selfish, and that he always had to be the center of attention, even on my birthday. I said he couldn't let me have one single day without making it about himself somehow. Jake got defensive and said I was being dramatic, that he just wanted to share his joy with the people he loved most. He made it sound like I was the problem for not being thrilled that my birthday had been completely overshadowed. Sarah was still crying, but now she looked uncomfortable instead of happy during my celebration. As I was walking away from the table, I could hear my mom apologizing to Sarah and Jake, telling them not to let me ruin their special moment. I heard my dad saying something about me always being sensitive about this stuff, like it was some character flaw instead of a normal reaction to having your birthday completely taken over. My friends caught up with me in the parking lot. They all agreed that what Jake did was messed up, and that they didn't blame me for leaving. Emma said she was shocked he actually did that, and couldn't believe my parents were acting like I was the problem. But even with their support, I still felt like maybe I had overreacted, like maybe I should have just sucked it up and dealt with it privately later. The drive home was awful, because I kept replaying the whole thing and going back and forth between feeling justified and feeling like a terrible person for ruining Jake's proposal moment. I knew that by tomorrow this would somehow become the story of how I threw a tantrum and ruined my brother's engagement, instead of the story of how he hijacked my birthday. I spent the rest of that night pacing around my apartment, alternating between feeling completely justified and wondering if I'd just made the biggest mistake of my life. My friends were texting me constantly, asking if I was okay, and telling me they thought what Jake did was wrong. Emma said she couldn't believe he actually proposed during my birthday dinner, and that she didn't blame me one bit for walking out. Another friend said she was shocked my parents took his side so quickly, instead of at least acknowledging that the timing was terrible. But even with their support, I kept second-guessing myself. Maybe I should have just smiled and congratulated them and dealt with my feelings privately later. Maybe I was being selfish for not being able to put aside my own disappointment for 5 minutes to be happy for my brother. Maybe this really was me being dramatic, like Jake always says. Around midnight, I decided I needed to at least try to communicate how I felt, instead of just stewing about it. I sent Jake a text saying that his timing was really hurtful and disrespectful, and that I felt like he'd completely hijacked my birthday without even considering how it would affect me. I tried to keep it calm and not accusatory, just explaining why I was upset. He called me back within 10 minutes, which surprised me.
Wasn't upset about his engagement. I was upset about the timing and the fact that he'd turned my birthday into his engagement party. He said I was making it all about me, which was ironic, considering he was the one who'd literally made my birthday all about him. We ended up hanging up on each other after he said I owed Sarah an apology for ruining their special moment. My parents called the next day, and I was hoping maybe they'd had time to think about it and realize that Jake's timing was pretty thoughtless. Instead, they told me I'd embarrassed the family and that I needed to apologize to both Jake and Sarah. My mom said she was disappointed in how I'd handled the situation and that I'd turned what should have been a beautiful family moment into drama. My dad said I'd always been sensitive about Jake getting attention, like this was just me being jealous, instead of having a legitimate complaint about basic courtesy. The worst part was that they kept framing it like I was upset about Jake's engagement itself, not the fact that he'd announced it during my birthday dinner. They made it sound like I was some bitter person who couldn't stand to see my brother happy, rather than someone who just wanted one day a year to be about me. I tried to explain my side to them, but they weren't really listening. My mom kept saying that family should support each other, and that Jake's happiness should matter more to me than some silly birthday celebration. She said birthdays happen every year, but engagements are once in a lifetime, which completely missed the point. It wasn't about the importance of the events. It was about basic consideration and timing. 3 days after the whole disaster, Jake called me again. I almost didn't answer, because our last conversation had gone so badly. But something made me pick up. He sounded different this time, less defensive and more tired. That's when he admitted something that made everything so much worse. He told me he hadn't actually planned to propose that night. He said he'd just brought the ring with him to dinner because he'd been carrying it around for a few days, trying to figure out when and where to do it. But when he saw how happy weeks since all this happened, and things are still weird with my family. My parents keep dropping hints that I should be the one to apologize and make things right. They'll mention how sad it is that the family is fighting during such a happy time for Jake and Sarah, or they'll talk about how much they're looking forward to planning the wedding and how they hope everyone can get along. Sarah posted all these engagement photos on social media from that night, and seeing them was like getting punched in the gut all over again. There are pictures of her showing off her ring, pictures of her and Jake kissing, pictures of the whole family congratulating them, and in the background of several shots you can literally see my birthday cake with the melted candles still stuck in it. It felt like the perfect metaphor for how my birthday had been completely forgotten in favor of their moment. My friends have been great through all this, constantly reassuring me that I wasn't wrong to be upset, and that Jake's timing was terrible. But I'm still going back and forth about whether I handled it right. Part of me thinks I should have just stayed quiet and brought it up with him privately later, even though I know that would have meant my entire birthday dinner would have turned into an engagement party, with me just sitting there pretending to be happy about it.
The thing that really gets to me is that this feels like the story of my whole life with Jake. He does something thoughtless. I get upset about it, and somehow I end up being the bad guy who's overreacting or being dramatic. And now it's happening again, with something that was supposed to be my special day. So here I am, 2 weeks later, still wondering if I was wrong for calling him out instead of just staying quiet and letting him have his moment, even though it was supposed to be mine. Could I have handled things better when I refused to let my best friend propose at my engagement party? I'm a 29-year-old guy who just got engaged 3 months ago, and I'm still dealing with the fallout from what happened at our engagement party. My best friend Jake is 30, and he's been with his girlfriend Sarah for about 4 years now. We've been tight since college, the kind of friendship where we've been through everything together. Breakups, job changes, family drama, you name it. My fiancée, Emma, and I had been planning this engagement party for weeks. We rented out this nice little venue downtown, nothing too fancy, but classy enough for our families and close friends. About 40 people total. The thing is, this past year has been absolutely brutal for both of us. I switched jobs twice. Emma's dad had some health scares, and we'd been dealing with wedding planning stress on top of everything else. This party was supposed to be our moment to finally just celebrate and breathe a little. Jake had been going on and on about proposing to Sarah for months. Every time we hung out, it was all he could talk about. Ring shopping, perfect locations, timing, the whole 9 yards. I was honestly getting a little tired of hearing about it, but I tried to be supportive. I figured he'd do his thing when he was ready, and I'd be there to celebrate with them when it happened. The party was going great at first. Emma looked amazing. Our families were getting along, and everyone seemed to be having a good time. We'd already done the initial toasts, and people were mingling, eating, dancing a little. I was feeling this huge sense of relief that we'd actually pulled it off, and that everything was going smoothly. Then, about halfway through the night, Jake pulled me aside. We were near the bar area, kind of away from everyone else, and he had this weird look on his face. I thought maybe he was going to tell me he wasn't feeling well or something. Instead, he goes, "Hey man, can I borrow the microphone later tonight? I want to propose to Sarah." I literally felt my stomach drop. I just stared at him for a second because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was our engagement party, our night, the one thing Emma and I had been looking forward to after months of stress and planning. I told him no.
I can't believe you're being this selfish. I thought you were my best friend. That's when I knew this wasn't going to end well. I told him again that it wasn't happening, that he needed to respect our night. He just shook his head and walked away, looking completely pissed off. I went back to the party, trying to act normal, but I could feel this knot in my stomach. Emma noticed something was wrong pretty quickly and asked what happened. When I told her, her face went white, then red. She was furious. She couldn't believe Jake would even ask, let alone get upset when I said no. But the worst part was what happened next. Jake didn't just sulk quietly in the corner. He started making these comments to other guests, loud enough for people to hear, but quiet enough that he could pretend he was just having private conversations. I kept catching bits and pieces. Stuff about people who can't share the spotlight. Comments about generosity and friendship. I watched him work the room, and I could see people's expressions changing as he talked to them. Some of our mutual friends started looking back and forth between us, clearly picking up on the tension. A couple of people even came up to me asking if everything was okay. The absolute worst moment was when Jake's cousin Mike straight up asked me if I'd shut down Jake's proposal. I had to stand there at my own engagement party and explain why I wouldn't let someone else propose. It was humiliating and awkward, and I could see other people listening in. Sarah had no clue what was going on. She kept asking Jake why he seemed upset, and he'd just brush her off, or make vague comments about being disappointed in people. She looked confused, and a little hurt that he was being distant with her at what should have been a fun party. The whole vibe of the party shifted. People were still trying to have a good time, but there was this undercurrent of weirdness that everyone could feel. Emma and I did our best to keep things moving, but it was like trying to ignore a fire in the corner of the room. Jake and Sarah ended up leaving early, without really saying goodbye to us. He just gave me this cold nod and walked out. Sarah looked embarrassed and confused, but she followed him. A bunch of other people saw them leave and started whispering about what might have happened. Some were supportive, saying they couldn't believe Jake would even ask to do that. But others were definitely taking his side. I got this long text from our friend Mark, basically lecturing me about friendship and how I should have just been happy for Jake. He said it would have been such a beautiful moment, and that I was being petty and insecure. The worst part was realizing how many people Jake had talked to at the party. Emma's sister told me that Jake had approached her during the reception, going on about how disappointed he was in me, and how he'd never expected me to be so selfish. Her sister was uncomfortable because she barely knew Jake, and here he was bad-mouthing me at my own engagement party. I also found out from Emma's cousin that Jake had told a whole group of people near the dessert table that some people just can't handle not being the center of attention. He'd made this big show of sighing and shaking his head, talking about how he guessed he'd misjudged our friendship. People were eating cake and having to listen to this drama. What really got to me was that Sarah had no idea any of this was happening. She texted me 2 days after the party asking what was wrong with Jake and if they'd done something to offend us. I felt terrible for her because she was completely innocent in all this, and Jake was taking out his anger on her too. She said he'd been moody and distant since the party but wouldn't tell her why. Emma was absolutely livid when she heard about all the conversations Jake had been having behind our backs. She kept saying she wished she'd known what was happening during the party so she could have shut it down. She told me that if I had actually said yes to Jake's request, she would have been completely humiliated and felt like our entire relationship was being disrespected. The friend group drama was getting worse by the day. Our group chat, which was usually just random memes and plans to hang out, turned into this weird, passive-aggressive battlefield. Jake would post things that were obviously directed at me without mentioning my name. Stuff about loyalty and true friendship, quotes about supporting the people you love. Other people would respond with likes or their own cryptic comments. I tried to stay out of it, but it was impossible to ignore. When I did post something normal, like a thank you message for everyone who came to the party, half the group would like it, and the other half with Jake. My mom said she'd noticed him acting strange and talking to people in corners, and she wanted to know if we'd had some kind of fight. Emma's parents asked her directly if there was drama they should know about, because they'd picked up on the weird energy too. The most frustrating part was that I kept second-guessing myself. Maybe I should have just said yes. Maybe it would have been 5 minutes and then everything would have gone back to normal. But then I'd remember how Jake had acted for the rest of the night, and how he'd spent the party basically trying to turn people against me, and I'd get angry all over again. Emma kept reassuring me that I'd done the right thing, but I could tell the whole situation was stressing her out too. We were supposed to be in this happy post-engagement bubble, planning our future and enjoying being engaged. Instead, we were dealing with friend drama and having to defend our decision to have boundaries at our own party. I finally decided I needed to call Jake and try to clear the air. I couldn't stand the thought of our friendship ending over this, and I hoped that maybe if we talked one-on-one, away from all the other people and opinions, we could work it out. I thought maybe he'd had time to cool down and see my perspective. That phone call was one of the most frustrating conversations I've ever had. Jake immediately went on the defensive, saying I'd embarrassed him in front of everyone and made him look like a fool. He kept insisting that it would have just been a few minutes and that I was being ridiculous for making such a big deal out of it.
When I tried to explain that it was inappropriate to hijack someone else's event, he accused me of being insecure about sharing the spotlight. He said he'd thought I was the kind of friend who would want to be part of his special moment, and that he was disappointed to learn what kind of person I really was. The conversation went in circles, with him refusing to acknowledge why what he'd asked was wrong, and me getting more and more frustrated trying to explain basic social etiquette. He kept bringing up all the times he'd been supportive of me, as if that meant I owed him the right to propose at my engagement party. By the end of the social media, and going out of their way to exclude me from group hangouts. Last weekend, they all went to a baseball game together and posted pictures, making sure I could see that I wasn't invited. But I've also got people backing me up. My friend Dave called me the day after my conversation with Jake and said he couldn't believe Jake was acting this way. He told me that even if Jake had asked him privately before the party, he would have told him it was a terrible idea. Emma's brother, who's become a good friend over the years, said Jake's behavior at the party was embarrassing and that he was glad I shut it down. The weirdest part is how this has affected people who weren't even directly involved. Emma's friends have started treating Jake like he's some kind of pariah. When his name comes up, they roll their eyes and make comments about guys who can't handle not being the center of attention. I never asked them to take sides, but apparently Jake's reputation took a serious hit among people who heard what happened. Sarah finally reached out to me directly about 2 weeks after the party. She apologized for Jake's behavior and said she was mortified when she found out what he'd asked me. She told me she wouldn't have wanted to get engaged at someone else's engagement party anyway, that it would have felt weird and stolen thunder from our moment. She seemed genuinely upset about the whole thing, and said Jake had been impossible to deal with since the party. That conversation with Sarah actually made me feel a lot better about my decision. Here was the person who was supposed to benefit from Jake's proposal, and even she thought it was inappropriate. She said she'd tried to talk to Jake about it, but he just got defensive and said she didn't understand friendship loyalty. The most validating moment came when I was talking to my uncle at a family dinner. He'd been at the party and witnessed some of the weirdness. Without me bringing it up, he mentioned how uncomfortable Jake had made everyone feel with his attitude that night. He said several people had commented to him about the strange energy and how inappropriate it was for someone to be causing drama at an engagement party. My uncle also told me something I didn't know. Apparently, Jake had approached him during the party and made some comment about how some people forget about their friends when they get engaged. My uncle said he was so caught off guard that he just walked away. But it bothered him for the rest of the night. Supposed to be my best man. I've started looking at our friendship differently now. I keep thinking back to other times when Jake didn't get his way, and I'm realizing there's a pattern of him sulking and trying to make other people feel guilty. Like when we planned a group vacation 2 years ago, and he wanted to go to Vegas, but everyone else voted for the beach. He spent the entire trip making passive-aggressive comments about how no one cared about what he wanted. Or when he didn't get invited to Emma's sister's wedding because they barely knew each other, and he spent weeks making comments about how I was forgetting about my real friends. At the time, I thought he was just hurt, but now I'm seeing it as part of a bigger pattern of him expecting special treatment and throwing fits when he doesn't get it. The hardest part is that I genuinely miss our friendship. We've been through so much together, and there are still moments when something happens and I want to text him about it. But then I remember how he acted at the party and how he's been treating me since, and I realize that maybe this friendship wasn't as solid as I thought it was. Some mutual friends have tried to play peacemaker. Mark's girlfriend approached me at the grocery store last week and said everyone just wants things to go back to normal. She suggested I reach out to Jake and apologize for embarrassing him, just to smooth things over. I told her I didn't have anything to apologize for, and she got this look like I was being stubborn and prideful. That conversation really bothered me, because it made me realize how skewed some people's perception of the situation is. Somehow, Jake has managed to frame this as me being mean to him, rather than him being completely inappropriate at my engagement party. The fact that people think I should apologize for having boundaries at my own event is mind-blowing to me. Emma and I have started planning our wedding, and every decision feels loaded now. Do we invite Jake and risk him causing more drama? Do we not invite him and confirm the end of our friendship? Do we invite him but not ask him to be in the wedding party? It's exhausting having to factor in all this drama when we're supposed to be focused on celebrating our relationship. I've also been thinking about what this means for the future. Think about how Emma would have felt if I'd said yes, how our families would have reacted, how our special moment would have been overshadowed by someone else's proposal. And I know I made the right choice. I just never expected that standing up for myself and my relationship would cost me a friendship that I thought was unbreakable.
Is it wrong that I told my sister-in-law she couldn't announce her pregnancy during my baby's first birthday? I'm a 31-year-old woman, married with a 1-year-old son named Jake. My husband's sister, Sarah, is 27 and just found out she's pregnant after struggling to conceive for over 2 years. Don't get me wrong, I'm genuinely happy for her and my husband. We all know how much she wanted this, and the whole family has been supportive through her fertility journey. But here's the thing about Sarah. She has this pattern of making every celebration about herself. 2 years ago, she announced her engagement right in the middle of our cousin's wedding reception. Just stood up during the toasts and made this whole speech about how love was in the air and she had news to share. Last year, she revealed her new promotion during my brother-in-law's graduation dinner, when everyone was supposed to be celebrating him finishing his master's degree. It's like she can't stand not being the center of attention for more than 5 minutes. So when we started planning Jake's first birthday party, I'll admit I was already on edge. First birthdays are a big deal, you know? It's not just about the baby. It's about celebrating making it through that first year as parents. I wanted to invite both sides of the family and have this nice celebration for our son. My husband kept telling me I was overthinking it, that Sarah would behave herself, but I had this nagging feeling in my gut. The party was supposed to be on Saturday afternoon at our house. Nothing too fancy, just family, some decorations, cake, and photos. I'd been planning it for weeks, ordered this cute little smash cake for Jake, bought decorations with his favorite characters. I was actually excited for once instead of stressed about family drama. Then, Friday night happened. Sarah called me around 9, and I could immediately tell from her voice that she was up to something. She started with all this small talk about the party, asking what time people were coming, if I needed help with anything. Then she dropped it on me. She wanted to share her good news with everyone during the party. I felt my stomach drop. I tried to stay calm and told her that while I was happy for her, Jake's birthday wasn't the right time for her announcement. This was his day, his milestone, and I wanted the focus to stay on him. Quickly, she kept pushing, saying it would just be a quick announcement, that it wouldn't take away from Jake's day. But I knew Sarah, and I knew there was no such thing as a quick announcement with her. I held my ground and told her no. The party was for Jake, and I wasn't changing my mind about this. She got really upset and said some things about how I'd changed since becoming a mom, how I was turning into one of those mothers who thinks the world revolves around their kid. Then she hung up on me. I just sat there, holding the phone, knowing I'd probably made things worse, but also feeling like I had to protect my son's day. My husband came in asking what happened, and when I told him, he just sighed. He agreed with me in principle, but was worried about the fallout. He knows his sister better than anyone, and he said she was probably going to cause drama at the party no matter what now. Part of me wondered if I should have just said yes and gotten it over with, but the bigger part of me was angry that I even had to deal with this in the first place. I barely slept that night, thinking about what Saturday was going to bring.
I kept imagining different scenarios of how Sarah might try to announce anyway, or what kind of passive-aggressive comments she'd make throughout the party. My husband tried to reassure me that she wouldn't actually do anything to ruin Jake's day, but I wasn't so sure. The morning of the party, I was running around getting everything ready and trying not to think about the phone call. I just wanted one day where the focus could be on my son, without someone else trying to steal the spotlight. Was that really too much to ask? Sarah showed up about 30 minutes late, which honestly wasn't surprising. What was obvious, though, was her mood. She had this sulky expression and barely acknowledged me when she walked in. She gave Jake a quick hug and then immediately went to find my mother-in-law. I could already tell this was going to be a long afternoon. The party started off okay. Jake was in a great mood, playing with his cousins and getting excited about all the people and decorations. My parents were taking tons of photos, and for a little while I actually relaxed and enjoyed watching my son have fun. But I kept catching Sarah out of the corner of my eye, and she was definitely not her usual bubbly self. About an hour, intense conversation. Lisa's eyes got wide and she looked over at me, then back at Sarah. I felt this knot forming in my stomach because I knew exactly what was happening. Within the next 20 minutes, I watched Sarah work her way around the room. She'd sidle up to different relatives, have these hushed conversations, and then they'd look at her with excitement and give her hugs. She was telling people about the pregnancy anyway, just doing it quietly so I couldn't call her out in front of everyone. The worst part was watching the energy of the party shift. People were still interacting with Jake, but I could see their attention was divided. There were these little groups forming where people were clearly talking about Sarah's news. My husband's grandmother actually left Jake playing with his toys to go congratulate Sarah. I felt like I was watching my son's party get hijacked in real time. I tried to stay focused on Jake and not let it show how frustrated I was getting. We did the singing and brought out his smash cake, which should have been this cute moment where everyone's attention was on him. But even during the happy birthday song, I could see people glancing over at Sarah and whispering to each other. The breaking point came right after we finished singing. I was getting ready to help Jake with his cake when my husband's brother came up to Sarah and said something about how exciting it was that there would be another baby in the family soon. Other people heard and started gathering around her, offering congratulations. I was standing there holding my son, trying to get him interested in his cake, while half the party was now focused on Sarah. She was soaking up all the attention, talking about how long they'd been trying and how grateful she was. People were asking questions about due dates and whether they'd found out the gender yet. Meanwhile, Jake was sitting in his high chair with frosting on his hands, and nobody was even looking at him. That's when I snapped. I couldn't just stand there and watch my son's milestone get completely overshadowed. I walked over to Sarah and told her I needed to talk to her privately. She gave me this innocent look like she had no idea what I was upset about. I pulled her into the kitchen and told her she was doing exactly what I asked her not to do. She immediately got defensive and said she hadn't made any big announcement, that people were just asking for once. I told her this wasn't about me, it was about my son, and that she had plenty of other opportunities to share her news that didn't involve hijacking someone else's celebration. She rolled her eyes and said I was being dramatic, that there was room for everyone to be happy at the same time. By this point, our voices had gotten loud enough that people in the living room could probably hear us. My husband came into the kitchen looking stressed and asked what was going on. Sarah immediately started talking about how unreasonable I was being and how I was trying to ruin her happiness. I felt like I was going crazy because she was completely twisting the situation. The rest of the party was incredibly awkward. Sarah went back out and continued accepting congratulations like nothing had happened, while I tried to salvage some semblance of a birthday celebration for Jake. People were walking on eggshells, not sure whether to acknowledge the pregnancy news or pretend they didn't know about it. I managed to get through the cake cutting and present opening, but the whole thing felt forced and uncomfortable. What should have been this joyful celebration of my son's first year turned into this tense family drama with everyone choosing sides. Jake was oblivious to it all, thankfully, but I felt like I'd failed to protect his special day. After everyone left, I was exhausted and honestly pretty upset about how the whole day had gone. My husband and I spent the evening cleaning up and trying to process what had happened. He was caught between supporting me and not wanting to completely burn bridges with his sister, which I understood, but also found frustrating. The next day, I decided I needed to have one final conversation with Sarah. I called her and told her we needed to talk about what happened and how we were going to handle things going forward. She was still in defensive mode, acting like I had ruined her moment instead of acknowledging that she had done exactly what I asked her not to do. I was done being polite about it. I told her straight up that I wouldn't tolerate her stealing moments from other people's celebrations anymore. I said I was happy for her pregnancy, but that her pattern of making every event about herself had to stop. I explained that if she couldn't respect other people's special days, then we were going to have problems at future family gatherings. She did not take that well at all. She accused me of being sharing her joy with the family. She was painting herself as the victim, and me as this controlling sister-in-law who couldn't stand to see her happy. The family reaction has been mixed, which is honestly what I expected. My parents and my husband's parents are split down the middle. My mother-in-law thinks I should have just let Sarah have her moment, and that first birthdays aren't that important anyway since the baby won't remember it. My father-in-law agrees that Sarah was out of line, but thinks I could have handled it more diplomatically. My own parents are more on my side. My mom pointed out that this is part of a pattern with Sarah, and that someone needed to finally call her out on it. My dad thinks the whole thing could have been avoided if my husband had talked to his sister beforehand, which is probably true, but doesn't help the situation now. Some of the extended family members are staying out of it entirely, but others have definitely picked sides. My husband's aunt told me she thought I was right to protect Jake's day, but his cousin thinks I was being petty and that there was room for both celebrations. The worst part is that Sarah is now planning this elaborate pregnancy announcement party, and she's been making comments about how she needs to do it right since some people tried to prevent her from sharing her news before. She's invited everyone in the family except me and my husband, which feels pretty deliberate. About 2 weeks after Jake's party, my cousin Lisa called me with some information that made me feel even more justified in my decision. She told me that Sarah had actually admitted to her that she had planned this whole surprise announcement during the cake cutting. She had brought balloons in her car that spelled out, "Big Cousin," and was going to have someone bring them out right when we were taking photos of Jake with his cake. Knowing that it was premeditated and not just a spur-of-the-moment decision to share her news made me furious all over again. It confirmed that she had every intention of hijacking Jake's moment, regardless of what I said. Lisa felt bad that she hadn't warned me beforehand, but honestly, I'm not sure it would have changed anything. My husband is still trying to play peacekeeper, which I get, but also find exhausting. He keeps saying his sister will come around, and that family is more important than being right. But I don't think this is about being right or wrong. One of me wonders if I should have just let her make her announcement and avoided all this family drama. But then I think about Jake's birthday photos, where half the family is looking at Sarah instead of him, during what should have been his moment. And I get angry all over again. The thing that really bothers me is that this probably won't be the last time something like this happens. There will be more birthdays, more milestones, more celebrations. And based on her track record, Sarah is going to keep finding ways to make them about herself unless someone continues to call her out on it. So now I'm dealing with ongoing family drama, a sister-in-law who thinks I'm the villain, and the knowledge that future family gatherings are going to be awkward at best. I keep going back and forth between feeling like I did the right thing by protecting my son's day and wondering if it was worth all this conflict. I guess I'm still trying to figure out if I was wrong for refusing to let my sister-in-law announce her pregnancy during my son's first birthday party, or if sometimes you have to be willing to be the bad guy to protect what matters to you.
Was I too harsh for telling my father he could not bring his new girlfriend to my wedding? I'm a 27-year-old woman who just got engaged 6 months ago, and honestly, wedding planning has been going pretty smoothly until last weekend. My dad is 52, my mom is 50, and my brother Jake is 25. 3 years ago, my parents went through this messy divorce after my dad cheated on my mom with a coworker. The whole thing was devastating for our family, especially my mom, who basically had to rebuild her entire life from scratch. My relationship with my dad has been rocky ever since, but I've tried to keep things civil for everyone's sake. He's still my father, and I didn't want to completely cut him out of my life. My mom, on the other hand, has barely recovered emotionally from the whole mess. She's doing better now, going to therapy and all that. But the mention of my dad's girlfriend still makes her visibly uncomfortable. So last Saturday, we all met at my mom's house to go over wedding details. It used to be my parents' house before the divorce, but now it's just Mom's place. The atmosphere was already a bit tense because having both my parents in the same room is never easy, even after 3 years. My dad seemed unusually confident about everything, making suggestions about the venue and the reception like he was trying to assert some kind of authority over the whole event. My mom kept fidgeting with her coffee cup whenever my dad would bring up anything about +1s or seating arrangements. I could tell she was nervous, but she was trying to be supportive and not make things about her. Jake kept trying to steer the conversation towards safer topics whenever things felt awkward, which honestly was pretty much the entire time. We were going through the guest list, checking off relatives and family friends, when my dad just casually dropped this bomb. He said he'd need a +1 for his girlfriend, like it was the most normal thing in the world. The room went completely silent. I could see my mom's face go pale, and Jake just stared at his hands. I told my dad that his girlfriend wasn't invited. I tried to be diplomatic about it at first, mentioning the circumstances and how it might be difficult for everyone involved, trying to have a relationship with me. That's when I lost it and told him that this was my wedding, not his chance to parade around the woman he destroyed our family for. Jake jumped in and said I was being unfair to Dad. He started suggesting all these compromise solutions, like having them sit at separate tables or having the girlfriend just come to the ceremony but not the reception. He kept saying that it's been 3 years and we all needed to move forward as a family. But I rejected every single suggestion because I knew it would still hurt my mom. That's when my dad gave me the ultimatum. He said he wouldn't attend the wedding without his girlfriend. It was both of them or neither of them, and I had to choose. I could see my mom trying to make herself smaller in her chair, like she wanted to disappear completely. The guilt on her face was obvious, like she felt responsible for putting me in this position. I told my dad that he was still invited, but his girlfriend was not, and that was final. He completely lost it at that point. He started yelling about how I was humiliating him and how I'd regret making him choose between his daughter and his girlfriend. He stormed out of the house, slamming the door so hard that one of my mom's picture frames fell off the wall. After he left, my mom just broke down crying. She kept apologizing and saying she didn't want to be the reason my dad might not be at my wedding. Jake was furious with me, saying I'd just ruined any chance of our family getting back to normal. He said I was being selfish and making everything about the past instead of focusing on my future. But honestly, seeing my mom's reaction just confirmed that I'd made the right decision. She was trying so hard to hold it together during the whole conversation, and the relief on her face when I stood my ground was obvious. I know my dad thinks I'm punishing him, But this isn't about punishment. It's about protecting the people I love from unnecessary pain on what's supposed to be the happiest day of my life. The next few days after my dad stormed out were absolutely chaotic. He started calling me constantly, leaving these long voicemails about how unreasonable I was being. At first, his messages were trying to be persuasive, talking about forgiveness and moving forward as a family. Helped pay for my car repairs last year, or how he never missed my birthday, like those things somehow erased what he'd done to our family. He even had the nerve to say that Mom had been just as responsible for their marriage falling apart because she'd been distant and cold for years before the affair. The worst part was when he started attacking my character. He told Jake that I'd always been Mom's favorite and that I was just like her, holding grudges and refusing to forgive. He said I was being vindictive and that I was using my wedding as a weapon against him. Hearing all this secondhand from Jake was honestly more hurtful than if Dad had said it directly to me. Mom tried to stay out of it at first, but I could see how much the whole situation was affecting her. She kept apologizing and offering to talk to Dad herself, or even to skip the wedding entirely so that Dad could bring his girlfriend. When she suggested that, I completely lost it. The idea that my own mother would skip my wedding to accommodate the woman who helped destroy our family was insane to me. That's when Jake really went off on me. He said I was being incredibly selfish, and that I was making Mom's trauma everyone else's problem. He argued that 3 years was more than enough time for Mom to get over the divorce, and that I was enabling her to stay stuck in the past. He kept saying that Dad had moved on and found happiness, and that we should be happy for him instead of punishing him. Jake's whole argument was that I was tearing the family apart even more than the divorce had. He said that at least after the divorce we could all still be in the same room for holidays and birthdays. But now I was creating this permanent divide. He accused me of making my wedding about my parents' drama instead of about my own happiness and future with my fiancée. The breaking point came when Dad showed up at my apartment unannounced on Thursday evening. He'd clearly been drinking, and he was angrier than I'd ever seen him. He started yelling about how I was just like my mother, cold and unforgiving and impossible to please. He said that no matter what he did, it would never be enough for us, so why should he even bother trying? He went on this rant about how his girlfriend was the best thing that had happened to him in years, and that she'd helped him become a better person. He claimed that she'd encouraged him to try to permanently. After he left, I called Jake, who immediately started lecturing me about how I'd pushed Dad too far. He said that Dad's threat wasn't just about the wedding anymore. It was about whether we'd have any relationship with him going forward. Jake was convinced that if I didn't compromise, we'd lose Dad forever, and he blamed me entirely for letting it get to that point. But what Jake didn't understand was that this wasn't really about the girlfriend anymore. This had become about my dad's complete inability to take responsibility for his actions. He wanted everyone to pretend that his affair hadn't happened, that the pain he'd caused didn't matter, and that we should all just be grateful he was willing to include us in his new life. The final straw was when I found out that Dad had been telling extended family his version of events. My cousin Sarah called me to say that Dad had been painting me as this bridezilla who was trying to control everyone and ruin his happiness. He'd apparently told several relatives that I was being manipulated by Mom and that I was too immature to understand adult relationships. Some of our relatives were actually buying his story. My Aunt Linda called my mom to suggest that maybe it would be better if Dad just didn't come to the wedding at all, since clearly there was too much drama. She said it wasn't fair to make everyone else uncomfortable because of our family issues. Other relatives started taking sides, and suddenly my wedding was becoming this huge family controversy. That's when I realized that Dad's ultimatum was really working. He was forcing everyone to choose between supporting him or supporting me, and he was confident that enough people would side with him to make me back down. He was treating my wedding like some kind of power play, and he was determined to win. After Dad's ultimatum, the weekend deadline came and went without me changing my mind. True to his word, he stopped calling entirely. The silence was almost worse than the angry voicemails had been. Jake told me that Dad had officially decided not to attend the wedding, and that he was telling people I had chosen to exclude him from my life. Mom was a complete wreck about the whole thing. She kept blaming herself for the situation, saying that if she could just get over her feelings, none of this would be happening. She offered sympathy from relatives who didn't know the full story. My Aunt Linda actually called me directly to lecture me about family loyalty and forgiveness. She said that holding on to anger was only hurting myself, and that I was being unfair to punish Dad's girlfriend for something that happened years ago. She kept saying that the girlfriend had nothing to do with my parents' marriage problems, which showed how little she actually knew about the situation. When I tried to explain that the woman was literally the person Dad had the affair with, Aunt Linda said that was all in the past, and I needed to focus on the future. But then I started hearing from other family members who were actually supportive. My Uncle Mike, Mom's brother, called to say that he was proud of me for standing up for Mom. He said he'd watched Mom struggle for 3 years to rebuild her life, and that forcing her to celebrate alongside the woman who helped destroy her marriage would be cruel. He also pointed out that Dad could have chosen to respect my wishes and come alone, but instead chose to make it an ultimatum. The worst part was finding out that Dad had apparently told his girlfriend about the whole situation, but had completely twisted the story. According to what Jake heard through the grapevine, Dad told her that Mom was trying to sabotage their relationship and that I was helping her do it. The girlfriend apparently didn't even know she was the affair partner initially. Dad had told her some story about how his marriage was already over when they got together. Jake was still trying to convince me to change my mind right up until 2 weeks before the wedding. He kept saying that having no father at the wedding would be worse than having to deal with some uncomfortable moments with the girlfriend there. He argued that I'd regret not having Dad walk me down the aisle, and that it would ruin all the wedding photos to have this obvious absence. But then Mom and I had this really honest conversation that changed everything. She finally admitted that she wouldn't just be uncomfortable if Dad's girlfriend came to the wedding. She'd be completely unable to function. She said she'd been having nightmares about it, and that her therapist had told her it could set back months of progress she'd made in healing from the divorce. Mom told me that she'd been trying to be strong and supportive, but that seeing that woman celebrating my marriage would feel like watching her steal another piece of our family. She said she'd probably end up asking them to talk to me about forgiveness and family unity. Most of my friends saw right through it and told me what he was doing, but it was so manipulative and embarrassing. 3 days before the wedding, my cousin Sarah called with the final update on Dad's situation. Apparently, he'd been telling people that he was planning some kind of surprise appearance at the wedding with his girlfriend. Sarah wasn't sure if he was serious or just trying to get a reaction, but she thought I should know. The idea that he might show up uninvited with her made me so anxious that I actually hired additional security for the venue. My fiancé, who had been mostly staying out of the family drama, finally told me that he was glad I'd stood my ground. He said that watching Dad try to manipulate everyone and turn my wedding into a power play had shown him a side of my father that he'd never seen before. He said that anyone who would threaten to cut contact with their daughter over a wedding invitation wasn't someone we needed in our lives anyway. The night before the wedding, Jake made one last attempt to get me to reach out to Dad. He said that Dad was really hurt, and that this might be our last chance to fix things before they got even worse. But by that point, I was done feeling guilty about Dad's choices. He could have chosen to come alone and celebrate his daughter's wedding, but instead, he chose to make it about his relationship and his ego. Jake ended up being the one to walk me down the aisle instead of Dad. He was still disappointed in my decision, but he said he wouldn't abandon me on my wedding day like Dad had. Mom was radiant at the wedding, genuinely happy and present in a way I hadn't seen her in years. She gave this beautiful speech about love and resilience that had everyone crying. The wedding was absolutely perfect without Dad there.
There were a few relatives who made comments about his absence, but most people were just focused on celebrating. Mom danced with me during the father-daughter dance, and it was honestly more meaningful than having Dad there would have been. She whispered that she was proud of me for protecting our family, even when it was hard. A week after the wedding, I got a text from Dad saying that I'd made my choice, and now I'd have to live with the consequences. He said that when I was ready to apologize and welcome his girlfriend into the family, that's something I needed to see.
Could I have gone too far when I reported my cousin for plagiarizing my work at university?
I'm a 22-year-old guy, currently a senior in college, and I've always been the type to take my academics seriously. My cousin Emma is 21, and honestly, she's never been one to stress too much about grades. She gets by with decent enough scores, but has always been more focused on her social life than hitting the books. We've always gotten along well, though, and our families are pretty close. This semester we both ended up in the same elective class, which was actually kind of cool at first. It's a communications course that fulfills requirements for both our majors. Emma seemed genuinely excited about doing well this time around, talking about how she wanted to really focus and bring her GPA up before graduation. I was supportive, and even offered to help her study if she needed it. About a month into the semester, I started noticing something weird. Emma's grades in the class were way higher than usual for her. Like, she was getting A's on assignments when she typically pulls B's and C's in her other courses. At first I thought maybe she was just really connecting with the material or the professor's teaching style. But then I started paying closer attention to her work when she'd show me her papers. There were phrases and arguments that seemed familiar. Really familiar. It bugged me, but I couldn't quite place where I'd seen them before. Then it hit me. A few years ago, when Emma was struggling in a similar class, I'd shared some of my old assignments with her as examples of what good work looked like. I never thought much of it at the time, just trying to help family out. I went back through my old files and started comparing. Sure enough, whole paragraphs from her recent submissions matched stuff I'd written years earlier. She wasn't even trying to hide it or change the wording much. My stomach dropped because I realized what was happening, but I kept hoping I was wrong, or maybe it was just coincidence. The breaking point came 2 weeks ago. We had a major research paper due, and Emma seemed way too relaxed about it considering it was worth 30% of our grade. She kept saying she had it handled and wasn't stressed at all. When papers got handed back, she got an A-. I was happy for her until I actually read her paper. I'm not exaggerating when I say
Whole weekend going back and forth about what to do. Part of me wanted to confront her directly, give her a chance to explain or maybe withdraw the paper herself. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that if I warned her, she'd just cover her tracks better and probably keep doing it. She'd already been copying my work for weeks without any guilt about it. I also kept thinking about all the other students in our class who were actually doing their own work and getting lower grades because they weren't cheating. It didn't seem fair to them. And honestly, it didn't seem fair to me either. Why should she get credit for something I wrote? By Monday morning, I'd made my decision. I went to our professor's office hours and explained the situation. I brought my laptop and showed him the original files with timestamps proving when I'd created them. I showed him the version history, the saved drafts, everything that proved the work was originally mine. Professor Martinez looked pretty shocked, but took it seriously. He said he'd need to investigate, and that Emma would be called in for an academic dishonesty hearing. He thanked me for bringing it to his attention and said I'd done the right thing. But I honestly didn't feel good about it at all. The hearing happened 3 days later. I wasn't there for it, but Emma texted me afterward asking if we could talk. That's when I knew she'd figured out it was me who reported her. The Academic Dishonesty Committee had found her guilty, and now she was looking at failing the entire course. I knew our family was about to explode, and I was right. Within hours of that hearing, my phone was blowing up with messages from relatives who'd somehow already heard about the whole situation.
The confrontation happened the next day. Emma showed up at my apartment around 8 p.m., and I could tell she'd been crying. But she wasn't sad anymore. She was furious. The second I opened the door, she started yelling about how I'd completely destroyed her life and asking how I could do this to family. She kept saying that family is supposed to stick together no matter what, and that I should have talked to her privately instead of going straight to the professor like some kind of snitch. She was going on about how this was going to ruin her chances of graduating on time and how her parents were going to kill her when they found out she might fail a class.
The next day, I had missed calls from both of them and a bunch of angry texts in our family group chat. My uncle was calling me heartless and saying I'd always been jealous of Emma. My aunt was going on about how family doesn't turn on each other and how disappointed she was in me. They were acting like I was some kind of monster who'd attacked Emma out of nowhere, completely ignoring the fact that she'd been stealing my work for weeks. The family group chat turned into a complete disaster. My mom tried to defend me at first, saying that what Emma did was wrong and that I had every right to protect my own work. But then my aunt started bringing up old family drama and saying my parents had always thought they were better than everyone else because I did well in school. My dad stayed out of it mostly, but when he did chime in, he said he thought I should have handled it differently. He agreed that Emma was wrong to plagiarize, but he thought I should have given her a chance to make it right before involving the professor. Even my own parents weren't fully on my side. The worst part was watching how quickly everyone picked sides. My mom's sister completely stopped talking to us. Some of my cousins were messaging me privately, saying they understood why I did it, but they wouldn't say anything publicly because they didn't want to deal with the drama. My grandmother got involved and started calling everyone trying to play peacekeeper, which just made things more chaotic. Emma's friends started getting involved too, posting stuff on social media about fake people and family betrayal. They didn't mention names, but it was pretty obvious what they were talking about. Some of my friends were asking me what was going on, and I felt like I had to keep explaining myself over and over again. The thing that really got to me was when my aunt accused me of being competitive and vindictive. She said I'd always resented Emma for being more popular and social, and that I couldn't stand seeing her succeed academically for once. That hurt because it made me question my own motives. Was I really just protecting academic integrity? Or was there some part of me that was jealous or wanted to see her fail? My mom kept trying to smooth things over, calling different relatives and explaining that I'd been put in a difficult position. But every conversation seemed to make things worse. People were either completely on through the family grapevine that Emma was telling people I'd set her up on purpose. She was claiming that I'd given her my old work specifically so I could report her later and get her in trouble. That was completely insane, but some people seemed to believe it. I felt completely isolated. Even the relatives who agreed that Emma was wrong to plagiarize were giving me grief about how I handled it. Everyone seemed to think there was some magical way I could have resolved this privately that would have made everything okay. But I knew that wasn't realistic. If I'd confronted Emma directly, she would have just denied it or promised to stop while continuing to cheat behind my back. The stress was affecting my own schoolwork too. I was constantly checking my phone for new family drama and losing sleep over the whole situation. I started wondering if I'd made a huge mistake. Not because Emma didn't deserve to face consequences, but because the fallout was so much worse than I'd expected. By the end of that week, it was clear that this wasn't going to blow over anytime soon. Half my family wasn't speaking to the other half. Emma was telling anyone who would listen that I'd ruined her life, and I was being painted as the villain in a situation where I felt like I was the victim. After about a week of non-stop family drama, I decided I needed to try explaining my side one more time. I wrote out a long message in the family group chat, laying out exactly what had happened and why I felt I had no choice but to report Emma. I explained that I couldn't warn her beforehand because she would have just hidden the evidence and kept cheating,
and that she was the one who put me in this impossible position by stealing my work in the first place. I pointed out that this wasn't just about family loyalty. There were principles involved. Academic dishonesty is serious, and it wasn't fair to the other students who were doing their own work. I also mentioned that my own academic reputation could have been damaged if someone had discovered the plagiarism and thought I was the one cheating. The response was mixed. A few cousins privately messaged me saying they finally understood my perspective and that they would have probably done the same thing. My mom's brother actually called me and apologized for some of the things he'd said earlier, admitting that Emma had put me in a really difficult spot. But they were still disappointed about how everything had blown up and wished there had been some way to avoid all the family drama. Things got significantly worse when I found out through my mom that Emma was already on academic probation. Apparently, she'd been struggling academically for a while and had already been caught cheating once before in a different class last semester. This wasn't just going to cost her the communications course, she could get kicked out of university entirely. When I learned this, I felt like I was going to throw up. I thought she was just a lazy student who was cutting corners, not someone whose entire college career was hanging by a thread. If I'd known she was already on probation, would I have handled things differently? I honestly don't know, but the guilt was overwhelming. My aunt found out that I knew about the probation and completely lost it. She called me directly for the first time since this whole thing started, screaming about how I'd probably just destroyed Emma's entire future over some stupid assignment. She said Emma had been working so hard to get her grades up and that I'd sabotaged her right when she was finally turning things around. That conversation really messed with my head because part of what my aunt said was true. Emma had seemed more focused on school this semester, and her grades were genuinely improving. Of course, I now knew that improvement was because she was cheating, but it still made me question whether I'd been too harsh. The family split became even more permanent after that. My aunt and uncle stopped coming to family gatherings, and my grandmother was basically hosting 2 separate holiday celebrations to avoid having us in the same room. Some of my cousins were caught in the middle and didn't know how to navigate the situation, so they just started avoiding family events altogether. Emma ended up failing the communications course, which triggered a review of her academic standing. She got suspended for a semester and has to reapply for readmission. She'll probably be able to come back, but she'll have to repeat the semester and won't graduate with her original class. The worst part was finding out through social media that she was telling people I deliberately sabotaged her because I was jealous of her social life. She posted this long story about family betrayal and how academic competition had poisoned our relationship. She never mentioned the plagiarism or the fact that she'd been stealing my work for months. We're dealing with constant pressure from my mom's side of the family, and I could tell they were exhausted from all the drama. My mom kept getting guilt-tripped by relatives who thought she should have raised me to value family loyalty over everything else. It's been about 3 months since everything went down, and the family situation hasn't really improved. Emma and I obviously don't talk anymore. My aunt and uncle will be civil if we end up at the same family event, but there's definitely still resentment there. Some relatives have moved on, but others are still pretty divided about whether I did the right thing. The hardest part is that I'm still not entirely sure I made the right choice. I know Emma was wrong to plagiarize, and I know I had every right to protect my own work. But seeing how everything played out, with her getting suspended and our family basically splitting apart, I sometimes wonder if there was some other way I could have handled it. I've gone over it in my head hundreds of times, trying to figure out if I could have confronted her privately or given her an ultimatum or something. But I keep coming back to the same conclusion. She'd already been cheating for weeks without any guilt, and if I'd warned her, she probably would have just been more careful about it. Still, knowing that she was already on academic probation changes things. I didn't just get her in trouble for one assignment. I potentially derailed her entire college career. Even though she made the choice to cheat, I'm the one who reported it. And I have to live with the consequences of that decision. The family damage might never fully heal, and I'm still being painted as the cousin who sold her out, instead of the person who was trying to do the right thing in a complicated situation. Should I have kept quiet when my brother tried to take credit for my promotion at a family dinner? I, 34, have always had this weird dynamic with my older brother Jake, 36. We both ended up in finance, which probably wasn't the smartest career choice if we wanted to avoid competition. But here we are. He works at a smaller firm, while I just scored a major promotion at one of the biggest companies in our city. Growing up, Jake was definitely the golden child. He was the star athlete, got perfect grades, and could basically do no wrong in my parents' eyes. I spent most of my childhood feeling like I was constantly trying to catch up to him or prove that I was just as good. It never really worked. This promotion has been the biggest thing to happen to me career-wise, maybe ever. I've been grinding for 3 years straight, pulling 60-hour weeks regularly, dealing with clients who made my life miserable, and studying for 2 additional certifications in my spare time. When I finally got the call last month telling me I'd been promoted to senior director, I actually cried. Not because I was sad, but because for the first time in my life, I had accomplished something that was completely and entirely mine. Jake had nothing to do with it. My parents hadn't helped. Nobody had handed it to me. It was just me and my work. My parents have this big family dinner every few months where all the aunts, uncles, and cousins come over. Usually I kind of dread these things because they turn into these weird competitions about who's doing better in life. But this time I was actually looking forward to it. I knew my dad would probably mention my promotion, and I was excited to finally have some good news to share that I could be proud of. The dinner was going pretty normally. My mom had made way too much food, like always. Everyone was catching up on gossip. My uncle was telling the same stories he tells at every family gathering. About halfway through the meal, my dad stood up with his wine glass and started talking about how proud he was of me for getting promoted. I felt this warm feeling in my chest because he seemed genuinely excited about my success. But before I could even say thank you or acknowledge what he was saying, Jake jumped right in. He started talking about how he'd been mentoring me for years and giving me all this career advice. A good mentor. I felt sick to my stomach. This was supposed to be my moment. I had worked so incredibly hard for this promotion, had sacrificed weekends and evenings and social events, had stressed myself out for months preparing for the interviews and presentations, and suddenly it was being turned into a story about Jake's generosity and wisdom. He kept going, too. He started telling these elaborate stories about advice he'd supposedly given me that I'd never heard in my life. He claimed he'd taught me how to handle difficult clients, which is ridiculous because I've never even talked to him about my work problems. Then he said he'd helped me understand industry dynamics, as if I hadn't been working in finance for over a decade. The absolute worst part was when he told everyone that he'd actually introduced me to someone at my current company who helped me get the job. That was completely false. I got my job through a recruiter I found myself after months of networking and applications. But everyone was eating it up. They kept congratulating Jake and talking about what an amazing brother he was. My mom was practically glowing with pride about how supportive her children were of each other. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there feeling like I'm in some alternate universe where my biggest professional achievement is being credited to someone who had absolutely nothing to do with it. I could feel myself getting angrier and angrier as he continued talking. Part of me wanted to just let it go and deal with it later. But another part of me was screaming that this wasn't fair. This was my accomplishment. I had earned this promotion through my own hard work and dedication. Why should I sit quietly while Jake takes credit for something he didn't do? When there was finally a pause in his speech, I couldn't hold back anymore. I spoke up, probably louder than I should have, and told everyone that I needed to clarify something. I said that Jake had nothing to do with my promotion, and that I had earned it through my own work and qualifications. The entire table went completely silent. The silence that followed was absolutely deafening. Everyone just stared at me like I had announced I was joining a cult or something. Jake's face went from normal to bright red in about 2 seconds, and I could see his jaw clenching. I knew I had just crossed a line that there was probably no coming back from.
Scarier than if he had just started yelling immediately. He said something like how he couldn't believe I was going to humiliate him in front of our entire family after everything he'd done for me over the years. He kept emphasizing the word everything, like there was this long list of favors I owed him that I was conveniently forgetting about. That's when I made my second mistake of the evening. Instead of just letting his comment hang there, I asked him directly what exactly he thought he had done for me. I said I genuinely couldn't think of a single piece of career advice or help he'd ever given me, and if he could remind me of these mentoring sessions he was talking about, that would be great because I seemed to have amnesia about all of them. My sarcasm definitely didn't help the situation. The red in Jake's face got deeper, and I could see my mom frantically shaking her head at me from across the table. My aunt looked like she wanted to crawl under the furniture, but I was past the point of caring about keeping the peace. This was my career, my accomplishment, and my life he was lying about. Jake completely lost it then. He started yelling about how I'd always been jealous of him and how I was obsessed with making him look bad. He brought up all this stuff from when we were kids, like how I couldn't handle it when he got better grades or made varsity sports teams. He said I'd been waiting for years to find a way to tear him down in public, and apparently, this was my big moment to do it. The worst part was that some of what he was saying wasn't entirely wrong. I probably was jealous of him growing up. It's hard not to be jealous when you're constantly being compared to someone who seems to excel at everything effortlessly. But that had nothing to do with what was happening at dinner. This wasn't about childhood rivalry or sibling jealousy. This was about him literally lying about his involvement in my career success. I tried to explain that this wasn't about our past or about jealousy, but about the simple fact that he was taking credit for work he didn't do. I said that if the situation were reversed, he would be just as upset as I was. But he wasn't hearing any of it. He just kept getting louder and more accusatory. Then he said something that really pushed me over the edge. He told me that I should be grateful he was willing to share credit with me instead. Apparently the final straw for Jake. He stood up so fast his chair almost fell over and started shouting about how ungrateful and selfish I was. He said I'd always been this way, always trying to diminish his accomplishments and make everything about myself. He brought up specific instances from years ago where he claimed I'd done similar things, most of which I didn't even remember, or disagreed with his version of events. The whole table was just watching this unfold, like it was some kind of reality TV show. My younger cousins looked uncomfortable and kept checking their phones. My grandparents seemed genuinely distressed by the fighting. My parents were clearly mortified that their family dinner had turned into this public argument between their adult children. Jake finally announced that he wasn't going to sit there and be disrespected by someone who clearly had no appreciation for family loyalty. He said something about how he'd always tried to be supportive of me despite my issues, but that he was done enabling my need to tear other people down to make myself feel better. Then he stormed out, making sure to slam the front door hard enough that I'm pretty sure the neighbors heard it. The aftermath was almost worse than the fight itself. Everyone just sat there staring at their plates, clearly wanting to be anywhere else. My mom immediately started in on how I could have handled that better, and how I should have just let it go for the sake of family harmony. My dad tried to mediate by saying we were both probably right about some things, which somehow managed to make me feel even worse. A few of my cousins tried to change the subject and get the conversation back to normal topics, but the whole mood of the evening was completely ruined. People started making excuses to leave early, and within an hour, the house was basically empty, except for my parents and me. My mom spent the rest of the night giving me lectures about picking my battles and considering other people's feelings before I speak. The next morning, I woke up feeling terrible about how everything had gone down. I still believed I was right about the core issue, but I kept replaying the whole scene and wondering if I could have handled it differently. Maybe I could have pulled Jake aside privately instead of calling him out in front of everyone. Maybe nothing. It became pretty obvious that he was actively ignoring me, which honestly just made me more frustrated. If he was going to act like a child about this, then fine. But at least he could acknowledge that I was trying to reach out. My mom called me every single day that week asking when I was going to apologize to Jake. She kept saying that I had embarrassed him in front of the whole family, and that as the younger sibling, I should be the one to make the first move toward reconciliation. When I pointed out that I had been trying to call him, and that he was the one refusing to communicate, she said that wasn't the same thing as a real apology. Apparently, me attempting to have a conversation wasn't good enough if I wasn't planning to admit I was completely wrong. 3 days after the dinner, Jake sent a group text to our entire extended family. I'm talking aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, everyone who had been at the dinner, plus some people who hadn't even been there. The message was this long paragraph about how disappointed he was in my behavior, and how I had always struggled with jealousy issues when it came to his success. He said he had spent years trying to be supportive of me, despite my tendency to tear him down, and that what happened at dinner was just the latest example of my inability to be happy for family members who were doing well. The most infuriating part was how he completely twisted the whole situation. According to his version, he had simply been sharing how proud he was of my accomplishments, and how happy he was to have played a small part in my success. And I had attacked him out of nowhere because I couldn't stand the idea of giving anyone else even partial credit. He made it sound like I had some kind of pathological need to be the center of attention, and that I was willing to hurt family relationships to feed my ego. Reading that text made me angrier than the original dinner incident had. Not only was he refusing to acknowledge what had actually happened, but now he was spreading his twisted version of events to our entire extended family. People who hadn't even been there were getting his side of the story first, and knowing Jake, it was probably the only version they were going to hear. The family response was exactly what you'd expect. The older relatives mostly sided with Jake because they believe in keeping family drama private and think I should have just sucked it up for the sake of harmony. Needed to call him out on it eventually. A couple of my younger cousins sent me supportive messages, saying they understood why I was upset. The really eye-opening conversation came about a week later when Sarah called me. She told me that Jake has actually done this kind of thing before, multiple times. Apparently, when our cousin Mike got into law school a few years ago, Jake spent the whole celebration dinner talking about how he had encouraged Mike to consider law as a career, even though Mike had been talking about becoming a lawyer since he was in high school. When our cousin Lisa got promoted at her marketing job, Jake somehow made it about advice he had given her about professional networking, which Lisa later told Sarah was completely made up. Sarah said that most of the family has just learned to let Jake have his moments, because dealing with his reaction when he gets called out isn't worth the hassle. She said people have noticed this pattern, but nobody talks about it openly, because Jake gets so defensive and makes such a big scene that it's easier to just let him take his undeserved credit and move on. Learning about this pattern made me feel somewhat vindicated, but it also made me realize that this problem goes way deeper than just one dinner conversation. This isn't about sibling rivalry or jealousy like Jake keeps claiming. This is about him having a consistent need to insert himself into other people's achievements and successes, and our family enabling this behavior by always choosing to avoid conflict rather than address it. The family tension hasn't died down at all. Jake is still completely refusing to speak to me, and my parents keep pressuring me to apologize. My mom keeps saying that even if I was technically right, I should prioritize family relationships over being right. She thinks I should call Jake and tell him I'm sorry for embarrassing him, and that we can work out the details of what actually happened in private later. Part of me is starting to wonder if she's right. Maybe I should have just kept my mouth shut and let Jake have his moment of fake glory. Maybe standing up for myself wasn't worth all this family drama and ongoing tension. The whole situation has made family gatherings awkward, and I can tell my parents are stressed about having their kids not speaking to each other. But another part of me thinks that if I apologize now, I'm basically telling Jake that his behavior is acceptable. Did I cross a line by refusing to let my neighbor use my wedding as free advertisement for his business? I, 28, have been dealing with this ongoing situation with my neighbor Mark, who's in his mid-40s and runs a photography and event business out of his house. My fiancée Sarah, 26, and I had been planning our wedding for the better part of 8 months when this whole mess started. We weren't going crazy with the budget or anything, just a nice outdoor ceremony at this rented venue about 20 minutes from town with around 80 people. Mark and I had always gotten along fine before all this. We live in one of those neighborhoods where people actually know each other, so we'd chat over the fence, borrow each other's tools, that sort of thing. He seemed like a decent guy when he moved in about 4 years ago. But ever since he started this photography business 3 years back, every single conversation somehow becomes about his work. I'm talking about the kind of guy who can't talk about the weather without mentioning how great the lighting would be for outdoor shoots. When news about our wedding started making the rounds in the neighborhood, Mark was immediately interested. At first it was subtle. He'd casually mention that he does weddings now, or he'd bring up how his rates are really competitive compared to the big photography studios in the city. I figured he was just making conversation, maybe fishing for a referral or something. But then about 2 months before our wedding date, he got more direct. I was outside working on my car when he walked over and asked straight up if I'd consider letting him set up some promotional banners and hand out business cards at our reception. In exchange, he said he'd give us a discount on his services if we wanted to hire him for anything. I tried to be polite about it. I told him we appreciated the offer, but we'd already booked our photographer and videographer months ago. Plus, we really didn't want our wedding to turn into some kind of business showcase. I mean, this was supposed to be about celebrating with our families and friends, not about helping someone drum up clients. He seemed to take it okay at the time, just nodded and said he understood, but I could tell he wasn't exactly thrilled with my answer. The next few weeks were fine. Mark would wave when he saw us, maybe make small talk if we ran into each other.
Was going. But then he launched into this whole pitch about how he could help us out. This time he was way more aggressive about it. He kept saying it would be a win-win situation. He'd get some exposure to our guests who might need photography services, and in return, he'd throw in a free video package for us. He made it sound like he was doing us this huge favor. I told him no again, but this time I was more direct about it. I explained that we really wanted our wedding to be about us and our families, not about promoting anyone's business. I said we'd worked hard to create the kind of atmosphere we wanted, and having someone there handing out business cards and setting up promotional displays just wasn't part of that vision. That's when his whole demeanor changed. His face got red, and he started talking about missed opportunities and how I didn't understand how hard it was to build a small business. He kept pushing, saying things like how all the successful people he knows understand the importance of networking and helping each other out. He made it sound like I was being selfish or short-sighted for not jumping at his offer. The conversation went on for probably 15 minutes, with him getting more and more worked up about it. I kept trying to end it politely, but he just wouldn't let it go. Finally, I had to be blunt and tell him that the answer was no. It had been no from the beginning, and it was going to stay no. I said I hoped he could respect that decision and we could move on. He got this look on his face like I'd personally insulted him or his family. He muttered something under his breath about people who don't support their community.
then turned around and walked back to his house without another word. I stood there watching him go, feeling like I just had the weirdest conversation of my life. The rest of that week leading up to the wedding was tense. Mark would barely acknowledge us when we saw each other outside. Sarah noticed it too and asked me what was going on. When I told her about the conversation, she was relieved that I'd stood firm about it. But she was also worried that things might get awkward with the neighbors going forward. I figured the worst-case scenario was that Mark and I would be cold to each other for a while. Maybe eventually we'd get back to being normal neighbors. I never imagined he'd actually do what he ended up doing. Looking back now, spotted someone in the crowd who definitely shouldn't have been there. At first I thought I was seeing things, but no. There was Mark, my neighbor, standing near the cocktail tables, talking to some of my relatives. He was wearing a suit and acting like he belonged there, which was weird enough since he wasn't invited. But what really caught my attention was what he had with him. The guy had brought a whole setup. I'm talking about professional-looking sample boards with his photography work displayed on them, stacks of business cards, and what looked like one of those portable banner stands that you see at trade shows. He'd basically turned a corner of our reception area into his own little booth. I watched in complete disbelief as he worked his way through our guests, introducing himself as a local event specialist and showing people pictures on his phone. He was handing out business cards to my aunts and uncles, talking to Sarah's college friends about their upcoming events, the whole 9 yards. It was like he'd decided our wedding reception was his personal networking opportunity. My best man saw me staring and asked what was wrong. When I pointed Mark out, his jaw just dropped. He couldn't believe someone would actually crash a wedding to promote their business. That's when it really hit me how insane this whole situation was. I told Sarah I'd be right back and marched over to where Mark was chatting up my elderly aunt about her upcoming anniversary party. The closer I got, the angrier I became. This wasn't just inappropriate. It was completely unhinged behavior. He'd literally showed up uninvited to our wedding with promotional materials. When I reached him, I didn't even try to be subtle about it. I told him he needed to leave immediately. He turned around with this fake surprised expression, like he couldn't believe I was upset. He started going on about how he was just trying to help everyone out, how this was good exposure for him and good information for our guests who might need photography services. I pointed out the obvious fact that he wasn't even invited to our wedding. That's when he really showed his true colors. His voice got louder, and he started calling me ungrateful for not supporting local small business. He said I was being unreasonable, and that successful people understand the importance of networking and helping each other out.
Wronging him by not wanting my wedding turned into his personal marketing event. That's when I saw Sarah walking over with tears in her eyes. She'd been posing for some reception photos when she noticed the commotion, and now she was worried that our professional photos were going to be ruined by having his advertising boards and promotional setup in the background of everything. The photographer had actually stopped taking pictures because Mark's banner was positioned right behind where the main photo spots were supposed to be. Our videographer was trying to work around the whole mess, but it was obvious that this was affecting the quality of what we'd paid good money for. I'd had enough. I told Mark in no uncertain terms that he needed to pack up his stuff and get out of our wedding right now. He started raising his voice even more, saying I was being spiteful and that he was only trying to network. Some of our guests were trying to pretend nothing was happening, while others were openly staring at the spectacle. My cousin came over and asked if everything was okay, which seemed to snap Mark back to reality for a second. But instead of apologizing or backing down, he doubled down. He started going on about how people don't understand what it's like to run a small business, how he was just trying to make connections, how this could have benefited everyone involved. At that point, I realized this wasn't going to end with him just walking away quietly. I caught the attention of one of the venue staff members and explained the situation.
They immediately called over their security guy, who turned out to be this no-nonsense older man who clearly dealt with wedding drama on a regular basis. The security guard approached Mark and very calmly told him that he needed to leave the premises immediately. Mark started arguing with him too, insisting that he was just trying to help people and that this was all a big misunderstanding. The security guard wasn't having any of it. He helped Mark pack up his promotional materials and escorted him toward the exit. As they were walking away, Mark kept shouting back at me about how I was being unreasonable and that I'd regret not taking advantage of his offer. He was acting like I'd personally destroyed his livelihood by not letting him use my wedding as his personal trade show. The whole incident probably lasted about 10 or 15 minutes, but it felt like it went on forever. After Mark finally left, after Mark got escorted out, we did our best to salvage the rest of the reception. The DJ cranked up the music, and people eventually started dancing again, but there was definitely this weird energy hanging over everything. Guests kept coming up to us asking what that whole thing was about, and we had to keep explaining that our neighbor had crashed our wedding to promote his business. Most people were shocked that someone would actually do something like that. Some of our relatives thought it was kind of funny in a bizarre way, like something you'd see in a movie. But others, especially Sarah's family, were genuinely appalled. Her mom kept apologizing to us like it was somehow her fault, and her dad was still shaking his head about it hours later. A few people made comments about how bold Mark was, but not in a good way. More like they couldn't believe anyone would have that kind of nerve. The worst part was that it affected our photos and video. Our photographer had to work around the disruption, and there are definitely some shots where you can see Mark's promotional stuff in the background before security moved it. The videographer caught some of the confrontation on camera, which means our wedding video now includes footage of me kicking out an uninvited guest who was trying to hand out business cards to our families. We managed to get through the rest of the evening, and honestly, once people had a few drinks and the dancing got going, most guests seemed to forget about the whole incident. But Sarah and I couldn't really let it go. This was supposed to be one of the most important days of our lives, and this guy had turned part of it into this weird drama about his business networking. The next morning, while we were still processing everything that had happened, I decided I was done with Mark completely. I sent him a text message telling him that what he did was completely unacceptable and crossed every possible line. I said that our friendship was over, and I didn't want him contacting us again. I kept it short and to the point, because I didn't want to get into some long argument with him. His response came about an hour later, and it was exactly what I expected. He said he was disappointed in my reaction, and that he'd only been trying to help both of us out. He claimed I was overreacting, and that successful people understand the importance of supporting each other in business. Kicked out for his efforts. He painted this whole picture of himself as this struggling entrepreneur who was just trying to network and make connections, and me as this spiteful person who wouldn't help out someone in the community. The posts were getting tons of engagement too. Some people were defending him, saying that small businesses need support and that I should have been more understanding. Others were calling him out for crashing someone's wedding uninvited. The whole thing turned into these massive comment threads with neighbors and local people taking sides. What really bothered me was how he twisted the story. He made it sound like he'd asked permission to set up a small display and I'd agreed, then changed my mind at the last minute and embarrassed him in front of everyone. He completely left out the part where he showed up uninvited with a full promotional setup after I'd already told him no multiple times. The neighborhood dynamics got really awkward after that. Some people would avoid eye contact when we'd see each other getting mail or walking our dog. Others went out of their way to tell us they thought Mark's behavior was completely inappropriate and that they couldn't believe he'd crashed our wedding like that. Mrs. Johnson from across the street actually came over to apologize for Mark's behavior, which was sweet, but also made the whole thing feel even more weird. She said she'd never seen anything like it,
and that she was embarrassed for the whole neighborhood. A few other neighbors made similar comments, but it was clear that the community was divided on the whole situation. The social media drama went on for weeks. People kept commenting on Mark's posts with their opinions, and some of them got pretty heated. A few of Sarah's friends even jumped in to defend us, which just made the whole thing bigger. I tried to ignore it, but it was hard when people kept sending us screenshots of the latest comments. About 3 days after the wedding, we got a call from our venue coordinator. She was calling to thank us for choosing their location and to make sure we were happy with everything. During the conversation, she mentioned something that made my blood boil all over again. She said that when her staff arrived that morning to set up for our wedding, they found someone trying to install a banner near the entrance area. They'd had to ask him to remove it and explain that only authorized vendors were allowed to set up displays. About the venue coordinator's call, she was furious all over again. She said it proved that Mark had never respected our decision and had been planning to promote his business at our wedding regardless of what we wanted. It made his whole act about just trying to help people seem even more fake. The fallout from all this is still ongoing. Mark and I obviously don't speak anymore, and the neighborhood tension is still pretty uncomfortable. Some people think I was justified in kicking him out, while others think I overreacted and handled it poorly. The whole thing has turned into this weird community drama that everyone has an opinion about. I've been wondering if I should have handled it differently, maybe been more diplomatic about the whole thing. But then I remember that this guy literally crashed my wedding with promotional materials after I'd already told him no multiple times. And I think my reaction was pretty reasonable, given the circumstances. Was I out of line for refusing to lend my wedding dress to my cousin after she mocked it? I'm a 26-year-old woman who got married about 8 months ago, and I'm still dealing with drama from my cousin Sarah, who's 25. This whole thing has been eating at me for weeks now, and I honestly don't know if I'm being reasonable or if I'm the problem here. So let me back up to when I was planning my wedding last year. Sarah was involved in a lot of the planning conversations because we're pretty close in age and our moms are sisters, so family events always included both of us. From the very beginning, she had something negative to say about literally every choice I made. When I showed everyone my dress, which I absolutely loved and felt beautiful in, she immediately said it was too simple and that she would have gone with something more elaborate. When I picked my color scheme of dusty rose and sage green, she told me it was boring and that bold colors would have been better. She even criticized my venue choice, saying the whole vibe felt cheap compared to what she would do. At first, I tried to brush it off. I figured maybe she was just being honest, or maybe she had different taste than me. My mom told me to ignore her because Sarah has always been a bit critical, and I didn't want to start family drama over wedding planning. But honestly, it hurt. This was supposed to be my special day, and she was picking apart everything that made me happy. Every family dinner became an opportunity for her to suggest changes or make little comments about how she would do things differently. The worst part was that she never offered these opinions as suggestions. It was always framed like my choices were objectively wrong. She'd say things like, "I can't believe you're actually going with that dress," or, "Are you sure you want people to remember your wedding as looking so plain?" I started dreading talking about wedding stuff around her, but since she was family and would be at every gathering anyway, I couldn't really avoid it. My wedding day itself was perfect. I felt incredible in my dress. Everyone complimented how beautiful everything looked, and I was so happy with every choice I'd made. Sarah was there. She smiled for pictures, but I could tell she still wasn't impressed. Whatever, I thought. It's my wedding dress to save some money. I literally had to ask her to repeat herself because I thought I misheard. This is the same dress she spent months telling me was too simple and boring. The same dress she criticized in front of our entire family. And now,
She wants to wear it for her own wedding? I was so stunned that I didn't even know what to say at first. She kept talking, explaining how much money she could save, and how it would be perfect since we're similar sizes. She was acting like it was the most natural request in the world, like she hadn't spent my entire engagement period telling me how underwhelming my dress choice was. The more she talked, the more I realized how absolutely wild this situation was. She had made me feel bad about my dress for months, and now she wanted to wear that same dress on the most important day of her life? It made no sense to me. If it was so simple and boring, why would she want it for herself? I finally managed to say something, and I told her I needed to think about it. She seemed a little surprised that I didn't immediately say yes, but she said okay, and that she'd call me back in a few days. After I hung up, I just sat there trying to process what had just happened. The more I thought about it, the more upset I got. It wasn't even really about the dress itself at that point. It was about the fact that she had spent so much time making me feel like my choices weren't good enough, and now she wanted to benefit from those same choices. It felt like she was being completely two-faced about the whole thing. When she called back a few days later, I had made up my mind. When Sarah called back, I was ready with my answer. I told her that I appreciated her thinking of me, but I wouldn't be able to lend her my dress. I explained that it had sentimental value to me and that I wanted to keep it preserved. I tried to be polite about it because I didn't want to bring up all the criticism she'd given me during my wedding planning. I figured there was no point in rehashing old grievances, but Sarah did not take it well at all. Her whole tone changed immediately. She asked me why I was being so selfish, and I could hear the anger in her voice. She started going on about how expensive weddings are and how hard it is for young couples to afford everything. She reminded telling me she was disappointed in me and that she thought I was better than this. I felt terrible, but I also felt like I had every right to say no to lending out my wedding dress. It's not like she was asking to borrow a regular outfit or something casual. But then, things got so much worse. Within a few days, I started getting calls and texts from other family members. Apparently, Sarah had called around to everyone. My mom, her mom, our grandparents, our other cousins, and told them that I had refused to help her save money on her wedding. The way she presented it made it sound like I was being petty and stingy for no reason. My aunt, Sarah's mom, called me and asked if it was true that I wouldn't let Sarah borrow my dress. When I confirmed it, she sighed and told me she was disappointed. She said that when she was young, cousins always shared things for weddings, and that it was tradition in our family to help each other out. She made me feel like I was breaking some kind of family code. Then my own mom got involved. She called me and said she'd been hearing from everyone about the dress situation. She wasn't as harsh as my aunt, but she did ask me to reconsider. She pointed out that Sarah and her fiancé are just starting out and don't have a lot of money, while my husband and I are more financially stable. She suggested that maybe I was being a bit rigid about the whole thing. Even my grandmother chimed in. She sent me a long text about how family comes first and how sharing special items has always been important in our family. She reminded me of how my great-aunt had shared her veil with multiple family members over the years, and how beautiful that tradition was. The worst part was that some of my cousins started taking sides. A few of them agreed with Sarah and started making comments about how I was being selfish. They pointed out that the dress would just sit in a closet forever if I kept it, but it could make Sarah's day special if I shared it. One of my cousins even said that keeping a dress locked away was wasteful when someone else could get use out of it. But it wasn't everyone. A couple of my cousins understood my position and told me privately that they thought Sarah was out of line for asking in the first place. They reminded me that she had been pretty critical of my wedding choice. Lend out my engagement ring or other precious items just because someone else needed them. But every time I tried to defend myself,
It seemed like people just saw it as me making excuses. Sarah had done such a good job of framing the situation as me refusing to help family that my actual reasons got lost in the narrative she'd created. The breaking point came when Sarah sent me a long text message. She told me that she couldn't believe how selfish I was being, and that she never thought I would prioritize a piece of fabric over her happiness. She said that she had always supported me, even when she didn't agree with my choices, and now, when she needed support, I was turning my back on her. She ended the message by saying that she was hurt and disappointed, and that she didn't want to talk to me until I changed my mind. After that text, Sarah completely stopped speaking to me. At family events, she would act like I wasn't there. Other family members started treating me differently too. Some of them were still friendly, but there was definitely tension. I could tell that people were talking about me behind my back, and that I had become the topic of family gossip. The whole thing spiraled way beyond what I ever expected when I simply said no to lending my dress. The silent treatment from Sarah continued for weeks. Family dinners became this weird dance where we'd both show up, but act like the other person didn't exist. My mom kept trying to get me to be the bigger person and reach out first, but honestly, I felt like I had nothing to apologize for. I hadn't done anything wrong by saying no to lending my wedding dress. The family group chat became torture. People would post about wedding planning, and everyone would offer advice and support. But there was this underlying tension because everyone knew about our fight. When Sarah posted pictures of dresses she was looking at, family members would comment with enthusiasm, and I could tell some of the comments were directed at me. Things like, "I'm sure you'll find something perfect that's totally your style," felt loaded. My husband was getting frustrated with the whole situation too. He said he couldn't believe my family was making such a big deal over a dress, and he thought Sarah was being manipulative by involving everyone else. He pointed out that if the truth. Then my grandmother got more involved. She invited me over for coffee and spent an hour trying to convince me to change my mind. She talked about family harmony and how important it was to prioritize relationships over material things. She made me feel like I was being selfish and petty, even though I kept trying to explain that it wasn't about the material value of the dress. The worst part was that I started second-guessing myself. Maybe I was being too rigid. Maybe I should just lend her the dress to keep the peace. Maybe it really wasn't that big of a deal, and I was making it into something bigger than it needed to be. The constant pressure was wearing me down, and I was exhausted from defending my position over and over again. But then, something happened that completely changed everything. My friend Jessica, who's friends with both me and Sarah, asked if she could talk to me privately. She seemed uncomfortable and said she wasn't sure if she should tell me what she'd heard, but she felt like I deserved to know. Apparently, Sarah had been talking to Jessica about the whole dress situation, and she'd let something slip that she probably shouldn't have. According to Jessica, Sarah had admitted that she didn't actually want to wear my dress as it was. She wanted to borrow it so she could take it to a seamstress and have it completely altered to make it look better. She planned to add beading, change the neckline, add sleeves, and basically turn it into a completely different dress. When Jessica told me this, I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Sarah wasn't asking to borrow my dress because she thought it was beautiful, or because she wanted to honor our family connection. She wanted to take my dress and fix everything she thought was wrong with it. All those months of criticism had been leading up to this. She wanted to prove that she could make my dress better. I was furious. The whole time she'd been telling the family that she just needed help saving money. But really, she wanted to use my dress as raw material for her own vision. She was planning to completely destroy the dress I'd worn on my wedding day and turn it into something else entirely. Jessica said that Sarah had been really excited about the alterations she was planning,
and had even shown her pictures of what she wanted it to look like when she was done. It admitted that she probably would have felt the same way I did if she'd known Sarah's real plans. My husband was angry on my behalf and said it proved that Sarah had been manipulative from the start. But here's the thing. Even with this new information, most of the family still thinks I'm in the wrong. When I tried to explain to my aunt what Sarah had really been planning, she said I was just looking for excuses to justify my selfishness. She claimed that alterations are normal, and that at least the dress would have been used for something special instead of sitting in a closet. My grandmother said that even if Sarah wanted to change the dress, it was still a way of honoring family tradition, and I should have been flattered that she wanted to use it as a starting point. She said I was focusing too much on the details instead of the bigger picture of family support. Sarah still isn't speaking to me, and now I'm getting texts from family members calling me petty and dramatic for escalating the situation. Apparently, word got back to Sarah that I knew about her alteration plans, and she's mad that Jessica told me. She's been telling people that I'm making a big deal out of nothing, and that I'm just looking for reasons to be mean to her. The whole thing has created this permanent divide in my family. Some people understand my position now that they know the full story, but others think I'm being vindictive and that I should have just gone along with whatever Sarah wanted to keep the peace. Family gatherings are still awkward, and I don't know if things will ever go back to normal. Looking back on everything that's happened, I still think I made the right choice. But I never expected that saying no to one request would cause this much drama and divide my family like this. Sometimes I wonder if I should have handled it differently. But then I remember that Sarah was planning to completely destroy my dress. And I know I did the right thing by protecting it. Could I be the villain for telling my best friend she couldn't wear white at my birthday dinner? I'm 30, and my best friend Sarah is 29. We've known each other for over a decade, but she's always had this competitive streak when it comes to getting attention. Like, she can't help herself sometimes. If we're at a party together, she finds a way to make it about her. If someone compliments my outfit, she suddenly has a story about where she got her shoes. You know the type. This birthday was a big deal for me. 30 felt like a milestone, and I'd just gotten out of this soul-crushing relationship 3 months earlier. My ex had basically made me feel invisible for 2 years, so I wanted to do something that was completely about celebrating myself for once. I booked this really nice restaurant downtown, sent out proper invitations, the whole thing. It was supposed to be formal and elegant, something I'd never really done for myself before. Sarah knew how much this meant to me. I'd been talking about it for weeks, showing her the menu options, asking for advice on what to wear. She even helped me pick out the decorations for the table centerpieces. So when she offered to coordinate with everyone about colors, so we'd look good in photos together, I thought that was sweet of her. The thing is, Sarah has pulled stuff like this before. At my college graduation party, she showed up in this incredibly low-cut dress that had every guy there staring. At my housewarming party last year, she brought her guitar and ended up performing an impromptu concert in my living room while I was trying to give people tours. It's like she can't stand not being the main character, even when it's literally someone else's event. But I always made excuses for her because she's been such a good friend in other ways. When my dad was in the hospital 2 years ago, she drove 4 hours just to sit with me in the waiting room. When my ex and I broke up, she let me cry on her couch for 3 straight days and didn't complain once. So I figured maybe the attention-seeking thing was just her personality, and I could deal with it. The night before my dinner, she texted me a photo of her outfit. I opened it and just stared at my phone for like 5 minutes. It was this long, flowing white gown. Not off-white, not cream, not ivory. About it. I texted back something like, "Wow, that's gorgeous. But do you think you could maybe choose a different color? The white might be a bit confusing for people." I thought I was being reasonable. I wasn't demanding she change or telling her the dress was inappropriate. I was just asking, friend to friend, if she could consider wearing something else. Her response came back immediately, and it was not what I expected. She said I was being ridiculous, and that she shouldn't have to change her outfit to accommodate my insecurities, that I was policing her fashion choices, and that a real friend wouldn't care about something so superficial. She said she'd already planned her whole look around this dress, and it was too late to change now. I tried to explain that it wasn't about the dress itself being wrong, but about how it might overshadow the birthday celebration. I reminded her how important this night was to me, especially after everything I'd been through with the breakup. I even suggested we could go shopping together the next morning to find something equally stunning in a different color. But she kept pushing back, getting more and more defensive. She said I was being controlling, and that this was exactly the kind of behavior that probably drove my ex away. That last part really stung, because she knew how raw I still was about the relationship ending. We went back and forth over text for almost an hour, and with each message, I could feel our friendship cracking a little more. Finally, she just stopped responding. I sent a few more texts trying to smooth things over, saying we could talk about it tomorrow, and that I just wanted us both to have a good time. But she left me on read. I went to bed that night feeling anxious and hurt, hoping maybe she'd cool down overnight and we could work it out before the dinner. The next morning I woke up to radio silence. No good morning text, no follow-up about our conversation. Nothing. I kept checking my phone all day while I was getting ready, hoping she'd reach out. But she never did. By the time I was getting dressed for my own birthday dinner, I still had no idea if she was planning to show up at all, and if she did, whether she'd be wearing that white dress. I got to the restaurant early to make sure everything was set up perfectly. The table looked amazing, with the centerpieces.
Restaurant turned to look at her when she made her entrance. My heart just sank. I watched my family members' faces as they took in her outfit, and I could see the confusion and secondhand embarrassment in their eyes. My mom actually looked angry, which never happens. My sister shot me this look like, "Are you seeing this right now?" But Sarah acted like nothing was wrong. She came over and gave me this big theatrical hug telling me happy birthday, loud enough for half the restaurant to hear. Then she did this little twirl to show off the dress, and people at other tables were literally staring at us. The compliments started immediately. My cousin Emma was the first one to say something about how gorgeous Sarah looked, and then it was like a domino effect. Everyone had to comment on the dress, how elegant it was, how it suited her perfectly, where she got it. Sarah was just eating it up, doing this fake modest thing where she'd brush off the compliments, but then launch into the story of how she found the dress and how she knew it was perfect the moment she tried it on. Then came the questions I'd been dreading. My aunt asked if there was something Sarah wasn't telling us, giving her this knowing wink. One of my college friends straight up asked if she was engaged, and this was her way of announcing it. My dad's business partner made some joke about Sarah stealing the spotlight and asked if we should be expecting wedding invitations soon. Every single time someone brought it up, Sarah would just laugh and deflect, but she never actually corrected them. She'd say things like, "Oh, you guys are too much," or, "A girl can't just wear a pretty dress anymore." But she never said, "No, I'm not engaged," or, "This isn't a wedding announcement." She just let people keep speculating while she basked in all the attention. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there trying to smile and play the gracious host while watching my birthday dinner turn into the Sarah show. When the waiter came to take our drink orders, he congratulated Sarah first, assuming she was the guest of honor. When my friend tried to give a birthday toast, half the people were still talking about Sarah's dress and asking her questions about would focus on her instead of the birthday. She immediately got defensive, saying I was being ridiculous and that it was just a dress, that I was letting my insecurities ruin what should be a fun night. I tried to explain how hurt I was, how this night was supposed to be about celebrating me after one of the hardest periods of my life. But she just doubled down, saying that a real friend wouldn't care about something so petty, that I was being controlling and jealous, and that she shouldn't have to dim her light just because I was feeling insecure. The conversation got heated pretty quickly. I wasn't exactly whispering, and I'm sure people outside the bathroom could hear us arguing. She kept saying I was overreacting and making everything about myself, which felt like such a slap in the face considering it was literally my birthday party. When we came back to the table, the energy was completely different. Everyone could tell we'd been fighting, and there was this uncomfortable tension in the air. Sarah sat down and made this comment about how she didn't realize birthdays came with dress codes now, loud enough for everyone to hear. A couple of people actually laughed, and I felt like I was being painted as the unreasonable one. My mom tried to salvage the mood by asking about dessert, and my sister attempted to get everyone talking about funny birthday memories from when we were kids. But the damage was done. The rest of the dinner felt forced and awkward. People were walking on eggshells, and I could barely eat because I felt so sick about the whole situation. Sarah continued to hold court throughout the rest of the evening, telling stories and charming everyone like nothing had happened. She seemed completely oblivious to how her behavior had affected me and the entire dynamic of the party. Or maybe she just didn't care. When we finally left the restaurant, I felt emotionally drained and humiliated. What was supposed to be a celebration of me turning 30 and starting a new chapter of my life had turned into a showcase for Sarah's need to be the center of attention. And somehow, I was the villain for being upset about it. The ride home was silent and tense. Sarah got into her own car without saying goodbye, and I drove home feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. When I got to my apartment, I just sat on my couch, still in my emerald dress, and I could work things out, and that maybe I was taking the dress thing too seriously. One of them even said that Sarah seemed really hurt by how I'd reacted, and that the whole situation could have been avoided if I'd just let it go. I decided I needed some space to process everything, so I sent Sarah a long text explaining how hurt I was. I told her that after 10 years of friendship, I couldn't believe she'd deliberately ignore my feelings about something that was so important to me. I said I needed time to think about where we stood as friends, and that I hoped she could understand why her actions had been so hurtful. Her response was immediate and brutal. She said I was being dramatic and controlling, and that this whole thing proved I was too insecure to be in a healthy friendship. She accused me of trying to dictate what she wore because I was jealous of the attention she got. She said my behavior was exactly the kind of thing that probably drove my ex away, and that maybe I should look in the mirror before blaming other people for my problems. That last part broke something in me. Using my breakup against me, something she knew I was still struggling with, felt like such a betrayal. I didn't respond to her text. I just put my phone away and tried to focus on getting through the day. Over the next few days, the situation got worse instead of better. Sarah started telling people her version of events, painting me as this bridezilla type who tried to control what she wore to a birthday party. She was saying that I'd attacked her in the bathroom and embarrassed her in front of everyone, and that she was shocked by how jealous and insecure I'd become. Some of our mutual friends bought into her narrative completely. They started reaching out to me, saying they thought I'd overreacted and that it really was just a dress. A few of them seemed to think the whole thing was kind of petty, and that we should both just apologize and move on. But others saw right through what Sarah had done. My college roommate said she'd been at events with Sarah before, and noticed how she always found ways to upstage people. Another friend said she'd actually been uncomfortable watching Sarah deflect all those engagement questions without correcting anyone, and that it felt deliberately manipulative. The friend group basically split down the middle. Half thought I was being unreasonable, half thought Sarah had bathroom talking to other guests. Sarah had been openly bragging about her dress choice to the people sitting closest to her. According to Jake, she'd actually laughed and said she wore the white dress to see if anyone would mistake her for the guest of honor. She apparently thought it was hilarious how much attention it was getting, and made some comment about how she knew exactly what she was doing when she picked it out. Jake said he'd felt uncomfortable hearing her say that, especially knowing I was upset about the situation. He'd been debating whether to tell me because he didn't want to cause more drama, but he ultimately felt like I deserved to know that my instincts about her intentions had been right. Hearing this felt like getting punched in the gut, but it also validated everything I'd been feeling. It confirmed that this wasn't about me being insecure or jealous. Sarah had deliberately chosen to wear that dress, knowing it would overshadow my birthday, and she'd been proud of herself for doing it. I thanked Jake for telling me and asked him not to spread it around, because I needed time to figure out how to handle this information. Part of me wanted to screenshot his text and send it to everyone who'd been calling me dramatic, but another part of me just felt sad and exhausted by the whole situation. It's been 3 weeks now since the party, and Sarah and I haven't spoken at all. She's continued telling people I'm controlling and that she dodged a bullet by seeing my true colors. Meanwhile, I've been questioning everything about our friendship and wondering how many other times she'd deliberately undermined me in ways I didn't recognize. The mutual friends who took her side are still occasionally reaching out, trying to get me to apologize and make up with her. They keep saying that 10 years of friendship is too important to throw away over something so silly. But the friends who believed me from the beginning have been incredibly supportive and have told me that Sarah's true confession to Jake just proves what kind of person she really is. I keep going back and forth about whether I should tell people what Jake heard her say. It would definitely vindicate me and show everyone that my reaction wasn't an overreaction at all. But it would also probably destroy any remaining possibility of salvaging the friendship. And I'm not sure I'm ready to completely close that door yet. What's really eating at me is wondering how long Sarah has been doing stuff like this. Deliberately set out to hijack my birthday and then bragged about it to other people. But losing a 10-year friendship, even a toxic one, is harder than I expected it to be. Am I making things worse by refusing to let my brother use my graduation to propose to his girlfriend? I'm 23 and just finished my degree after what felt like the longest 4 years of my life. My brother Mike is 26 and has been with his girlfriend Sarah for about 3 years now. Our parents have been dropping not-so-subtle hints about when he's going to pop the question, and honestly, the whole family has been waiting for it to happen. Mike always talks big about wanting to do something unforgettable for his proposal, which should have been my first red flag. The thing is, I'm the first person in our family to graduate college. My parents never had the chance, and they've been planning this graduation dinner for weeks. They invited aunts, uncles, cousins, basically everyone. It was supposed to be this big celebration of finally making it through school while working 2 part-time jobs and drowning in student loans. I've been looking forward to this moment for years. But Mike had been acting weird leading up to graduation. He kept asking random questions about the dinner plans, like how many people were coming and what the schedule was going to be. He started making these comments about how perfect the timing would be for big announcements and how special it would make the night. I thought he was just being supportive about my graduation, but I started getting this uncomfortable feeling in my stomach. The stress was already getting to me. Graduation itself was nerve-wracking enough. Plus, I had job interviews lined up, and my student loan payments were about to kick in. The family kept talking about how proud they were, and how this was my moment, which felt amazing but also added pressure. I just wanted one day where everything went smoothly and was actually about me. 2 days before graduation, Mike called me. I was in my apartment trying to figure out what to wear under my cap and gown when he dropped the bomb. He asked if he could propose to Sarah during the family dinner. just like that. He said it would be killing two birds with one stone, and would make the night even more special. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told him no immediately. This was about my achievement, my milestone. I'd worked my ass off for this degree, and the dinner was specifically planned. I reminded him that this dinner was planned specifically for my graduation, with invitations sent out weeks ago, and that springing a proposal on everyone would completely change what the evening was supposed to be about. He ended the call by saying, "We'll see about that," which sent chills down my spine. I knew my brother well enough to know he doesn't give up easily when he wants something. The next day, graduation day, arrived, and I could barely focus during the ceremony. I kept thinking about that phone call and what he might be planning. My parents were so proud, taking pictures and cheering when my name was called. But I felt this knot in my stomach the whole time. I should have been enjoying this moment I'd worked so hard for. But instead, I was worried about what might happen at dinner. When we got to the restaurant, Mike was already there with Sarah. He had this smirk on his face that I recognized from when we were kids, and he was planning something he knew would get him in trouble. Throughout dinner, he kept making these little jokes about having big news to share and surprises coming. Sarah looked confused but excited, like she was trying to figure out what he was hinting at. My parents kept looking between us, and I could tell they sensed something was off. Every time Mike stood up to refill his water or reached for his wine glass, my heart would start racing. I was on edge the entire time, barely able to enjoy what was supposed to be my celebration dinner. The food tasted like cardboard because I was so anxious about when he was going to make his move. I kept hoping I was wrong, that maybe he'd actually respected my boundary. But the way he kept glancing at Sarah and making those cryptic comments told me everything I needed to know. He was going to do it anyway, regardless of what I'd said. My graduation dinner was about to become his proposal venue, whether I liked it or not. The tension kept building throughout the main course. Mike was getting bolder with his hints, making comments about how some nights are meant for multiple celebrations, and how he loved it when the whole family was together for special announcements. Sarah was practically glowing at this point, clearly starting to piece together what he was getting at. My aunt kept giving them these knowing looks, and I realized other people were probably in on whatever he was planning. I was barely touching my night. The way he emphasized memorable while looking directly at me made my blood pressure spike. Sarah squeezed his arm and whispered something to him, and he just grinned. My dad started talking about how proud he was of my degree and how much potential I had in my field. It should have been this great moment where I felt supported and accomplished. But I could barely focus on his words because I was watching Mike out of the corner of my eye. He kept fidgeting with something in his pocket, and I was pretty sure I knew what it was. The dessert came and people were taking pictures, talking about my future plans and job prospects. Mike stayed quiet during this part, but he had this weird energy about him, like he was just waiting for his turn. When the conversation started to die down a bit, I saw him take a deep breath and adjust his position in his chair. Then it happened. Mike stood up with his wine glass in his hand and cleared his throat. The whole table went quiet and turned to look at him. Sarah's face lit up like Christmas morning, and I felt my heart drop into my stomach. He started talking about special moments and perfect timing, saying how rare it was to have the whole family together like this. I could see his other hand moving toward his pocket, and Sarah was starting to tear up. My parents were looking confused but interested, and my relatives were leaning in with these expectant smiles. Everyone thought they were about to witness something beautiful and romantic. That's when something snapped in me. I couldn't just sit there and watch him hijack my graduation dinner after I'd explicitly told him not to. I stood up abruptly, probably too fast because my chair scraped loudly against the floor, and cut him off mid-sentence. I said his name firmly
and told him to please keep this about graduation. The words came out louder than I intended, and suddenly the entire restaurant section went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Mike's face went from excited to shocked to absolutely furious in about 2 seconds. He just stood there holding his wine glass, staring at me with his mouth slightly open. Sarah looked mortified, like she wanted to disappear into the floor. My mom's face went pale, and my dad had this expression like he couldn't completely shifted. What had been a warm, celebratory atmosphere was now tense and uncomfortable. For the rest of dinner, Mike barely said a word. He answered direct questions with 1 or 2 words and spent most of the time staring at his plate. Sarah kept glancing between us, clearly upset and confused about what had just happened and why her boyfriend's proposal moment had been shut down so publicly. She looked like she might cry, which made me feel terrible, but I also felt this wave of relief that I'd actually stopped him. My relatives tried to keep conversations going, but everything felt forced. People were whispering to each other when they thought I wasn't looking. My uncle made a comment about family drama, and my aunt shushed him, but I heard it anyway. The celebration that was supposed to be about my achievement had turned into this uncomfortable family incident that everyone was going to remember for all the wrong reasons. When we were getting ready to leave, Mike finally looked directly at me for the first time since I'd cut him off. The look he gave me was pure anger mixed with hurt, and I knew this wasn't over. Sarah was quiet and withdrawn, probably embarrassed about the whole situation. My parents were doing that thing where they act normal, but you can tell they're planning to have a serious conversation with you later. I felt vindicated but also sick to my stomach. I'd protected my boundary, but at what cost? After we left the restaurant, Mike grabbed my arm in the parking lot and pulled me aside while everyone else was saying their goodbyes. He absolutely lost it on me. He said I had humiliated him in front of the entire family and ruined what was supposed to be the perfect moment for him and Sarah. His voice was shaking with anger, and he kept saying I had no right to embarrass him like that in public. I tried to explain that he was the one who chose to ignore my boundary after I'd specifically asked him not to do this, but he wasn't hearing any of it. He said I was selfish, and that I'd ruined his perfect moment just because I couldn't stand to share the spotlight for 5 minutes. He claimed that Sarah had been expecting this for months, and now she was devastated and confused. Sarah was standing by their car looking miserable, and I felt awful for her. She didn't deserve to be caught in the middle of this mess between Mike and...
Better figure out how to fix this because he wasn't going to forget what I did.
They drove off, and I was left standing there with my parents and a few relatives who had witnessed the whole thing. The ride home with my parents was incredibly awkward. They didn't say much, but I could tell they were disappointed in how the evening had turned out. My mom kept sighing, and my dad had that look he gets when he's trying not to pick sides in family drama. When we got home, they said we'd all talk about it later when everyone had cooled down. Over the next few days, I started hearing from different family members about what they thought of the situation. My Aunt Lisa called to say that while she understood it was my graduation, she thought I could have handled it more gracefully. She said Mike had been planning this for weeks, and that it wouldn't have killed me to share the moment. She made me feel like I was being petty and small, but my Uncle Tom had a completely different take. He said Mike was out of line for trying to hijack my graduation after I'd told him not to, and that some boundaries shouldn't be crossed. He said if Mike wanted to propose, he should have planned his own special event instead of trying to piggyback on mine. My mom was trying to play peacekeeper, calling both of us separately and suggesting we all sit down and work this out like adults. But she also made some comments about how I could have been more diplomatic about the whole thing, which made it clear she thought I'd handled it wrong too. My dad stayed completely out of it, which was probably the smart move, but didn't help me feel any less isolated. The worst part was that Mike completely stopped talking to me. He wouldn't answer my texts or calls, and when I tried reaching out to Sarah, she was polite but distant.
I could tell she was hurt, and probably blamed me for ruining what she thought was going to be her engagement night. About 3 days after the dinner disaster, my cousin Jake texted me out of the blue. He said he needed to tell me something that might make me feel better about what happened. Apparently, Mike had shown him the engagement ring at the restaurant and had told several family members beforehand to stick around for a special surprise after dinner. Jake said Mike had been planning to propose regardless of what I said, and that he'd actually been annoyed that I spoiled the surprise by making it obvious something was going to happen,
stopping something that he'd already set in motion, despite my objections. When I tried to bring this information up with my parents, they seemed uncomfortable with it. My mom said it didn't really matter what Mike's original intentions were, because the whole situation had gotten out of hand. My dad just said that both of us had made mistakes and needed to find a way to move forward. But Mike wasn't interested in moving forward. He'd started telling people that I had stolen his spotlight before he could even act, making it sound like I'd preemptively attacked him for no reason. Some relatives who hadn't been there were getting a completely different version of events, and I found myself having to defend my actions to people who thought I'd just randomly decided to embarrass my brother. 2 weeks later, Mike still wasn't speaking to me. Sarah had been avoiding family gatherings, which made everyone uncomfortable and added to the tension. I was starting my new job soon, and this whole family drama was hanging over what should have been an exciting time in my life. The thing that bothered me most was that I kept second-guessing myself. Part of me wondered if I really should have just let him do it and shared the moment. Maybe it would have been the bigger person thing to do. But then I'd remember that he'd planned to ignore my boundary completely, and I'd feel angry all over again. I still don't know if I handled it right, but I also don't know what else I could have done in that moment. I couldn't just sit there and let him take over my graduation dinner after I'd specifically asked him not to, especially knowing now that he'd never intended to respect my wishes anyway.